Okay, we're going to get started. So if you could please go ahead and find a place to sit. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to UNLV. Welcome to the William S. Boyd School of Law. We are very proud. We are very happy to welcome you here for Jackpot, the possibilities of Indian gaming revenue. And we're excited for just a wonderful day of learning, of community building, and talking to one another, and having just good conversations and good connections. Our dean, Leah Grinvald, was unfortunately not able to make it because she is up in Carson City because the state bar is meeting at this time at the Supreme Court. But she wanted to share her thoughts. So we're going to start with that, and then I'll come back in a second to offer a few more remarks as well.
Programming on tribal governance and Indian law issues. I welcome you to follow us along on social media and check out our website for future updates on programming. Today's event examines how tribal gaming revenues are used. One way that tribal gaming is distinct from other types of gaming is that the revenue generated goes directly to sovereign governments rather than corporations. Since the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act was passed in 1988, the revenue generated through tribal gaming has transformed Indian country and has enabled tribes to emerge as national leaders. For tribes, gaming is thus intimately connected to sovereignty. Also joining us today, we are thrilled to have Dean Kevin Washburn, the Dean at University of Iowa College of Law, a preeminent scholar of Indian law and Indian gaming, and former Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs, as our keynote speaker. This will be a great day, and I hope you will all enjoy. Thank you for taking the time to engage with us and participate in these important topics.
Okay, well, again, welcome. And I'm Stewart Chang. I'm the Associate Dean for Academic Affairs right here at UNLV William S. Boyd School of Law. And again, welcome to Jackpot, possibilities of Indian gaming revenue. And first, what I want to do is I want to acknowledge that here at UNLV, our community here at UNLV and at the William S. Boyd School of Law, we want to acknowledge and honor our indigenous communities in this region. and recognize that our university is situated and sits on the traditional homelands of the Nubu and the Southern Paiute people. We want to offer our thanks and gratitude for the land itself, for those who have shepherded and stewarded it for generations, and for our opportunity to study, learn, work, and be in community with this land. And we want to encourage everyone in this space to engage in continued learning, and that's what we've really tried to do, engage in continued learning about the nations, the indigenous people who have lived on this land since time immemorial, including the Las Vegas Paiute tribe and the Moapa Band of Paiutes. And Nevada, furthermore, is home to 28 tribal nations, bands, and colonies, and there are 4 other tribes that do have a presence here in our local Las Vegas itself. And we, as one of the most diverse university communities in the United States, want to be able to continue to foster that diversity by building relationships with the tribal nations, bands, and colonies. Now, for our topic today, so Jackpot, possibilities of Indian gaming revenue. I do want to note that the most recent numbers that were offered by the National Indian Gaming Commission is that 45% of all US gaming revenue comes from tribal gaming. That represents $40.9 billion, a $40.9 billion industry. So in other words, tribal gaming is a huge part of gaming revenue. But more importantly, as Dean Grinvald also noted, is what tribal gaming means for tribal sovereignty, and how Seminole case, the Verona case, and IGRA, the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, has created the ability for tribal nations to gain more self-sufficiency, whereas before, there was a lot of dependency on the United States federal government. What happened with Seminole, Verona, and then IGRA allows tribal nations to then gain their own revenue streams, whereas they aren't able to tax because of other types of limitations federal government has. They are now able to have an entirely new revenue stream that can fund their infrastructures, that can fund their courts, their police, their school systems, their roads, and to sustain tribal governments under their own terms, rather than modeled under what the federal government, US federal government wants to do, and to establish their own gaming commissions as well. So in other words, tribal gaming is a game changer for tribal governance. And the two disciplines in that sense are very intertwined, and that's why we are very proud to have an Indian Nations Gaming and Governance program, very much thanks to the funding that we have had from the San Manuel Band. And indeed, in many ways, we can say that the funding that we got from that has been produced from tribal gaming is indeed a jackpot. But I want to note that it's not a jackpot in the sense that it's like purely based off of chance, purely based off of luck, like you would at a slot machine, like you would at a roulette table, but rather let's think about a jackpot at the poker table, because it took a lot of preparation, took a lot of skill, took about knowing the other people at the table to then, and playing to win to produce this jackpot. And so again, I'm very happy, I'm very proud to welcome you all. Let's look forward to a great series of panels. And now I would like to bring up Professor Danielle Finn, who is the director of our Indian Nations Gaming and Governance Program. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, Mashte. Good morning, everybody. I briefly want to just provide the statement, the mission statement of the Indian Nations Gaming and Governance Program. It is the mission to provide cutting-edge research and training on gaming regulation governance for Indian nations, to prepare Native students to become future leaders, and to educate non-Native students in the legal, political, and cultural context of tribal gaming. The William S. Boyd School of Law is an institution of professional learning dedicated to academic excellence and practical training, and through this program, we are committed to helping tribal nations using gaming to build a stronger future. This is what we have here today with our second annual Symposium, Jackpot, the Possibilities of Indian Gaming Revenue. And I just want to start the day off with gratitude because a lot of people made this day possible. Our panelists, Jean Swift, Liberty Reyes, Rose David, Sean Vasquez, Ken Belmard, Lisa Koopgun, Ray Martin, Paula Hart, Jeffrey Standing Bear, Stephen Rowe Lewis, Crystal Williams, Caleb Dog Eagle, Tracy Burris, Thomas Cunningham, and our moderators, John Tasuda, Kostin Lathoris, and Addie Rolnick. I also want to thank our team of the Indian Nations Gaming and Governance Program. Of course, Dean Leah Chang Grinvald, Dean Stewart Chang, Professor Addie Rolnick, Professor John Tasuda, Jennifer Carlton, Catherine Rand, Steve Light, Sarah Gonzalez, Carissa Browder, Anissa Paleo, Tammy Tiger, Deborah Grove, Tommy Guingo, Tommy, I'm so sorry, Sandra Rodriguez, Juanita Saucedo, Carrie Martinez, Kira Baki, Luis Orantes, and our native students, Selena Stopps, Makai Zuniga, Carla Bywaters. And I also want to thank the tribe, specifically those folks that are here today, Jessica Stopps, Alberto Hasso, Jacob Coyne, and Samuel Tribal Council, all of which their partnership. Without it, we would not be here today. Last but certainly not least, I want to thank my colleague, Stephen Isaacs, who many of you met via email or phone call, and he really helped coordinate a lot of the logistics of the symposium, and I really want to thank him. So with that, I'm very happy to be among the faculty here at the law school, and I really hope that you enjoy our symposium with all of the experts that we have today. I'm so grateful and happy to see you all, so thank you all. We'll have Catherine Rand and Steve Light. Okay, so as a brief introduction to professors, Catherine Rand and Steve Light, they are visiting professors of the Indian Nations Gaming and Governance Program here at the William S. Boyd School of Law, where they teach multiple courses related to tribal gaming law and policy, tribal sports betting, and the role of tribal governments in the American political system. In their prior positions at the University of North Dakota, they co-founded the Institute for the Study of Tribal Gaming Law and Policy as the first academic institute in the United States dedicated to tribal gaming. And recently, each were named Chester Fritz Distinguished Professors, which is the university's highest honor. They have testified before the U.S. Senate Committee of Indian Affairs and co-authored more than 75 publications and 3 books on tribal gaming recognized as standards in the field. So please welcome Professor Catherine Rand and Professor Steve Light.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Danielle. Thank you, Dean Chang. Thanks to the audience. And thanks to the Indian Nations Gaming and Governance Program, the leadership of Boyd School of Law, and of course the San Manuel Band for its generous support. This is such an exciting day, as already has been noted, and we are thrilled and pleased to be able to help kick off this event. I'm Steve, as Danielle said.
And I'm Catherine.
And you are hearing from us here in Minnesota. We are thrilled to be able to participate with you this way. We've enjoyed being on campus as well, teaching the students there. And since we're unable to be there in person today, we're excited to be live with you as the symposium starts. We're so glad that Danielle started out by talking about the mission of the program, as well as Dean Grinvald, because it is a really exciting program, the Indian Nations Gaming and Governance Program. And we're thrilled to be a part of the program as UNLV establishes its preeminence in the field and contributes in so many ways to thinking about tribal gaming business, tribal gaming law, tribal gaming policy. And of course, tribal gaming sits at the intersections of government and business, also of law and public policy, and also critically for us at the intersections of tribal law, federal Indian law and policy, and gaming law. So there's an awful lot going on. And there's nothing that's more exciting for us than helping to teach the next generations of native and non-native leaders in the field and seeing them go off and do fantastic things in the industry, as we've been pleased to do over the last 20 years. And with our own work also helping to do that. So it's so exciting. We have so many terrific experts with us today. So our job is to help kick off the program today, and you'll be hearing from both of us. And to do that, our charge is to help us think a little bit about the nature of revenue and revenue use, and then we'll hear about a tremendous diversity of revenue uses from all of our panelists today.
So I think we need to start with the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, huh, Steve?
Yes, and so in starting out and thinking about tribal gaming revenue use and its sovereign uses, one of the primary ways to enter that conversation is to talk just briefly about the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act of 1988. And the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act of 1988, we can see it as an outgrowth of some important things that tribes were doing in the 70s and 80s to use and leverage bingo operations and gaming in a beginning sort of way to think about economic development. With a couple of big developments that followed that, including the Cabazon case and also Congress in the 1980s taking action, we have the passage of the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. For our purposes, we need to recall the big public policy goals that IGRA has, and then we'll think a little bit about the implications of those together today. Among those goals, primarily, were first and foremost the idea as an outgrowth of tribal sovereignty to promote tribal economic development, tribal self-sufficiency and self-determination, and also to increase government capacity and the strength of tribal governments overall. That's a primary purpose underlying IGRA. A second public policy purpose is to think about the integrity and usage of gaming revenue, the integrity of the games themselves, and to regulate to ensure the legality of gambling operations and gaming overall, as well as to ensure that tribes are the primary beneficiaries of those gaming operations. In other words, to help to secure and ensure tribal interests. And then, of course, what IGRA established through the creation of a brand new federal agency at the time, and also the delegation of roles to the Interior Department as well, primarily, was to establish federal authority and a federal say-so over these new, at the time, tribal gaming operations.
So it's important for us to understand the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act as a compromise, the casino compromise, as we termed it. So as a piece of federal legislation, IGRA reflects compromises among competing government interests, as well as commercial gaming interests. And because it's a federal law that impacts tribal sovereignty is also compromised via the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. So throughout the act itself, we see a rebalancing of state and tribal authority over gaming after the Supreme Court's decision in Cabazon. We see Congress creating a state regulatory role for Class 3 or casino gaming, but limiting the state's regulatory role to Class 3 or casino style gaming. And as Steve mentioned, IGRA asserts federal authority over tribal gaming through the act itself and through the roles of both the newly established National Indian Gaming Commission and the Secretary of the Department of Interior. IGRA also then allowed tribes to conduct more forms of gaming than had previously been legal under federal law, by creating an exception to the federal Johnson Act to allow gaming devices on Indian lands if they complied with IGRA. IGRA assigns regulatory jurisdiction according to the class of gaming, Class 2 bingo or Class 3 casino style. Tribes are the primary regulators of Class 2 or bingo, and the co-regulators with states of Class 3 or casino style gaming. And yet that tribal operation and tribal regulation of gaming is subject to significant federal and possibly state oversight through the compact. So we see both the facilitation of tribal sovereignty with regard to gaming operation and regulation, and the constraints on tribal sovereignty in that same regard, all baked within the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act.
Now, of course, there's so much more that's found within IGRA itself, and then all of the implications and the implementation of IGRA, including through other federal rules and federal statutes, through tribal law, through state law and compacts, et cetera. But among IGRA's core requirements for both Class 2 and Class 3 gaming are just a few key provisions that we want to take note of today because, again, they help us to understand the broad context and enter into our conversation today about tribal gaming revenue use. So among the core requirements that are set forth in the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act include the idea that that gaming operations, if operated by a tribe, must be conducted by an Indian tribe. And we put that term as a term of art in quotation marks because there's a very specific definition for that within in the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act that includes the idea of federally acknowledged or federally recognized tribes. So again, the federal government has a say. Secondly, any tribal gaming operations must be conducted on so-called Indian lands, which has another specific definition and broadly construed. And in a general sense, we can think of it as on or near reservation lands or newly acquired lands that are placed into trust by the federal government. Thirdly, the gaming operations must be conducted within a state that permits such gaming for any purpose by any person. Again, within quotation marks, because that's a part of IGRA, and that requirement then helps to set forth the idea that the state itself will have some say-so under its public policy, under its law, in terms of what's legal within the state, and therefore what a tribe may be able to offer within its gaming operations. Fourthly, and really importantly for us, and part of our conversation today, significant part, the gaming operations must be authorized and enabled under a tribal ordinance. And that tribal ordinance is an exercise, of course, of tribal sovereignty and tribal governance. But as part of that compromise that Catherine mentioned a moment ago, and the compromise of tribal sovereignty, such tribal ordinance provisions must be approved by the National Indian Gaming Commission at the federal level. And then finally, for our purposes today and focusing on Class 3 gaming, casino-style gaming, IGRA also requires the negotiation and approval of a tribal state compact. And that tribal state compact brings the tribe and the state to the table, creates a formal government-to-government agreement. And again, that agreement is subject to federal approval from there.
So as Steve has explained, under the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, Indian gaming is very much government gaming, conducted by and for the benefit of tribal governments. And as we noted, for Class 2 gaming, tribes are the primary regulator. And for Class 3 gaming, tribes have a co-regulatory role with states, depending on the terms of the tribal state compact. But both Class 2 and Class 3 gaming must be conducted under a tribal gaming ordinance that has been approved by the NIGC. And that's what we're going to focus on today, because that's where we see the constraints on tribes' use of net gaming revenue. So as part of the ordinance requirement, the tribal ordinance requirement for both Class 2 and Class 3 gaming, the gaming ordinance must provide that net revenues from any tribal gaming are not to be used for any purposes other than these 5 purposes specified in IGRA. If this provision is not included in the tribal gaming ordinance, then the gaming ordinance may not be approved by the NIGC, and that would undermine the tribe's ability to conduct the gaming at all. So we see again that federal oversight of the tribal exercise of sovereignty. So the 5 permitted purposes that tribes can use their net gaming revenue for include to fund tribal government operations or programs, to provide for the general welfare of the tribe and its members, to promote tribal economic development, to make donations to charitable organizations, and to help fund operations of local government agencies. We can see these spelled out in the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. And again, this is a requirement that the tribes must include in their own gaming ordinances. So let's take a quick look at each of those uses in a little bit more detail to set us up for the interesting panels that we're going to have as the day goes on to give us even more information and detail about these kinds of uses. So these are, as the NIGC terms it, public purpose uses of net gaming revenue. And that makes sense because we know that tribal gaming is tribal government gaming. So the first use, to fund tribal government operations and programs, is exactly how we would expect a government to use its revenue, to fund its own operations and programs. So one example among hundreds is the Tulalip Tribal Police Department and the tribe's enhanced criminal justice system, which is funded through the tribe's gaming revenue, but has also allowed the tribe to expand the exercise of criminal jurisdiction on tribal lands. So we can see tribes investing gaming revenue in those government operations or programs, and by doing so, strengthening their tribal governments, just as IGRA intended. Our second public purpose use of tribal net gaming revenue is to provide for the general welfare of the tribe and its citizens. So one of, again, hundreds of examples is the Chickasaw Child Development Center, built in 2017 through the use of tribal gaming revenue. The development center serves 200 children from infancy to toddler stage, and is a companion to the tribe's award-winning early childhood education center. Our third public purpose use of tribal net gaming revenue is to promote tribal economic development. So here, tribes would use the gaming revenue to reinvest in economic development, whether that is to reinvest in the casino or the casino resort property, or to diversify the tribe's economy. So a great example of this use is the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians' purchase of the Palms Casino Resort in Las Vegas, which expanded and diversified the band's gaming enterprise. Our fourth use is to donate to charitable organizations. Can Do Canines is a nonprofit that provides trained service animals to people with disabilities in Minnesota and Wisconsin. And it is one of the many charitable organizations that is supported by the Shakopee Mdewakanton Sioux community in Minnesota through the investment of that tribe's gaming revenue. And our fifth public purpose use of tribes' net gaming revenue is to help fund operations of local government agencies. In California, the Blue Lake Rancheria has helped to fund the local county sheriff's office in upgrading the communications equipment in their patrol cars. So not only is that indicative of a tribal investment in the local community, but it also can support partnerships between tribes and local government agencies. So those are the 5 public purpose uses of net gaming revenue as specified by IGRA. There is one additional use that IGRA permits tribes to do with their net gaming revenue, and that is to make per capita payments. So a tribe can make per capita payments, that is individual payments to its enrolled citizens from the tribe's net gaming revenue. But IGRA puts some constraints on when tribes are able to do that. First of all, the tribe must have a plan that allocates its gaming revenue to the public purpose uses that we just went through. And that plan has to be reviewed by the Federal Interior Secretary and approved as adequate for the tribe's needs. Additionally, if the tribe elects to make per capita payments, it must ensure that the interests of minors are protected. And of course, any tribal member that receives a per capita payment must pay federal tax on those payments. So in thinking about per capita payments, it's important for us to be aware that a relatively small percentage of tribes with gaming operations have elected to make per capita payments to their enrolled citizens. About a quarter or so of tribes with gaming operations make per capita payments. And among that small, relatively small number of tribes, those per capita payments vary widely. Some tribes make per capita payments of less than $1,000 a year to their members. Others make over $100,000 a year in payments to their members. But most of the tribes that are making per capita payments to their members actually fall on the smaller amount. And here we've got the happy recipient of a check that is just under $1,000 in terms of a per capita payment. Since the pandemic, we have seen some tribes that had been making per capita payments shift away from those payments to need-based payments in order to better serve the needs of their members. And again, most tribes with gaming operations invest all of their net gaming revenue in the public purpose uses that we outlined before.
So with this context in mind from IGRA and categorically thinking about these different uses that are permitted and also then the exercise or implementation of those uses by tribes themselves under their sovereign authority, we thought we would close today, again, as part of setting up this tremendously diverse set of panels and participants and conversation that we'll have today by thinking again about the differences among Indigenous nations as well as the similarities. And so as tribal gaming is now a robust, mature industry, it's at $41 billion in gross gaming revenue, as Dean Chang noted. We're thinking about here over 270 tribes and over 500 gaming operations in 29 states, and at 45% of the total revenue that we see generated by gaming in the United States. So with that in mind, we can draw some generalities, but also keep in mind the specific needs of individual Indigenous nations. And that's where what we've called the spectrum of success comes into play. From these figures here from the National Indian Gaming Commission, they help us to illustrate the idea that not all tribes or their needs are alike. And indeed, also not all gaming operations or the success of those gaming operations are alike. And indeed, then, as we'll see today, the use of gaming revenue differs for tribes as well. What these figures illustrate is that overall, and this has held consistent over time, a majority of, if you look at the figures from left to right, a majority of the gaming revenue is generated by a very small percentage of the tribes. In other words, there is a small percentage of tribes that is very, very successful in their gaming operations based primarily on the old adage of location, 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 as well as their savvy in implementing their operations. But most of the gaming revenue is actually generated by a small number of tribes. If you focus on the other side of the spectrum of success, that means the converse, that a large number of tribal gaming operations actually generates a minority of the gaming revenue. In fact, a very, very large, so a small number of the gaming operations generates a majority of the revenue. So what that U-shape shows is that there's a considerable difference in terms of gaming revenue and gaming success. And indeed, from there, Indigenous nations gaming operations vary, what those look like on the ground, what they're interested in negotiating in tribal compacts, as well as the needs for those Indigenous nations, the services that are in need for their citizens, and their sovereign decisions to allocate revenue. So that spectrum of success tells us that the needs are very, very different. And as we move forward today, we're going to be hearing from a lot of different voices about that.
Right. So as Steve has pointed out, over half of tribal casinos generate only about 5% of the total tribal gaming industry revenue, whereas about 8% of tribal casinos earn over 50% of the revenue. So not only does that indicate that tribes have very varying amounts of gaming revenue to reinvest in those public purposes, but it also suggests that tribes may have very different needs, particularly socioeconomic needs of the tribal government and its members.
So with that, as noted, we're going to be hearing from a diverse set of voices on a wide range of issues, revenue uses, the implementation of IGRA, tribes' own sovereign decisions. There are so many stories to be told, and we've just chosen to share just a few examples with you at the outset to illustrate the general ideas underlying tribal revenue use. We're going to be hearing about some really creative and innovative uses of revenue, some incredibly important uses of revenue for enrolled citizens, and then also thinking a lot along the way about where the future is heading in terms of tribal gaming as well. So we have a great set of panels. The themes for the panels today largely correlate to those categories that we found in IGRA. And we have wonderful speakers to hear from today. So we don't want to take more of your time. We want to get right to the event overall. Catherine and I are thrilled to have had a chance to visit with you today, and we look forward to listening and learning and engaging more throughout today. Thank you very much to everyone there and everyone in our virtual audience. Let's have a great day.
Thank you, Professor Rand and Professor Light. We're just going to take about a 5-minute quick recess, and we'll start with the first panel on philanthropy. So I'll have our panelists start coming down. Thank you.
You have time to take a tiny break.
But we have the same words for like money, lots
Lots of stuff, yeah.
Say,
Okay.
hello.
What's a yeah. Very close. Hot day. Hot day for dad. That's so close. Everything's done.
Grandfather is a
Okay, well, la la, or yeah, I think that's what we say. I feel like we should try to figure out our family tree.
I know.
Right.
My cousins are always
I was just saying that student where I sat my first class of like back in 2012. I'm like, now this is great.
That's a yes. Friend, one of our clients.
But all of us, how did you say that? So I heard it stand. Hakiapi, so it's very close again. Yeah. Yeah, it's relative, just a, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. No, anytime. Let's get on a call. Yeah, absolutely. I can set that up definitely. It is all good. No, but we're definitely. Sure. Are you? What we're doing?
But hey signifies a question. We say hey too. We say
Yeah,
don't get yeah okay. That's how
Yeah,
we say how are you?
yeah, I'll be referring to
Yeah,
my
that's
notes
how
a
we
little
say it,
bit
yeah.
for sure.
I think I'm gonna switch. See whatever.
Yeah. We're doing it too though. We're merging too. Like you said, the women are starting to speak kind of a men crossover.
Yeah, you guys say Hawaii.
March. Okay.
That's good, yes. Okay, awesome.
Except for the break.
I'll text you right now. Okay. Yes, we gotta figure out.
Yeah. Well, we just came out with a couple different resources to go over.
To exist.
Talking about all my hat, but it's really.
Did I do this right?
I added way too much.
Okay, I'm gonna close the door and then I think we'll get started.
This is the first time.
Don't be lying.
Yeah.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm Addie Rolnick. I'm the other director of the program with Danielle, and I'm so excited to have you here. This is our second actual live in-person symposium. Our program started in 2020 in the middle of COVID, so we were doing everything online. I think we're close to mastering the hybrid format, maybe not all the way there, but we are delighted to see everyone who's with us online, and to see especially all of you in the room. So I think that I just want to start this panel by saying that donations to charitable organizations vastly undersells what it is that gaming has done and tribes have done in this area. So our panel instead uses the term philanthropy. And what we want to do on this panel is to think about what tribal nations have been able to do with revenues from gaming in the area of philanthropy, and to connect that to a larger conversation about natives in philanthropy in general. So we are really lucky to have three panelists. So with us online is Jean Swift. Jean is a citizen of the Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Nation and is chief of staff to their tribal council. Sorry, I'm reading the wrong bio. She is a CFO for the tribe right now. She was formerly the tribal council treasurer and the financial advisor to the council, and chaired the housing, finance, and economic development committees. In addition to this work, she has been, among other things, part of the Department of Treasury's Tribal Advisory Committee, which is a congressionally confirmed post, and part of the Leadership Council on the Center for Indian Country Development for the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. So with us in the room, Liberty Reyes, all the way to my left, is chief of staff to the tribal council at the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians all the way on the other coast. Liberty is part of the Shoshone Bannock tribes and Jemez Pueblo. She's previously served as marketing and product marketing and portfolio management for Aristocrat Technologies, and also was the marketing director for Shoshone Bannock tribes and the assistant general manager, where she oversaw 3 casinos there. She's also just retired from 23 years in the National Guard. So that seems highlighted. And then Rose David is the director of Tribal Nations Initiatives at Native Americans in Philanthropy. Rose is Anishinaabe from the Beausoleil First Nation. She has 20 years of experience working with both rural and urban tribal communities in a whole range of areas. So a lot of experiences in program management, grants, technical assistance, working with the relationship between tribes and federal agencies. And then now in her current role at Native Americans in Philanthropy, which she'll talk a bit more about, she is working to create funding opportunities to support healthy and resilient tribal communities and to bring tribal values into philanthropy. So I thought I would start with our 2 tribal representatives. So I'm gonna ask the same question. Liberty, I'll have you go first and then Jean second. So your tribes have been incredibly successful in the area of gaming, and each tribe has a major philanthropic presence. Can you tell us about your tribe's strategy for giving? What are your priorities and values that guide it, and how were those?
Great, thank you for that introduction. And I just want to start by saying it's an honor to be here today to share the strategies of the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians philanthropy program. Today, I will provide a brief history overview of the philanthropy strategy, as well as some examples of the tribe's specific impact. San Manuel today are the descendants of the ancient Madian, whose ancestral territory includes 7.4 million acres in the high desert and the mountain areas of the inland Southern California, as well as San Bernardino Valley. Spanish explorers named them Serrano, meaning Highlander, which is because of their location in when contact first occurred. The people of San Manuel are the Uhabiatang clan, which is one of the clans of the Serrano Indians. From their creation to their first encounters with the Spanish in 1769, they exercised jurisdiction and governance over their ancestral territory. In 1891, the federal government established the San Manuel Reservation by presidential executive order, with 640 acres along the steep foothills of the San Bernardino Mountains. In 1966, the tribe adopted their first governing document called the Articles of Association, where Serrano women led this effort. In the mid-1980s, after many decades of the government's neglect and isolation, the Yuhaviatam began to build their own government. Opportunity to conduct tribal government gaming began with the bingo operation in 1986. It has been a continuous growth opportunity for San Manuel ever since. San Manuel's philanthropic activity started at their creation. The Madiam or Serrano people, known for their hospitality, welcomed visitors of all backgrounds who traveled through their ancestral lands. The Serrano word to greet visitors is Haminat, which was used so much that visitors believed that this was their name. Every visitor was accommodated with food, a place to sleep or rest, and guidance that would help them in their travels. Today, the San Manuel strategic philanthropy and its government reflect that same hospitality. Yawa, which is a Serrano word meaning to act on one's beliefs, is the basis of the tribe's philanthropy. The tribe is fortunate to have so many nonprofit and government agency partners to help address social and economic challenges that face the Inland Empire region of California and Indian country nationally. San Manuel has deep roots in the Inland Empire region and across their 7.4 million acres of ancestral territory. Another belief and value is to care for those who dwell on or visit Serrano ancestral lands. This formed the approach to their philanthropy. Instead of taking a shotgun approach to giving, it was important to focus on the region where San Manuel has direct interest, their ancestral territory. It just so happened that the Inland Empire was also chronically challenged socially and economically. So there was good reason to develop and strengthen partnerships within the region where the tribe's cultural roots are. The tribe is taking a strategic approach in giving, in areas of giving, each are connected with each other. And I'm going to explain those areas right now. There's 4 pillars that guide the tribe's giving priorities and reinforce their values. The first pillar is the education giving pillar. This includes partnerships with local school districts, community colleges, and universities. The tribe's focus is to ensure that they are creating access for students to participate and be successful in the education system. A great example of that is the partnership with UNLV, with the Boyd School of Law and Heroes College of Hospitality. And this is designed to support education in tribal law, gaming, and hospitality. Both partnerships at UNLV are equally important to San Manuel for addressing key issues that benefit our tribal communities. The next pillar is empowering lives. This pillar is focused on uplifting and empowering communities to be self-sufficient. Under this pillar, the tribe focuses on investing in activities that promote economic and community development. This includes building affordable housing, funding homeless programs, and other activities in that area. The next pillar is health. This is a key area of investment. We cannot uplift or educate the community if they are not healthy. Under this pillar, the primary goals are to support programs that provide access to healthcare, mental health, and behavioral health, just to name a few. For example, the tribe invested $25 million in the San Manuel Maternity Pavilion at Loma Linda to provide a key healthcare space and service for new mothers in the community. The final pillar is preserving cultural traditions and empower Indian country. There are many tribes struggling to bring services or develop infrastructure into their communities. There is constant outreach to tribal governments in efforts to leverage our charitable investments to support these communities. For example, the tribe has supported Torres Martinez in procuring and installing power generators for their community space and elder housing. They've also supported the development of the first fire station on the Oglala Sioux Reservation. With that being said, I will provide some examples of how San Manuel's philanthropy has had an impact for specific recipients. Every year, the tribe funds approximately 300 different community partners. This ranges from funding other tribal governments, community nonprofits, schools, universities, etc. In the tribe's Serrano ancestral lands, the tribe has invested $8 million to build Mary's Mercy Center in San Bernardino, This is the only men's transitional living center that focuses on supporting homeless men. This program not only provides housing, but it provides wraparound services to ensure these men are stable and ready to reintegrate themselves into society. Homelessness is a critical issue that is being impacted in the state and region where the tribe resides. San Manuel is also a strong supporter of tribes and is aware of the needs that face them. A recent example is the Iowa Band of Miwok Indians, a federally recognized Indian tribe located in Northern California. This is a tribe that, similar to San Manuel, has a limited reservation land base. Iowa wanted to build shelter housing, build a community space, and a community space for their cultural gatherings and infrastructure on the reservation, but they had no economic resources. So San Manuel funded a capacity building grant to bring on a grant writer so that not only would it be able to directly support their efforts in applying for the federal, state, and private grants, but it will also secure other revenue opportunities for the tribe to come. Additionally, there is a partnership with the University of California, Riverside to create the Native American Students Program. And this is focused on providing educational, cultural, and social support for UC Riverside students, specifically for Native American and Indigenous students. We understand the value of education and the importance of preparing for youth. In closing, there are still too many needs in Indian country that haven't been met. After 500 years of neglect, theft, being placed in isolation, being subjected to policies meant to destroy Indian people, we need to continue to focus on the tribes. Today, less than 1/2 of recognized Indian tribes engage in government gaming, according to NIGC and what we heard earlier today. Although NIGC reports that gaming is nearly $41 billion industry, only a few of those recognized tribes conduct enough gaming to generate the bulk of the revenues. So, as a general rule, 20% of gaming generates 80% of the revenue. In California, there's a unique system of revenue sharing that benefits all recognized tribes. So as an organization, as a tribe, we have an obligation to work with all tribes to protect tribal sovereignty, tribal exclusivity, and tribal gaming rights. To that end, amongst San Manuel's most basic goals is to secure the future for the tribe, including generations of Serrano to follow, and helping others through philanthropy efforts is key to achieving those goals.
Thank you. So Jean, I'm hoping that you'll answer the same question and talk about Mashantucket Pequot's strategy.
Yes, I'm happy to. Good morning, everyone. So, and just before I do that, I just want to mention a little bit and say, Wiki Suk, good day. For those of you who may not be familiar with Mashantucket Pequot, where we're situated, we're one of the Northeast woodland tribes in southeastern Connecticut. Mashantucket means much wooded lands, and Pequot means people of the shallow waters. So we are a coastal tribe, or coastally based between New York and Boston. For those of you who have not ever visited Connecticut in this area, it's absolutely beautiful, but I'm a little biased. We celebrated 40 years of federal recognition just last October, and it's a relatively small tribe, but we try to do what we can in this area to be good neighbors. And that does bring us to the topic of philanthropy and kind of the philosophy that we have embraced, which is that we support, specifically, we make a lot of our support regionally based, but our primary focus, if you will, is first to assist other tribes, Native American organizations, and nonprofits. That's kind of our primary. Then our secondary focus is health-related initiatives, youth programs, education, poverty, alleviating poverty, and veterans programs. And then from the Foxwood side of the house, if you will, that's kind of our overall tribal giving philosophy. And then Foxwoods, as one of the tribal businesses of the Pequot, we have a kind of a separate corporate giving initiatives that we embrace. And typically we seek out partnering with other organizations whose values and missions align with ours. And often the giving opportunities in those partnerships happen more organically. And again, it's focused, at least from the Foxwoods perspective, a little bit more locally and regionally. An example of that is we've had a 25-year partnership with United Way. And with that, we not only do we have the annual United Way giving campaign for employees, but we give to United Way. We encourage volunteerism. We often have our employees and team members volunteer. And one of the specific initiatives within United Way that we've been really proud to support, it's called the Gemma Moran Food Distribution Center. And it supplies numerous food pantries throughout the state. And it's something that we just recently hosted the very first dinner charitable fundraising event at our museum. So I think that maybe, like I said, it's kind of two different umbrellas, if you will, one on the tribal side, one on the Foxwood side, but it's really does have a lot to do with what we value in terms of aligning with our mission and goals.
Thank you. So I want to shift gears a little bit. So we've heard from two different tribes, two sides of the country. I wish we could actually have a much larger and longer panel with multiple tribes here. But I'm only allowed to be a quarter of the conference for this panel. And I hope what strikes me and what I hope strikes you is we're not talking about random gifts to random charities. We're talking about major strategic philanthropic presences. I think particularly in the regions where these tribes are located, their impact is broad, so within Indian country and also outside of it. So Rose, your work is sort of on philanthropy nationally. And so I wanted to ask you, sort of focusing on Indian country priorities, what do you see as the most pressing priorities in Indian country? And how have those changed? How might they change?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. So I'll begin by describing a little bit what Native Americans and philanthropy is. We have our board meeting this week, so unfortunately you're stuck with me, but I'm happy to be here. I haven't been to Vegas in a few years. I'm happy to be back. Brought the wind. It's very windy outside. So Native Americans and philanthropy has been around for 30 years. It began in Minneapolis with something called the Table of Tables. There was a national conference there, and we realized, along with Island Pacificers and Asian Americans, that there wasn't a great representation of Indigenous peoples or Native communities represented out in the world of philanthropy. Thus, NAP was created. So in April of 2024, we're bringing it back to Minneapolis where we started, and we'll be holding our annual conference. We are currently out of in-person registrations, but we have a wait list, and we're also virtual in case you guys want to join. So that is my plug. So NAP really wants to promote equitable and effective philanthropy in Native communities. Like I said, we've had more than a 30-year presence in the field, and work closely with several communities of stakeholders, Native philanthropists, foundations, and really working up on lifting up voices and power in the philanthropy sector. We really embrace the 5 R's of Indigenous philanthropy by the international funders for Indigenous peoples, which is respect, reciprocity, responsibility, and relationships, and redistribution. So before I go into what the Tribal Nations Initiative is, I would like to very much like to thank and express our gratitude for the Salmon Well and their support of this work. It started in 2021, and I'm so happy to actually meet Salmon Well squad for the first time here. So it's just been great so far this morning. So in 2021, which is when I started, I'm a recovering government employee for a couple of years. I've worked everywhere across from AmeriCorps to EPA to DOJ. I've dabbled in everything from substance abuse and mental health over to educational priorities and also environmental justice. Come from a small nation in Ontario, Canada, Chimnasing or Coastal First Nation out there. but reside in Washington, DC. My parents have a long and storied love story from Canada, the United States, spanning about 55 years this March. So it's great. So again, T and I are the Tribal Nations Initiative was started in 2021. We wanted to build a bigger and more inclusive space, our circle in our work, that really outline the important contributions of our tribal governments. It's a new national platform for tribal leaders and staff to strategically engage with philanthropy around the priorities that matter to tribal governments and communities they serve. So how did we get to our priorities? Again, shout out to Sam and Well. We conducted a series of listening sessions across the nation in our 6 regions. We engaged different tribal leaders to help lead that, different foundations to help lead that work as well. Chief Standing Bear was involved in that as well, Sam and Well, along with many others. So we conducted an online survey as well about what the priorities were, what the challenges were, what the barriers are, and also what the successes are. I think coming from a deficit-based place is not a place that we want to come from. We want to come from successes, innovation, and building infrastructure and capacity. So we just released this report in November of 2023. We are still working on releasing regional data that I think will be really helpful for tribal leaders, communities, tribal foundations to have that pull-out sheet to take with them to whoever they want to work with, locally, regionally, or nationally at that point. So we had more than 500 individuals, including 25 tribal leaders, representing 92 federally and non-federally recognized tribal nations take our survey. From that, we garnered 5 top priorities, which should come as no surprise, but the top one being education. The second one, language, culture, and arts. Economic and workforce development as the third. Environmental stewardship, and then the 5th one, housing. And so this report also described tribal leader insights about how philanthropy can build trust-based relationships and partnerships more intentionally and more sustainability within Native communities. Tribal leaders highlighted past challenges with philanthropy and described those opportunities for philanthropy to move forward in a more effective way. So some of the challenges that were identified were tribal nations and Native communities have varying levels of experience with philanthropic funding. The second is there's a long-standing disconnect between philanthropy and Native communities that necessitates a shift in approach. One piece of our work is that we do an Indigenous work group with the Early Childhood Funders Collaborative, and they have 55 funders that they work with. And so we're taking them on a journey and arc of learning to really assess where they are as an organization, but also individually, so that they may begin their relationship or continue in a better way with the foundations and communities they are working with. The funding processes used by philanthropic foundations are complicated and often require significant staff resources. Funding awards are often too small, too prescriptive, and too short-term to affect meaningful change in communities. And that also goes, just standard with government grants, foundation grants, and I'll just say that maybe you guys have heard this term before, but less than 1% of all philanthropic funding goes out to Native communities. We really want to turn that on its face and turn that around, and I think we're doing some good work out there. And then tribal leaders also describe several key opportunities for reframing the practice of philanthropy. Can engage and empower Native communities to address their priorities and build their capacity. Can address inequities in issue framing, representation, and power dynamics. And build trust-based and collaborative relationships with Native communities to learn together and co-design programs. So not being prescriptive, not making applications extremely burdensome or having those administrative barriers included within those. And how can it define successful and sustainable change by drawing on funding to support long-term change? So going into a little bit of the work that we're doing now or that we're looking to do. So we've really tried to invest in capacity building and infrastructure building. We've done that with USET. by building with them the training and technical assistance for IRA funding, and really explaining that complicated process so that more funding can get out in the field where it belongs. We are working with the Native American Rights Fund on a co-management land stewardship initiative. And we are also working with the Wilderness Society on building a learning cohort to get more people out there in the conservation indigenous sector. We are also working with the Intertribal Buffalo Council to work on buffalo restoration. So that's some of the work we're currently doing or we're looking forward to doing at this point. I work with Eric Stegman, our CEO, on public-private partnerships. And so we can do a couple of different initiatives under that. We helped stand up the Office of Strategic Partnerships within the Department of Interior. We feel that over the past couple of years, we've had a unique opportunity to capitalize on the key players within the administration that we have. So what the Office of Strategic Partnerships will do is look across all of the federal landscape to see where we can find those partnerships, those grants where maybe we can decrease those administrative burdens, and also just build partnerships and more collaboration across that. And so OSP is really focusing on the tribally led projects with a focus on conservation, education, and economic development. So what we do a little bit more internally is that we are readjusting and revising our Tribal Philanthropy Coalition. And we're bringing everybody back together in April 2024 at our conference. And we are looking to bring tribal nations with tribal giving programs, tribally led foundations together to really learn from each other, help lift up those voices and bring everybody together so that other folks who are interested in doing these types of things can learn and build those processes up in a good way. Over the past couple of years, we've had a 3-year partnership with the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation and doing the America the Beautiful Challenge. So NAP has created the Tribal Nations Climate and Conservation Collaborative. And over the past couple of years, we have raised over $105 million within that collaborative. And within that, we were granted in 2023 $2.64 million to tribally led conservation projects. And we've also, in this year so far, we've done $1.72 million out in 2024 thus far. So all great news. So with the NIFWIF challenge and our conservation collaborative, the pooled fund of that portion goes to paying for the match requirement for those grants, those tribally led grants that are applying. So we've seen an exponential increase in the number of tribes that are applying for those grants. And also awarded. So in 2023, 21 tribal grants were awarded for a total of $50 million, which is incredible. We look forward to continuing that this year. And just remembered I'll be reviewing grants in April at the same time of our conference, but no problem. So along with the public-private partnerships and the climate and conservation, we're really looking at building up our data sovereignty network. The Tribal Philanthropy Coalition. We have the Native Youth Grant Makers who are from 18 to 24. We are in our second cohort, and that is really having NAP members and employees mentor those folks and to what Native philanthropy or Indigenous philanthropy means, and also create the next leaders in philanthropy out there, which is awesome. I particularly work on the Tribal Early Learning Initiative, which is working with the Administration for Children and Families, and 8 tribal grantees who have signed up to work with us. And we work to do communications for them, also provide supplemental grant funding to fill in those gaps. And just want to bring together some recent resources that we've put out in the past couple of months that may be of interest to anybody. Like I said, Data Sovereignty Network. We just released the 2024 Indigenous Philanthropic Professionals Report, which really gives a great representation of the philanthropic sector and the Indigenous folks that are involved within it. And also Indigenous centered, inspiring equity and accountability for Native American communities with foundations. So along with the Tribal Nations Listening Session report, these are a few resources that I highly suggest looking into in case you're more curious about philanthropy and what we do. And otherwise, I think I may have gone past my 10 minutes, but we got our hands, I can keep talking. We got our hands in a little bit of everything, so.
Thank you. This has been
Yeah.
great. So this is how this is going to work. I like a round table. I wanted them to tell you a bit about each of their work. I have a few follow-up questions that I'll ask of all the panelists, and we'll let them give brief answers to those. And then I'll cut myself off at some point with my questions. And I hope you are thinking of questions that you all may have to ask. So the first question is sort of general and the rest of them are more specific. So you've all touched on this a bit, but I just wanted to give you a chance to follow up and see if you wanted to add anything. So the world of philanthropy has been mainly characterized by private funders that are foundations connected to wealthy white families and businesses historically, and they've long driven national priorities. Tribes are not, of course, new to the idea of giving and helping the community, but they're relative newcomers to the national philanthropy scene. So I wanted to ask what you think makes tribal philanthropy different from sort of what we might think of as historically mainstream philanthropy. So I thought we'd start with Jean this time, and then Rose and Liberty, just mix it up.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. That's a wonderful question because we do need to differentiate.
Hold on, Jean, we can't hear you. We have to figure, are you on mute?
No.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, very good. What I was saying is that we do need to differentiate ourselves from the perspective that we are tribal people. We're here and will prayerfully always be here. And I think that in that, it has to always, the giving that we do and the example that we provide should be commensurate with our values. And I think to a huge degree, our values collectively as Native people is one of stewardship. And that is that it's not so much a matter of owning and possessing, but more of sharing and shepherding resources for the benefit of many and for future generations. And so I think that philosophy should set us apart. I think it's very important that we make our priorities to other tribes and to tribal or Indian organizations and their causes. So those are perpetuated and lifted up. And that we also work to more even on an individual level, that if tribal people could be individual givers as well, and not just the tribes themselves, I think that says a lot about who we are.
Rose, I said next, right?
Oh.
Just keep you on your toes.
I mean, I echo what Jean has said, exponentially. I mean, we are the first philanthropists. We'll always be the philanthropist. It's really about creating that sustainability, being able to do that stewardship and creating that holistic values within communities. And really just the generations that are coming up to create those long-term programs and planning and economic development, but also workforce development within that and creating that infrastructure and capacity.
I would agree that the main difference is values versus shareholders. Tribes are accountable to their people, and they know that the work that they do is for generations to come. So I think the main difference is really not, thinking about how it benefits others, but how it benefits the tribes and can, continue that on for years to come.
Okay, thank you. So Rose, when you were talking earlier, I think what struck me in listening to the work that you do is I think of tribes in Indian country more broadly sort of as beneficiaries of funding, but then also as funders. So the first specific question I have is really thinking about tribes and Native people as beneficiaries. And what I heard you say is, if we think about the field of philanthropy and even federal funding generally, Indian country has not gotten much. So they've not, philanthropy is not a field that has really been benefiting Indian country. And when I heard Jean and Liberty, both of you speak about some of the funding that Sam Manuel and that Mashantucket Pequot have done, you talked about funding of other tribes and of Indian country initiatives. So I wanted to just ask you to speak a little bit more specifically and maybe give some examples. What I'm thinking of is this is a place in which we see if a small number of gaming tribes are actually bringing in most of the revenue, we're actually seeing the benefits of gaming redistributed across Indian country in a way that I think dwarfs, I mean, I don't have the numbers, but I'm guessing it dwarfs what the federal government and what private funders have done for Indian country. So if you could talk about whatever examples you'd like to talk about when it comes to funding Native initiatives, Indian country, or other tribes. Liberty, want to start?
Just so I understand the question, you're asking how additional
How has Sam and Well funded either other tribes or Indian country or Native people initiatives in a way that helps redistribute the benefits of gaming kind of across Indian country?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, in the information that you shared, there were several examples of how the tribe prioritizes Native organizations, Native tribes, and really takes the time to understand what are those needs that are out there, what's really going to benefit and drive the long-term sustainability that's going to last beyond a simple donation. And so there's different methods and processes in place that the philanthropy team uses to connect with those tribes and to see the overall need. You know, we talked a lot about the Salmon Well contributing in the local area, but that's just a small portion because over the last, 30 years, it's been since they've had gaming, that's really been a focus, is ensuring that their community is taken care of. But in addition to that, there's also that other arm of Native communities and the priorities that help with that. So I think, from restoring traditional homes in New Mexico to building the fire stations in South Dakota to helping local northern tribes, those are some different ways. And I think the challenge really comes down to, tribes are always going to help each other. That's nature of our people. But the challenge is who else can help? Who can others do that part? We talk about the federal government, private sectors, and that's really where I think, tribes can take the lead in saying, here's how we do it, here's what we need. But there definitely has to be some equity in that from other governments.
Jean, thank you.
I apologize, my internet connection seems to be a little unstable, but hopefully you can hear me okay. So we do, likewise, we do support many of the Native American organizations, in particular, over the years, NARF, USET, NAFOA, NCAI. It's kind of the alphabet soup. We regularly and consistently give and believe in the mission of many of these organizations listed and more. Several years ago, when the Smithsonian launched the Native American Museum, which we believe tells our collective story of Indian country, we gave a $10 million donation to sustain that museum and to be held as part of their endowment. We also believe very strongly in sharing knowledge. So it's not just the financial resources that we have available and that that's the heart, of course, of philanthropy, but also we've often invited tribes when we've learned about whether it be new programs or perhaps tribes that might be new to gaming, to try to show them some of the lessons learned, some of our mistakes as well. So hopefully they can avoid some of those pitfalls. So we think that philanthropic spirit is starts financially, but it goes beyond that. And from the standpoint that we want to see others succeed. And so if we can share knowledge and other resources, that we're committed to doing that as well.
And so in thinking about, I think, tribes in Indian country as beneficiaries of giving, the theme I took from that is that gaming tribes have really filled a gap that has existed for a long time in terms of Indian country funding. I want to shift gears a little bit and think about tribes as funders, right? So not only beneficiaries of funding, but also as funders. And so I'll give you a two-part question because I think I want to go to audience questions after this. So I wanted to ask, when you think about, so for Jean, and for Liberty, your giving that you've experienced from the tribes where you work. And then Rose, I think more generally, first of all, what's an example that you'd like to highlight about how tribal philanthropy has had an impact? And that doesn't have to be within Indian country specifically, it can be. And so maybe made a change in policy or in the direction of something. And then are there areas that you would like to see tribes play a more active or a leading role? So you've all touched on this, but the idea that tribes can move first and lead other funders in a certain direction. So are there issues that you think the tribes should get more involved in to kind of direct efforts? So who wants to start on this? Rose, we haven't started with you.
Sure,
I'll start.
Can we run by it one more time?
So two parts. So
Yeah.
again, thinking of tribes as funders, two-part question. First part, what's an example of an impact that tribes as funders have already had? Think of anything you want. And then two, what areas would you like to see tribes take a lead or active role in the future? So are there issues or problems that you think tribal giving could lead others?
Sure, absolutely. Again, I'll go back to, Sam and Well and the funding of the Tribal Nations Initiative here and really creating that space to uplift those voices and to bring these foundations together so other communities can learn what that looks like, and we can bring more folks to the table on this to hear more views and representation on that. What I think for the future, I think that really kicking off of taking out the match requirement has really opened up a lot of doors. I don't believe that tribes should have to pay a match requirement. We're on a nation to nation basis here. And I really hope that more infrastructure and capacity building and general dollars get out to tribal communities so that it is less prescriptive and that tribes are the best purveyors of what they know that they need in their communities, and we cannot be prescriptive to that. So I really hope that people look at more of the capacity building and infrastructure building. And also, hope for the future is really getting out, besides direct funds, and really just moving more towards more nations and really connecting more nations together in philanthropy and foundations and building and nation building and what that looks like together. And those are my hopes for the future, and also bringing that tribal philanthropy coalition together and all the varying networks that we really have to do maybe some co-management, land stewardship, land back or land forward.
Liberty.
Yeah, I think those are all really great points. And one of the things that was mentioned earlier that I think we didn't touch on as much was just that Jean had mentioned the other ways of giving. So education, knowledge sharing. I know that there's a lot of activity that happens, from San Manuel in those areas, and sharing locally and also with other tribes, opening the door for the conversations to be able to educate and teach others about, some of the areas of success that have been helpful for San Manuel, and they have the opportunity to provide that and create those synergies amongst tribes by sponsoring and hosting events that may have a broader impact in just the relationship building of those tribal leaders or organizations, so that they can begin to network with each other and share knowledge, because oftentimes people don't know what's happening. Tribes may not know that there's opportunities out there for them to get funds from other tribes, and that they have a different pathway that may be less complicated than going through a grant or trying to match or trying to justify. And so I think that that's really an important aspect of, how the future can look and some of the areas that San Manuel has been able to contribute to.
Thank you. Jean.
So I do think that, of course, environmental and humanitarian issues should always be at the forefront. Like that's just who we are. And I think that those are areas of giving. I do think that tribes can maybe creatively look at ways, even outside of lobbyist efforts, to promote tribal parity and tribal sovereignty. And I say that because I'll just use one example, the matter of dual taxation. I don't know how many of you are familiar with it, but when I was on the TTAC, I was fortunate enough to work with Treasurer Linda Lerba and others on authoring a paper on dual taxation in Indian country and how it hurts us. It hurts us significantly from an economic standpoint. And I think it's an illustration of disparity towards Native Americans, because the dollars on that should be kept on reservation are going to states or other jurisdictions, because essentially the other municipalities, other jurisdictions, other taxing jurisdictions are kind of reaching their arm across reservation borders and taxing our businesses or our tenants' businesses. And because of that, if you think about it, the implication means that we have less dollars for philanthropy or for our people. And so if we could somehow find ways to, again, creatively, even outside of the lobbyist effort, support organizations that promote tribal sovereignty, tribal tax sovereignty, debt relief, and all these other issues that help tribes to be economically strong and to stay financially sustainable. I think that that's really an important, almost more proactive stance that we can take, and that maybe we should start to consider more of.
Thank you. So at this point, I'm kind of in charge of time. I want to open it up for questions, and we have a pretty big audience online, so I will try to read and manage those questions as they come in. Questions or comments, I'll start with people in the room. Since we're the morning panel, you can also have comments, not just questions. Yeah, John.
Everybody else does, I'll take it. So I would like to ask a question that's a little more hard-edged. And particularly coming out of tribal gaming, through many years, 30 years plus now of tribal gaming, sometimes the relationships with local communities, particularly local governments and state governments, has been difficult. But one of the avenues, it seems to me like, and I'd like to hear just some thoughts from you guys and how it's worked for your tribes. One of the ways that tribes have sort of been able to broach or kind of pierce through this difficult relationship was through donations to the local communities, firehouses, et cetera, police officers, et cetera. And I think that's been actually, not just the goodness of charitable giving, but also an effective tool to establish communication with local governments that otherwise have been very difficult. I think it'd be nice to hear some thoughts on that.
You're looking at me, so. No, I think that, Salmon Wild does have some really strong relationships with the local community. And, it hasn't always been that way, but the partnership that stems from that relationship and communication, can lead to stronger partnerships, which in turn benefit, identify some of the needs that are immediate to the community that affects their people, the people that live on the reservation that are around the area. And so that's where I think those partnerships and opportunities to give back and to help, in some of these areas, like the police department, some of the stuff that they might need that maybe is not a part of their budgets, but, is possibly something that could be, augmented, I guess, by some funding that helps, the broader community. It may benefit San Manuel, but also it's going to benefit a larger area. So I do think that, to your point, there are some benefits that happen over time, but I think starting with the partnerships and ensuring that, there is a strong partnership there, is where it grows from.
I know it. Yes, at Mashantucket we do.
We can't hear you again.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So at Mashantucket, we do strive to create mutual aid agreements with the local municipalities. It's something that's really important to us for both from the police and fire standpoint. We for years, we try to maintain good relationships with our community. I know maybe San Manuel can relate to this, but sometimes there's tensions with local municipalities because there's envy of the casino and what that brings. And sometimes you're viewed through a different lens. It's not always that necessarily your neighbors want to be neighborly with you. So we make it a priority that we do our best to show ourselves as good neighbors. Not too long ago, we donated one of our fire trucks that was being replaced, that was still in good condition, to one of the municipalities that really needed it. And so that was well received. And, you know, again, we try to foster those relationships over time.
We hear it from both sides, from the funders. How do we build those relationships? How do we get started? You know, we do a lot of education, one-on-ones, training. Eventually, we'll have a Tinder matchmaking service between funders and travel communities so that they can best work together. But we're not going to leave folks high and dry. You know, we come in from a funder's perspective, and then also from the travel perspectives, and mostly we hear about it from environmental issues that are going on, but really, you know, taking that time to build those relationships. And it takes a long time, you know, it's been hit or miss with some funders working with travel folks, and then travel folks working also, you know, the historical nature of those relationships of being local and state. So.
Other questions? Yeah.
We know that some of the tribes that are most in need don't have the capacity to go through like a lot of this grant process. How do you work with those tribes to make it a little more specific and tailored to tribes' needs are?
We are not a direct funder, so we don't. Yeah, I think it was.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're referring to tribes that are requesting funds?
But tribes requesting funds that maybe don't always have the capacity, they don't like the funding is there, you know, but it's just like, oh, we have to go through all this paperwork. We have that a lot with state funding that we're trying to give to.
Yeah, I think at least for us, it's, you know, working through the philanthropy team. They help to alleviate a lot of the administrative tasks that may come from a tribe not having resources. And as you mentioned earlier, you know, there is looking at some of those tribes that may have greater needs that direct funding requests might not meet, and building that capacity through looking at ways of creating positions that that FMLO can sponsor, such as a grant writer, so that down the road, those are areas that that tribe is actually able to do long term. But for internally, for the processes and requests that come through, our team will walk everyone through that and ensure that they're being able to have that administrative support.
G, do you want to add on this question?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, could you repeat the question? I wasn't able to hear it since it was from the floor.
So tell me if I get this wrong, Tammy, but in particular with tribes that are smaller and maybe don't have the resources to walk through all of the hoops associated with applying for funding, so maybe don't have grant writers on staff and don't have the infrastructure, how do you interface with those tribes? How are there ways to make it easier for them to get funding?
So I would say that in our case, if a tribe in that situation were to reach out to us and specifically ask for some assistance, we would lend one of our grant writers, or we would maybe perhaps just meet with them and help to try to guide them through the process. And we've had those kind of outreaches in the past, and I know that we have actually been able to do things like that.
And one of the themes I sort of heard in all of your remarks earlier was this, other sources of funding just tend to be so hard. I know particularly federal grants, like they're very targeted. And I know on the need end, the need is generally for long-term flexible funding that isn't hard to get. And that generally doesn't match the way most funders work, but it does seem to match a lot more what we're hearing. So there's a question online. How do you have a healthy balance between helping other tribes and prioritizing their needs over that of the general public or local municipalities? Do you want me to put it back up again so you can see it? Yeah.
I think it's a matter of priority, and for us, our priority is other tribes first, other tribes in Indian country. But of course, you know, our own community, local community is right there, and so the need is often very apparent. So we find it's a delicate balance, but the priority for us is Indian country first.
I would agree that that's the same thought process, and you know, helping to prioritize really comes down to how does it fit into the strategy and the pillars that have been established, so that there is some, you know, alignment there, but definitely prioritizing trends.
Amy, yes.
Can I just follow up on that question? And that's when you're helping in Indian country with other tribes, for example, do you tend to look to your neighbors, or is it more nationwide? Or is it more focused on your, you know, your priorities? Or is it trying to help your neighbors? I mean, give me a sense of that.
It's both. So that, again, you know, there's many requests that are received every year, and there's needs across all nations. And I think, you know, like I mentioned before, since there's been so much work in the local area, there seems to be a good, at least balance of knowledge of what might be coming the way. And so there's more opportunity to look at some of those new requests from outside of the area, but definitely national and local are still a part of that process.
Jean.
I would agree with that approach. We actually do, we have a donation kind of sponsorship request form that we ask people to complete if it's, you know, particularly if it's, you know, a meaningful donation or substantial donation that they're looking for. And so our team is able to kind of evaluate that against our primary and secondary focus areas. And then, you know, we actually budget our giving as well. It's part of our tribal government plan, if you will. So I think that, you know, shows intentionality. It shows good stewardship. So it's a part of that process.
Any other, yeah, Kristen.
Thank you. So a quick shout out to Sam and Will. I'm waving in. You guys have been so wonderful to us. And one of the examples is you donated to our language preservation program. And so having that generosity to another tribe is just really neat. We really do appreciate it. The question that I would have is, have you ever experienced maybe local governments or states, for example, demanding that the tribe give? Because to give is wonderful, but have you ever had an experience where it was demanded or expected, and how have you addressed that?
And I just repeat this for Jean, because I think it's hard for her to hear the floor questions. So the question is about whether you've had an experience where the local government, in particular the local communities, are sort of demanding that the tribe give, as opposed to it being a process by which the tribe chooses to give.
We haven't seen that I can think of a case like that. One of the things, so we do have a form of forced giving, if you will, and I call it that kind of tongue in cheek, because some of when we first made our agreements with the state to be able to set up our casino, there's something known as the Pequot Mohegan Fund. And so a portion of our slot revenues, the top line slot revenues, are contributed, collected as fees or a form of taxes, if you will, to the state of Connecticut. And a portion of it goes to local municipalities. It's pretty substantial what they get. So they get that from, with the state being kind of the conduit. But then there's sometimes maybe local ask as well, but that's more at a nonprofit, more community level, and not necessarily at the municipal level, because of the fact that they do receive annual funding indirectly from us.
And just a follow-up question there, Jean, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding it right. So I was doing some pre-research on Pequot's giving and I ran into that. The state is the decision maker there, right? So the fund is under the state. The tribe is not deciding who to fund there, right?
Correct, correct.
Thanks. Liberty Trust.
To answer your question, I'm not aware of a direct request or, demand from the local government or state government. I would say that, there is a strong partnership, and because Salmon Wall borders an urban area and there's a lot of local neighbors and, different counties, or maybe not counties, but different areas that fall under there as far as a governmental department goes, that those requests do come through, and we generally will at this point know that they go to philanthropy, and the tribe also does an annual award ceremony where they highlight some of the partnerships and giving that has been done to recognize some of those organizations, especially the native ones. And so I think there's a balance of, demand versus, gratitude. I think there's a lot of thankfulness within the region for the money and gifts that the tribe has given. And so if there ever came that point where there's a demand, I think it would be more of a political nature versus a simple request.
Okay, so we are at the end of our time. I guess I thought I'd just wrap up by saying, first of all, thank you. So this is a great opening panel. I know that when we do the work that we do in the program, one of the themes that comes up over and over again is sort of thinking about, we're a law school, so we think about gaming law and regulation, but about how tribal gaming is different. And so I really hope that by starting with this question of using revenue for philanthropy, we've been able to highlight some of that and to think beyond just the context of just the law of gaming. So you guys have been amazing to hear from. I really appreciate you starting out this conversation, and I appreciate the audience engagement and our trusty IT team for adjusting the volume back and forth. Jean, thank you for bearing with us. So we're gonna take a break is it 15-minute break? Okay, a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back for our next panel. Thank you. Thank you, Jean.
Thank you.
advise on all aspects of federal Indian law and federal and state matters of interest. Lisa lives in Washington, D.C., serving as the Tulalip federal lobbyist. Lisa meets regularly with members of Congress, engages with federal agencies on a variety of matters, influences issues and legislation, and engages directly with national tribal organizations on national issues. She continues to represent the Tulalip tribe's gaming entities and continues to represent the Tulalip tribe's gaming entities in gaming compact matters. Lisa is an enrolled member of the Moravian of the Thames Delaware Nation and graduated from Seattle University School of Law in 2005. In addition, Lisa was a member of the Canadian basketball national team and played professional basketball in Spain. And finally, on our panel, we have Ray Martin, who is an enrolled member of the Tolowa Dene Nation of California and is of Karuk and Yurok descent. Ray is the tribal staff attorney for the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Tribe of Indians and the attorney general for the Tunica Biloxi Tribe of Louisiana. Ray is a 2018 graduate of Columbia Law School, a 2018 graduate of the University of Amsterdam School of Law, a 2011 graduate of the Harvard Kennedy School, and a 2009 graduate of the University of Southern California. Prior to working as a tribal attorney, Ray worked for former Senator Tom Udall as a staffer on the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs. Ray covered gaming, banking, judicial issues, labor, taxation, and land antitrust. Before law school, Ray worked for the Agua Caliente Band Kuya Indians as a legislative assistant handling government affairs for the tribe. And so with that, I think we could all agree that we have a very qualified panel to discuss economic development. And so with that, we'll move into the first question, which I think is an important question for kind of setting the table for today's discussion. Why is economic development so important for Indian country? And this is open for all panelists.
Well, since I'm on this end, I'll start. I'm going to give the small tribe point of view. Our tribe is we're the original inhabitants of the state of Kansas. We were moved to Oklahoma 150 years ago. Really still haven't got comfortable there yet. So from our perspective, and particularly after COVID, where we got a lot of ARPA money in, what a lot of tribes, particularly like small tribes, we've done a lot of things with our ARPA money. We've created programs, we've bought infrastructure, and at some point when that COVID money is over, we're going to have ways of paying the bills to all these things that we've developed. So what we're trying to do is plan for the day when there's not as much federal money as we've gotten used to these last years. So if you're not getting federal money in, you need money to pay the bills, you have to have economic development outside of what you get from the federal government.
Good afternoon, everyone. For those of you that aren't familiar, I work for the Tulalip tribes. Tulalip is located approximately 35 miles north of Seattle, Washington. Small tribe, land base, 22,000 acres, approximately 5,200 members, and located along the Interstate 5 corridor, the eastern side of the reservation. There's also a fishing tribe. The bottom half of the border is along the Salish Sea, the Puget Sound. Why is economic development important for Tulalip? I think strong tribal government, self-sufficiency to preserve culture, and essentially to provide a better quality of life for their members. Historically, Native communities have had higher poverty rates, higher unemployment rates. This was especially true for Tulalip. I think like most tribes, providing basic job opportunities so families can feed themselves, housing, adequate health care, fulfill all of the services, or provide all the services that have long remained unfilled and promised by the federal government. Essentially, tribes have had to do it themselves. They cannot rely on the government. There's been some grant money, but ultimately it's about being self-determining, which is what EGRA was put in place for. The last point is we do not have a strong taxation base.
That can cut both ways, I think, in terms of deciding to develop, but without that taxation base to grow your economy and provide those services, you've got to find a way to do it elsewhere.
Thank you. And I'd like to follow up on that point real quick. Why does the tribe not have a strong base, a tax base, and is that a similar problem that other tribes face?
Yes, so unfortunately, well, tribes have the sovereign authority to tax. There's no question. Unfortunately, through federal jurisprudence, states may also have that ability to tax, which creates a double taxation scenario. So if a tribe is going to locate a Walmart, for example, on its reservation, and the state decides it's not going to impose its tax on those sales, those transactions, then while the tribe could do it also, nobody's going to shop there if they have to pay a tribal tax and a state tax. So essentially, because of double taxation, tribes are unable to do that. And in order to preempt state tax, essentially you have to bring a lawsuit. It's a fact-specific inquiry about who essentially has preemption under this federal jurisprudence that exists today. And it's a very difficult bar for tribes.
Thank you very much. And Sean, why is tribal economic development so important?
So what's the whole reason for the shooting match, right? Economic development is crucial for tribal nations because it provides a pathway to self-determination, empowerment, self-sufficiency, cultural preservation. It's about providing a way for tribal members to thrive and build generational wealth, right? It can also, if you think about it, help solve some of the social issues, whether it be poverty, unemployment, substance abuse issues that actually really affect our communities. And ultimately, economic development is about creating a virtue cycle of growth and prosperity that can last well into the future.
I would say that, economic development, where we're at right now, tribes needs to be about diversification. Gaming is, as we know it, is going to come to an end soon. I think everybody in this room can see that we're transitioning to a digital world where bricks and mortar are going to take a back seat. And when that happens, you're going to have a few operators, a few tribal operators that can compete on the same level as a Caesars or Wynn or BetMGM, people like that. You'll have Pechanga, Agua, San Manuel, Mohegan. They're going to be able to compete. Others won't. And so, economic development really needs to be about diversification and putting your gaming revenue back into the community in ways that are going to provide jobs, because eventually a lot of gaming facilities are going to be break-even propositions that are just providing employment for tribal members, and the only people who are going to be making money are your IGT and the others who are leasing slot machines.
Thank you very much. And so you speak about diversifying, but one of the historic problems that tribes has had is access to funding or financing.
Yes, access to capital is a huge problem. There are programs out there, like you can go to the Indian Loan Guarantee Program. That's a program that Mo Udall created back in the 1970s that my old boss loved to death and made sure was funded every year. And you can go and the government will give you a loan guarantee for up to 90% of the loan so that the tribe has capital to access their need. To fill their needs. So, one example of that is Picarias Pueblo in New Mexico. They have a small casino. It's maybe 30 machines, probably don't make that much money, but they own a hotel in Santa Fe. And that hotel was acquired via the Indian Loan Guarantee Program. So there are avenues out there. You just have to be creative about them.
Well, there are avenues and there are some solutions. But I'd like to ask about what the benefits of using tribal net gaming revenues for economic development would be compared to other types of funding resources. What types of problems have tribes faced in not having tribal gaming revenues available to them in terms of building up their economies or pursuing economic development? And that's open for the entire panel.
I'll take this one first, I guess. So again, speaking from the small tribe perspective, outside of tribal gaming revenues, we don't have any capital, really. We don't have the kind of capital that you need to invest in other businesses or create other businesses. So small tribes for a long time kind of locked themselves into living under the federal thumb and being dependent on federal monies for their programs. So tribal net revenues gives us the ability to look outside of that box of federal money and make some choices as to sustainable developments that will be there when maybe the federal government.
I think,
Oh, you got a button right there.
The benefits of gaming revenues, I think the biggest thing is there's no restrictions on that money. The money's not encumbered. The tribe can use that money for projects that serve tribal values. For example, maybe they want to build a gathering hall or a museum, something that's non-generating, revenue generating. Sometimes if you were to try to obtain a loan for that, you know, the bank might have an issue with that because it's a non-generating business. While today it is easier, depending on the tribe, to obtain larger loan financing, a lot of times, you know, you need to put up assets for collateral. That can be an issue. Sometimes banks will require you to keep a large amount of cash in reserve and have restrictions on how you can spend that money and how fast you can spend that money. So again, the gaming money, it's unrestricted, essentially. Flip side of that, you know, even if you have gaming money as a tribe, you may want to decide to obtain a loan instead and perhaps keep that gaming money you know, in an account, keep that working for you in another way. I think it just depends on the tribe, how much leverage you have, what you have for collateral, etc. Luckily today, it is much easier to obtain funding now that the larger banks are pretty familiar, but again, there's a lot of restrictions there.
So you mentioned collateral. What types of collateral issues have tribes faced?
A lot of times they don't have collateral, or the collateral could be the land, but it's a difficult process. You have to work with the BIA and the banks to do that. That can sometimes scare banks away. It's not terribly complicated, but it is a process. Or as I said, there simply is no collateral to put up. I think with the gaming facilities, you know, the collateral usually is the revenue itself. And again, a lot of times you have to keep a certain amount perhaps in somewhere else, and you're not able to access that in a way that you want.
Well, and even then, if there's a gaming compact term, it might be hard to get long-term financing.
Yes, if there's a term, absolutely. With us in Washington State, we don't have that issue, and I know that across the country, some tribes are working towards getting the perpetual compacts.
Yeah, I think what makes gaming revenues unique or special, they're a powerful source of revenue because they can be, it's a steady stream of money, revenues. It's not transactionally dependent, it's reoccurring more or less. It is subject to some economic conditions like all consumer discretionary, but it's revenue that can be redeployed in education, healthcare, infrastructure. It's like having a cash cow that keeps giving. But it's not just about the money when it comes to gaming. You have to remember economic opportunities, economic stimulation with the local economies. It's kind of a win-win for both the community and for the tribe. And when it comes to other accesses of capital, whether it be federal grants, you have to compete against other tribes to get that money. That's tough. You have to state your case, which may not always be the strongest. And then when you talk about going to a lender, based on those covenants, it could be terms, or it could be riders in there that dictate how the money is spent. It can be kind of an arduous process. And the beauty of gaming revenue is you're not beholden to any of that. So,
you know, you're not going to be beholden to bondholders. I think that's the biggest thing. You know, you want to expand your facility, you want to do these things. If you're doing it in a big way, you're probably going to have to borrow the money. You're going to have bondholders. You're going to have bond covenants. and you're essentially inviting somebody else into your house to see what you're doing, what you're making. And you know, bondholders, all they want to do is be paid back, and they want to be paid back with interest, obviously. And so they don't care moving forward if you have money for CapEx and different expenses. So, you know, it makes sense if you have the excess gaming funds to deploy them back into your business, whether it's, you know, building on your facility or, you know, entering into another business.
Thank you. And so not all tribes have access to gaming revenue, but for those tribes that do have access to gaming revenue, how has that changed economic development in Indian country?
Well, I'll take that one. I think for us, since that's more or less my job, right? And I should probably define what I do a little bit more succinctly. My job is to make sure that I expand the wealth and resources of the band, period. That is what I have to do. Whether it be creating a sort of sovereign fund at large or creating some sort of corporation that has a good revenue mix cap stack. What I'll say about tribal gaming revenues, especially when it comes to tribes, it allows you to invest in other industries more directly, more that are in line with your historical values, healthcare, hospitality, renewable energy. It also allows us to redeploy those revenues from those other industries much more quickly, healthcare, infrastructure, other essential services, and improve the quality of life for our tribal members in a more direct way without having to pay back our lenders first, you know? And I think that kind of value over time, it just can't be replicated.
I think, you know, it's allowed, I'll use my tribe for an example, you know, to provide an actual social safety net for tribal members and to actually develop tribal members as business people. We're up in the very far north coast of California on the Oregon-California border, extremely isolated. And, you know, sometimes the tribe can be the only source for a small business loan for somebody to buy a fishing boat, you know, things like that. And so that's a way that, you know, that tribe, my tribe at least, has decided to do economic development. And, you know, we're still in a position where, you know, all we have are our casino and our field mart. And, you know, the leadership of our tribes decided to diversify its tribal economy by supporting its members who want to, you know, open their own business.
Yeah, and financial institutions might not be easy to find in a lot of Indian country.
Especially a small market like that. So, you know, the tribe, I think, has done a really good job on that. Other tribes, you know, I've worked for Tunica Biloxi. They produced the movie Wind River. I'm sure most people in this room have seen it. You know, tribes are getting more and more creative, and I think that's a good thing.
The question, how has economic development changed since gaming dollars?
That's correct.
Okay, I guess in addition to expanding gaming facilities, I know from the Toledo tribe's perspective, they've been able to move away from, again, the generating businesses and invest millions of dollars into natural resources, environmental protection efforts. You know, the resource for the Toledo tribes, it's everything to them. So to be able to funnel monies into those types of programs, also funneling gaming revenues into infrastructure throughout the entire reservation, water, sewer, telecommunications, really building on that, which allows additional housing, additional economic, you know, development pursuits in the future. They've really been visionaries and good planners in that respect, investing in that basic infrastructure, which will support a community, homes, etc. I think with their stability, they've been able, and with the backup of the gaming revenues, they've been able to be very selective in how they develop, what proposals they want to entertain. Over the years, starting in the 70s, you know, they would get proposals for an incineration dump or a garbage dump or a NASCAR. And those are sort of high risk activities for the land, for the community members. And they've turned, you know, away a lot of opportunities that might have generated significant revenue. But they did that, you know, because they knew it was the best for the communities, and the gaming monies allow them to do that. They do not have to engage and move forward with high risk activities that doesn't benefit their people and the surrounding communities.
So I think the biggest change I've seen is that not just what the other panelists have talked about, actually brick and mortar and actual businesses, but a view from our communities that we're actual people there in those communities, that we contribute to those communities, that we have a level of business sophistication that allows us to participate not only in our local communities, but within our state. And probably the biggest change I've seen is just the ability for tribes to participate at a different level in the political system. You know, as a lot of these folks do, they actually are in Washington making things happen with the great white fathers. So, you know, they don't extinguish it. So I think having this ability to use our gaming money for that has been incredible for us.
Thank you. And so, just because tribes have had access to gaming revenue, and again, not all tribes do, it hasn't always been easy. What are some obstacles that tribes have faced once they have access to gaming revenue in pursuing economic development? And what recommendations or advice would you have on how to overcome those obstacles?
So gaming obviously can be a lucrative source of revenue, but it's not without its challenges. It's a high stakes game that requires careful planning, strategic investment, and robust regulatory oversight. I think the most important thing tribal leaders should consider, or at least understand, is that gaming isn't a silver bullet. It's not going to help every tribe. There's market factors and conditions, procurement, sourcing capital, all sorts of stuff that goes into that. Labor as well. It's just one piece of the puzzle towards economic sovereignty, right? And I think, as some of my panelists have said, the real key is diversification for long-term financial security. Gaming revenues can also be volatile and subject to economic downturns or regulatory changes. So anytime you're putting all of your eggs into the gaming basket, it's risky business. And there's also a social cost that has to be measured and considered, if not properly managed. You can have outside influences that come in, or you can also have the negative impacts of on the property or the people in your community. I would say, I know this is going to sound kind of wonky. Make a well-reasoned case for your gut feelings and then reason towards truth. That's probably the best way to do it, which is to say, come up with a narrative, find out if it's reasoned and it comes with facts, and then go with your decision making.
I think it's tribes being pit against each other through oversaturation of the market, the sort of free market approach. It seems like several administrations have taken of just allowing tribes to go anywhere they want with gaming. I think that's going to lead to the market being oversaturated. You're going to have tribes that are going to, invest money for years into their facility, build a customer base, do everything the right way, and then somebody's going to apply to put land in a trust from 200, 150 miles away because they like that market too. And you're going to have your market diluted overnight because people want to find a way around ICRA and the two-part determination process and things like that. So I think that's a problem. I think tribes being pit against each other, like what happened in California. You had the biggest operators latch onto a few small tribes, promise them whatever they promised them, and then you had large tribes like Chang, Agua Caliente, San Manuel, and others spend $100 million, more than that, the most expensive referendum in the history of California to stop Vegas from entering California for sports betting. So I think that's probably the biggest thing there, or tribes are going to be pit against each other, whether it's because of outside operators who latch on to in an advantageous situation, or tribes themselves trying to find new markets and stepping on the toes of other tribes where they shouldn't be. Thank you.
I think one of the challenges, at least for the Tulalip tribes, was working with outside jurisdictions. A little bit about Colcita Village. So Colcita Village is a tribal municipality. It is located on the northeast corner of the reservation along I-5. It's approximately 2,000 acres. And that is the tribe's economic engine hub. We have approximately, well, over 150 subtenants there, started with a big box store, Walmart, Home Depot. We have a high-end outlet, a Cabela's, and that area also hosts the larger casino, the Tulalip Resort Casino. We also have an entertainment amphitheater there. So it's a real destination, and it is a separately incorporated tribal municipality. Well, in order to get, you know, all the government services that are necessary for a city, the tribe had, and past leaders had to work with the surrounding jurisdictions, the city of Marysville specifically, which is located directly across I-5. And that was very difficult. The leaders, when I talked to them, I was not, you know, involved in this stuff. This was in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. They said you have to have thick skin. You have to be able to look past the discriminatory attitudes, the racism that would come forward being a border town. City of Marysville, while, you know, this development was not happening on their land, they wanted to control. They wanted to put regulatory provisions in place, for example, to prevent water from coming to the village. The public authority, as an example, the public utility authority was wheeling water through a new construction project to the city of Marysville. And this was in the 80s, and Tulalip said, well, we're gonna, you know, invest in that too, because we want to get water to Colcita Village should we need it someday. And the city of Marysville didn't like that, and it was a big negotiation between PUD and the city of Marysville and Tulalip tribal leaders, and they got through it, and ultimately, you know, they invested a percentage in that water wheeling project. But a lot of issues there, a lot of issues dealing with the county, policing, fire, all of that. So that's for Tulalip and what they were developing and needing to access services outside to bring it onto this area, understanding the vision of having this very large city in the future, had to work with outside agencies, and that was challenging. Again, another challenge, the double taxation issue. You know, if you're going to build something, what should be happening is the government that is providing those services and that infrastructure and allowing that transaction to happen, that's the government that should be getting those taxes. What does that government do? They turn around, they use that to put into additional infrastructure. They use it for maintaining the development, but tribes don't have that. That often goes to another government who's not providing those services. So that's a huge challenge, right? I mean, how is a tribe going to economically develop if they're not realizing those taxes that other governments do? Instead, the tribes has to subsidize those monies, and it's worked out, but it's a tough pill to swallow, and it takes the commitment from the tribal people to to understand that leadership is investing this money for the future, even though we're not realizing the full taxes that we should be realizing.
So I believe the big lesson that we should be looking at right now is, as the gentleman mentioned, gaming is not the silver bullet. Well, I always looked at it as the starter on our economic engine. You know, you look at tulips back in the 1600s when, you know, everybody was wanting to buy tulips, right? You have any kind of industry where you have expansion to an unsustainable amount, you're going to have contraction. So you have to think of that in your long-term strategy. And I know one thing that we're dealing with now in Oklahoma, we have 39 tribes. Most of them have gaming. Oklahoma's a small state. In the county that we're at, we have 5 casinos in a county of 70,000 people. So there's a lot of competition. So that makes us think, what other things can we do economically? We can't put our eggs all in one basket.
And so all the panelists are members of their respective nations. This next question is part of the original question in terms of challenges. Tribes have gaming revenues coming in. They can pursue other opportunities. And it's nice to have that gaming revenue so you're not dependent on somebody else. Have you had any experiences, and you can speak hypothetically so that way you're not talking specifically about your tribes, about tensions within the community, about how far do we go with economic development? And is it at the expense of cultural and traditional preservation? So how do you balance that? Have there been any issues with that?
Okay, so this is actually serendipitous. We just came back from our strategic offsite, right? There's a fundamental tension in this. My tribe does individual distributions, and we also are cultivating this new development or this new investment wing, right? My predecessors of the last 25 years were nascent to anything outside of gaming and real estate, right? When I came on about 4 years ago, it was imperative for me, being that first generation, to come up that experience non-gaming reservation life and post-gaming reservation life. And to be benefited both educationally, you know, by these revenues. I wanted to make sure that we start developing an indirect set of investments and a direct set of investments. That means educating a lot of the people around you, especially a lot of the people that are in power or that have great, tremendous influence, that come to the microphone at tribal meetings, and being patient and hearing out their concerns, and then reiterating what the new lens should be. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25-year cycles, why it's important for them. And then you also have to talk to them on a base where you're talking about their grandkids. In a way, it's a lot like politics, and I'm not in politics, right? But you have to explain what the mission is, what the vision is to get there. It is not easy, especially for tribal elders. I think just like a lot of voters in America, they say, what are you going to do for me now? 1 to 3 years. That's what's important. Or I trust my decision-making better than I trust yours. You have to win them over, and it's not an easy process. It takes time. It takes solid wins, both philosophically, and you've got to have development wins. I think what I try to do as I'm coming more and more into the leadership, and I'm set to be president next year. My whole thing, my whole ambition is to make sure that we have a long lens and a long tail, and that we really, really think about the core questions of what's going to affect us and what's going to matter and resonate as we have a growing tribal base. I think what also needs to be brought to tribal members is they think individual distributions without realizing they have a population growth, and that's naturally going to decline. You also have healthcare costs, since we pay all the healthcare for all of our tribal members. That goes up every year. We've created an economic endowment. We've created a healthcare endowment. All these things need revenue streams. unlike my counterparts in tribal government, because we have 2 branches, they're about allocation. So there's kind of a funny saying, for every dollar that my team makes, tribal government's going to spend $1.25. So I have to keep reiterating to membership, look, we have needs, and I know you guys don't see it, but I'm trying to provide for your kids, your grandkids, and your grandkids. That's that 7th generation mentality, right? That's what I'm out here doing. So it is changing the way people think and using quarterly functions and reporting to start educating and allowing people to ask questions that are important to them and where they should be looking.
And it's open to anybody else in the panel to answer too.
So I think, it's important, and I think I touched on this, is to bring the membership along with you, include them, be transparent. When I think about the development of the village, tribal members played a key role in building the village. We had large contractors that came in. The tribe required them to enter into trade agreements with the tribe, and there were requirements to hire a number of tribal member businesses for those projects, whether it was pulling dirt, leveling land, building foundation, whatever it was, these tribal members were being trained. At that time, there were, we had like a 70% unemployment rate. Today, the unemployment rate is 7%. And a lot of those tribal members that worked in building the village now have their own companies. It spurred a tribal employment rights office construction trade program where tribal members can go into and come out with trades in all of the fields you can think of. We actually serve other Native Americans from other places come in and enter our trades program. We have approximately 250 Taro certified tribal member businesses. So as the reservation is built out today, whether that's new economic development, whether that is tribal member housing through grant programs or any tribal building, tribal member businesses are building that. And so they're not necessarily reliant on the tribe to provide them funding to live. They're providing for themselves. So it was a real effort in making sure that not just the tribe was benefiting and deciding where the money's going to go, but that the tribal members themselves were able to provide for their own families. The village itself employs approximately 500 employees within the village government. We have a telecommunications program department also that has approximately 200 tribal member employees, and there are internship programs through there. So it's really getting them, for Tulalip, it was getting them involved, getting them to buy into what the leadership was doing, and it's been amazing. It really has been amazing, the skill set that's been developed within the tribal community.
Ken, would you like to add on to that?
Well, I kind of lost track of what the question was. But the one thing I wanted to say, as far as what we try to do as development, and an important thing to consider is what we've all heard about these Section 17 corporations. And in Oklahoma, because we're organized under the Oklahoma Indian Welfare Act, we can set up something like a Section 17, but it's really a 503. And I really think before the government figures out how powerful these things are, that what we're trying to do is utilize some of our net gaming revenues to invest in the creation of these type of corporate charter entities. And then those entities can be warehouse 8A businesses. And then we can get into government contracting. And government contracting is not just with the military, right? Any big company that does business with the government, your Walmarts of the world, Boeings, you could be vendors to them. So I think just always looking at what other potential you have out there for business development is something that you have to try to instill in your tribal leadership and in the different agencies that they need to be looking for the next thing. And sometimes the next thing is already there.
Thank you. And that's actually a perfect transition into our next question, which is, how should tribes take gaming revenues and invest in governmental institutional capacity to pursue economic development, whether it's gaming or diversification?
You want to attack it first? It's up to you. I think my answer is going to be short.
Go for it.
Okay, I think if you want buy-in from the membership, then you really need to give people things that are tangible, that they can see, that benefit them directly and immediately now. You know, one of the things my tribe has been very good at is using the tribally owned construction company to build the new housing on the reservation, to build the new tribal administration building, the new tribal court building. If there's work to be done on the casino, that company does it. And I think you need to be able to point to things like that to get the community buy-in, that it's something tangible. But you also need to do whatever we can to keep money in the community, the local community. But yeah, a lot of tribes are poor and impoverished, and every dollar you can keep in the community with your tribal employees or your tribal spouse employees or your local community is going to benefit you exponentially.
Thank you. And in addition to just community buy-in, how do you build up that capacity to grow as a tribe to pursue other opportunities?
I think through pushing education, and it doesn't have to be college, tribal members. It can be trade school. Like I said, we've got a construction company that my tribe has that, has largely been developed by sending people to trade school, welding, different things like that. And so plumbing, electricians, my brother is an electrician that does work for the tribe. I think there are avenues like that to, develop that kind of economic development where you're going to have somebody who will go to trade school and they will stay then in the community forever too. You're going to avoid a brain drain. Like and
I think that's what we're trying to worry about, is the brain drain. Like, how do we keep it going? How do we feel? Thank you. Sean?
So I have to credit my tribal elders for creating our company in the first place. I wasn't old enough. I mean, I'm sure I was walking around and, somewhere on the reservation as they were creating this in the tribal hall. But even creating the articles of incorporation for our tribe and divvying up the core competencies of enterprise and tribal governance is massive. It's not a wholly unique structure in Indian country. Other tribes have done this, not to the extent that we have. And because we're 5 tribal members who sit on the board of the corporation that its whole model is about expanding the wealth and resources of our band, it gives us a unique core competency to allow us to set qualifications, to really invest in people who want to go into enterprise. And it has set us up for a whole lot of success. One of the programs that I was fortunate when I was coming out of undergrad, or actually while I was in undergrad, is we had an intern program. And I think the provenance of this was just job training, right? We just want to get you going. But there wasn't real direction to it per se. You were in, I was doing press reports, there was no follow-up, there was no oversight. You got to pick which position, you got a desk, and there was no real material. When I came back to the tribe, it was my mission statement to go, no, we're going to take this internship program, we're going to pull it out of the casino, we're going to put it here at PDC, we're going to make sure it has purpose and reasoning. We're going to try and get tribal members who are well off right now. We're going to get them in, and we want them to serve in a civic capacity. This is going to act like, its own, selective service. They need to be trained. They need to understand what we do here. They're going to cycle through departments, and we want them to go full time. Furthermore, the second part of that, which we got done this last year, was the leadership development program. Awesome. You came on, you did the work, you signed on, you became a full-time team member. Well, what does that mean? Does that mean we leave you in purgatory now? No. We want you to be a tribal executive, whether it's working with us in one of our businesses or anywhere else in the world. We've invested in you. Tribal government has given you an education, whether it be a 4-year scholarship or a 6-year. We want to keep that core competency here. And I'm not saying you have to spend your whole career here, but you sure as hell have to come back and at least spend 2 years or a year with us to pay back and enrich our community. That's what I'm doing. That's what I hope more people wind up doing. And we'll chart you on a path. We'll continue to invest in you, and we will give you every resource, whether it be our strategic partnerships, our political alliances, or our enterprise, to give you that platform to do so. And I gotta tell you, since we've been doing this for over 1.5 years, this second tier off the intern program, we have seen a robust program and bringing in talented people who are tribal members who otherwise would not have come back, who live all over the country, but have come back with this selective service and have chosen to give back to their community, who has given so much to them, especially while we have the means to do so in this first generation. It is pivotal and vital for the long-term well-being of our community to have that.
Thank you, Sean. Lisa, Ken?
What was the question? We were talking about that.
No, that's all right. Yeah, that's the best part about these, getting to meet each other, talk with each other. The question is, what recommendations or advice do you have to tribes on how to build up governmental or institutional capacity so they can pursue further economic development?
I mean, I think,
How do tribes invest in themselves?
I think that's individual for each tribe. I mean, it's going to depend on the tribe's location, their values, what their constitution says. For example, you know, it's tribal specific. I think that just generally speaking, it's important to be able to focus on economic development and not have the distractions that come with being tribal council leaders. I think that that's helpful. You can do that in, you know, whether it's a Section 17, separate tribal corporate arm, do something like the Tulalip tribes did with the development of the municipality. And I think it's also important to have consistency. So how you obtain that, I'm not sure. You know, you might have leadership that wants to develop in one way, but if the leadership isn't, say, on the Section 17 making those decisions, how does that work? When the elected leadership is the ones ultimately that are they're in charge of the people in the community. So those are challenges. I don't know. I think it's individual, and each tribe just has to figure out what will work best for them.
And can you kind of lead this off with talk about Section 17 and 8A?
Yeah, I think the important thing is education within your tribe to get an understanding of what the tribal government should do and what they shouldn't do, and what the business side should do. And I know just my work with little tribes, that's always really hard to do, because you do have the brain drain, and when you can't segment the government side from the business side, you run into a lot of problems there. You know, I'm always amazed the older I get what Felix Cohen and those guys in the Interior Department did back in the 30s, you know, setting all this up for us. They had an understanding that there needed to be a government side and there needed to be an enterprise side. And I think we should take that as a lesson, that these things do need to be separate, so we could conduct those activities better.
To that point, you know, at the Tulalip tribes, when Tulalip incorporated Pulsita Village, in the village charter, the members of the village council are 3 members of the Tulalip council. And so while the structure was different, it was the same people. Village council meetings are held every Tuesday per the charter. The entire 7 board members generally go down there, but then there are 3 elected leaders that they choose from the council that put on their village hats, and that's when they conduct business. That's not entirely unique, but it's the same leaders. And that's been key for consistency. With the development of the village, I mean, this was a vision that started in the 70s. And, you know, business plans were put in place in the 90s. And it couldn't change, right? You couldn't say, oh, no, I now want this piece of land, this 10 acres to look like this. There had to be a consistent path. And so that's why they did that. And it was it's been very, very successful. So yeah, while you have maybe different legal entities, sometimes it might be useful to have the same people on those, at least until Caleb's circumstance, it was very useful.
Thank you. And so we talked about some of the benefits and challenges and how to build up capacity. Rhea, I would like to go to you first with this question because you brought it up in the very beginning. In terms of future economic development, do you think it is, and I already know the answer to this, continue to focus on gaming or diversifying, and how should tribes consider diversifying?
I've already said this, you know, gaming as we know it is, in my opinion, on its way out. We're going to a digital everything. And so, you know, I think the bigger operators that can compete with your Vegas operators should absolutely do that. I think they have the experience and the budget and things like that they can do that. I think smaller tribes are really going to have to think long and hard about the different enterprises they get into. And, you know, ironically enough, I think some of the smaller tribes are going to be somewhat insulated from the move to digital. You're going to have some casinos that are out in the middle of nowhere that are the only game in town. And so, yes, digital is going to hurt them in some ways. You know, people aren't going to drive over there on a stormy night because they can stay home and play blackjack on their phone with, you know, Pachanga Interactive or whatever. But if it's good weather, they're still going to drive over there. And so I think, you know, councils are going to have really tough decisions. They're going to have, you know, to decide where to cut back. They're going to have the conversation with the membership about investing and what to invest in. And, you know, I don't really have an answer. I would hope that they would, you know, do their due diligence and find good partners for whatever they're going to invest in. I think there are still enough people out there trying to sell tribes magic beans that, you know, tribes can get themselves in trouble. I think we've saw that with cannabis recently. You know, Alturas Rancheria in the northern part of California is a good example. You had that tribe, you know, sold some magic beans on marijuana, and then, you know, the whole operation got shut down and all of their plants they were cultivating were burned because they weren't doing it right. And yeah, so I think that, you know, whatever tribes decide to do, they just need to be careful.
I think that's good advice. Sean?
Okay, so this, yeah, I know I'm gonna repeat some of myself here. When it comes to the decision of whether to specialize in gaming and continue going down that path or to diversify, that's purely about the tribal leaders. And in my mind, whenever it comes to leadership or market performance, that's a function of the risks you choose to take when you decide to take them. But most especially, it's about the risks you choose to avoid. And furthermore, gaming's an important start of that, but it's really just the start to kick off all the other ways you should diversify into your cap stack. And it should be part of a broader strategy that allows you to invest in other means of capital, whether it be partnerships, consumer revenues, political influences. And I strongly believe that the more you do that, you're going to insulate yourself from economic downturns, regulatory changes, pandemics. The best way to predict the future is to create it. And I'll just say, plan wisely, invest strategically, and always keep an eye on the broad picture.
Lisa, I would actually like to turn to you for the next question here. and this is for all the panel as well. What are some ways that tribes have used gaming revenues to diversify their economies? Do you have any favorite examples?
Well, Cool Cedar Village.
I figured it was gonna be that one, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Cool Cedar Village, the development of the village. I've talked about it a little bit. It's unique. It's the only other federal city in the United States besides Washington, DC. And in developing the way that they developed, it ultimately led to a tax compact between the state of Washington and the Tulalip tribes, which was always sort of the plan. We got there, albeit we got there 22 years after the first anchor store came in. Former Assistant Secretary Kevin Washburn actually played an integral role in that. We ultimately had to sue the state of Washington and Snohomish County for the imposition of the taxes that were being collected from the village development. In that effort, we wanted to get the United States on our side in filing suit with us against the state of Washington and Snohomish County. And the United States, while our trustee, had never sort of affirmatively sued on taxes. Reservation border issues, yes, they're out in front. They try to protect tribes in that matter, but never in something like this. We ultimately had to go to Interior. We told them, look, you need a case, you need a good tax case, and we have done everything that the Bracker test tells us that we need to do in order to preempt state taxes. And we said essentially use us for that good case. At that time, the Obama administration was doing a lot of work in this area. And we ultimately had to get Interior on board. Mr. Washburn was the head of that effort. Then we had to get DOJ on board. Ultimately, we sued all together separately within a day the state of Washington and Snohomish County. Post trial settlement, etc. We are now sharing in 50% of the taxes from current businesses and 60% for new businesses. But while that doesn't seem that high, but the fact pattern of our lawsuit was specific to 2,000 acres. That's where the tribe had always owned the land. That's where there was no fee land, no checkerboard status. The tribe had done everything in that area that allowed that economy to thrive. And where it didn't, it paid for those services. So the fact pattern was very good. Ultimately, in the tax settlement, it expanded to the entire reservation and land owned and trust by the tribe outside of the reservation. So once you consider this extra land base that could now be subject to the 50 and 60%, we're approximating 75–80% of the taxes that are coming out of the village. There was approximately $45 million a year that the state of Washington and the county was collecting, yet delivering little to no services to that economy that would allow that transaction to happen. So I think, that's very unique. That's obviously my favorite. And it went beyond that in realizing a tax compact, which was always the original goal of Tulalip.
Thank you.
So the one thing I wanted to say about this, irregardless of what the original question was, so we're a small tribe. They moved us from Kansas. The land they put us on in Oklahoma, they flooded our reservation. So we were kind of left out. But what we were able to do, and throwing props out to Kevin and Paula, we were able to do a two-part determination. So we got a piece of off-reservation land. So that's where our casino is. It was a 21.7 acre plot. And for us, that was survival. For us, that allowed us to basically continue our viability. And with the two-part the one thing that we did, we made a really good partnership with the people in the community and our people in our county that had, you know, they had the opportunity to weigh in against our program, and they were for it. So we were able to get the land in trust, put our facility on it. And so I guess my favorite thing in all our economic development and realizing for us that we're small, we actually bought a cafe in this little town of 208 people. So the town is right outside where we're right on I-35. It's a little town that peaked out in 1927. The cafe was going under, and you can't have a little town without a cafe in Oklahoma. So we were able to use our gaming revenues, acquire that cafe, kept it open, and it's still a viable part of the community. So as far as economic development, I guess the one thing lesson from that is you don't always have to hit a grand slam. You know, sometimes you can lay down some bunts and you can still make some little progress. That'll be bigger in the long term.
Thank you. So I'll say in my capacity, I've had the opportunity to meet a lot of people from different investment firms, private equities, tribal nations, economic development teams. There's a couple examples that stand out in my mind of people who are innovative, and that's, you know, who are my kind of heroes. I'll go right up to Washington. Puyallup, I think Matt Wadwani and what he's doing up there with Rich Abel is truly innovative. They used their gaming revenues from this little casino boat they had in their port to repatriate a bunch of land, put it under fee to trust, restructure it so they can get a government contract for shipping and then private contracts for shipping. And then they also created, I remember this the second day, they took us to a little facility they had on that, which was at the end of the docks, couldn't be bigger than 3 trailers. It was a 4-man team that was essentially cultivating THC, cannabis, marijuana. They were self-packaging it, freezing it, and then shipping it out to their marketplace in Seattle and Portland. And they did it with 4 people. On a net revenue for that thing, I think it was 20 million annually. And I was just like, wow. Not only did they get the shipping ports and the shipping contracts, which is insane, they were able to go into this other industry. Another one was Swinomish and Muckleshoot with their opioid treatment facilities. They inspired us so much that when we went to Ukiah in California, that tribe that had shuffled off of that idea, we decided to get into that opportunity. There were 2 investment firms that I met with last year, people from Stanford, and there was technology-based programs that we were looking at with different VCs, and we're starting to make some seed investments in that area. I can only tell you there is a huge window of opportunity now, and whatever was institutional in terms of the mindset is being redefined right now. And I think the more that we're collaborative with each other in terms of intertribal relationships and investment teams, you're going to see the pie grow so much more. So it's not just a zero-sum game.
I think my favorite example is what the Yurok tribe in Northern California has been able to do with their carbon capture forests and being able to preserve the redwood forest that they've been able to reacquire and provide those credits to polluting companies to, you know, make money, keep the forests, employ tribal members, protect land that has, you know, cultural and traditional value to them. So I think that's probably my favorite example of diversifying economic development in a way that feels very Indian.
I like it. We still have a few minutes left, and so I want to make sure that anybody here who has a question is able to ask a question. Jacob?
Yeah. Something Sean said reminded me of former Senator John Kyle of Arizona when he would say, a penny saved is a congressional oversight. My question for the panel is, the tribes you represent, what's their vision of future economic development? It seems like everything is concentrated around the tribal government sort of owning and controlling all of this development, but is there does your vision include plans for creating a private sector that is driven by tribal members? And if so, what are we doing today to help make that happen?
So that's a great question. Let me just rewind the tape a little bit. My predecessors always thought of investment as being purely owned by the tribe. If we make an investment, we've got to purely fund it, we've got to completely own it, and we've got to entirely run it, right? Even though we don't have the competencies or the experiences to do so. Coming on board, and no offense to anyone, all my colleagues are in their 60s. So it was inherent for me to go, look, guys, we can have passive investments in companies and let that company keep running. We want to invest in companies who have good leadership, who have good core competencies. It's a way of putting our chips into all these different sectors. If they do what they do well, they're going to make us money. We do not have to control it. We just need to collect a check from them. And I think over time, it's starting to go the right way. In terms of investing in a private sector that helps tribal members specifically, we started talking about creating some sort of upcycle, or I guess you would call it an incubation or incubator, right? Kind of like a Y Combinator for different tribal enterprises who are just getting off of the ground. They need a little capital. They need business expertise. They need business relationships. Well, who better than the team that represents them from the tribe, right? We have these business relationships. We have relationships with VCs. We know people who have expertise in technology. We know people who have, easy access to capital who can help them acquire it, or we can self-fund them with, very favorable terms. I think that's probably the new third leg or the third rail that no one's talking about, but I see a lot of opportunity in it, honestly.
Any other questions?
Well, to answer that, we're in Oklahoma, so we're farther behind on a lot of these things, but what we're trying to do, and I'm one of those 60-year-old guys he's talking about. We're trying to find people within our tribe that are smarter than us, that we can kind of tell them about the fact that we need them to take our place. And that's probably the biggest problem we have as a small tribe, is trying to get people, counterparts that are 30 years younger to come through. So we're making a really big push on that.
Mr. Riley, I saw your hand up.
Well, I'm just curious. So the first project that I worked on when I became a uniform law commissioner was updating the Model Tribal Secure Transactions Act to try and create a set of rules that would allow tribes, tribal entities, businesses on tribal land to borrow against collateral. I heard part of the discussion of collateral on my headphones as I was driving in after I got off my 5-minute phone call that took 45 minutes. There seems to be an appetite outside of tribal land, outside of the tribal lands, to lend in, provided that lenders can get the type of security that they're used to getting, and understand the type of recourse that they'll have in the event that that the loan doesn't get paid. And I'm just curious why. The Navajo Nation is the only one, I think, that enacted actual Article 9 of the UCC, which still has a much lighter version of that. But most tribes don't have anything. And the casinos have tables, and they have slot machines, and they have all kinds of hard assets that, unless they're all leased, could be pledged as collateral. We're not talking about pledging the land. We're talking about pledging, chattel assets. Is there a corresponding appetite, among the tribes and nations to try and find external financing opportunities to enable them to bring in capital and to expand their
economic opportunities for their members, for the people living on tribal lands, for this.
I think there is an appetite. It's just struggling to find enough collateral, especially when you're just starting off. That's why some tribes want compacts be in perpetuity so that they can pledge the revenues coming in as that collateral. Otherwise, you do have to get creative and put up assets, which can be quite scary. They can't get the land, but there is that appetite. It's just tricky, especially when we're talking about institutions that were created with the anticipation that we wouldn't still be here, that tribal governments wouldn't still be here. So there's a lot of education efforts. If anybody on the panel wants to add to it, we are running out of time.
Definitely an appetite. For as long as I've worked at Tulalip, they've had a loan in place. They've added on to it. They've renegotiated it. They like having other people's money work for them. And so, yeah, definitely an appetite. It took a lot of years to get there. I've heard stories where tribal leaders would take loan officers, sort of the key folks, down to the smokehouse and educate them, take them to the inner reservation, educate them on who Tulalip was and what these monies meant for the people, for the actual families. And a lot of those relationships enabled Tulalip to get those loans when they didn't have the history with the big lenders. So yeah, it's definitely there.
And I'm gonna have to call it there because we're at time and it's lunch, and I know better than to keep you here for lunch. But thank you very much, everyone on the panel. Thank you, everybody in the audience. Then I'm gonna pause recording.
Thank you, everyone. With a little lunch, we'll get cracking here again. One of the, for me personally, and hopefully for you guys, one of the exciting parts of our symposium this year is our keynote speaker here for lunch. Dean Kevin Washburn, Dean of the University of Iowa College of Law, is an expert on gaming and gambling law, especially on Indian gaming. His articles on Indian gaming have been cited by the U.S. Supreme Court and Courts of Appeal for the 7th, 8th, and 9th circuits. He also co-authored the Indian Gaming chapter in the leading Indian law treatise, Cohen's Handbook of Federal Indian Law, which is also frequently cited by the Supreme Court. Dean Washburn has litigated cases involving Indian gaming as a trial attorney at the U.S. Department of Justice, served as the General Counsel of the National Indian Gaming Commission, which regulates the Indian gaming industry, and has also served as the Senate-confirmed Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs at the U.S. Department of Interior, where amongst other responsibilities, he reviewed tribal gaming compacts. He has also long served on the editorial board for the Gaming Law Review and has testified before Congress on many Indian law matters, not just gaming. I also want to note that consider Kevin a great personal friend. We first found each other when we were both young Oklahoma Indians going to law school at the same time and going to conferences around the country. And even when we first came to DC sort of at the same time without planning it, but when I first came to DC to work at what was then the National Indian Gaming Association, Kevin was joining the NIGC for his time as the general counsel there. And so been friends for a long time, and I was really gratified that he was able to make it this year to be our keynote speaker. Do you mind?
Nobody's happier about all that than me, because I will tell you, I got a call from John Jasuda in January. I live in Iowa. Do I need to tell you more? Let me tell you a little bit more because it'll help you understand. When I drove to the airport the other morning, my dashboard said 9 degrees. And that didn't account for the 25-mile-an-hour wind that was coming across the prairie there. So it must have been negative 13 or 14 or something like that. I got to the Eastern Iowa airport where I was going to catch my flight, and the parking lot was full. It's like anybody with any means has already gotten out of Iowa before I did. So I'm grateful to John and UNLV and everybody for getting me here. It's been so cold in Iowa that even some of the teenagers have been putting on coats, and you can't wear coats to save your life. So it's nice to be here. And I really want to thank UNLV. Last time I was at UNLV for any length of time, UNLV was in a little elementary school. And this room is just fantastic, and the facility is just wonderful. So UNLV's come a long way since I've spent much time here, and grateful to the San Manuel Band also for underwriting all of this. I'm going to meander a little bit today, and if you're from Iowa, getting out to somewhere warm and meandering is a good thing to do. So forgive me for that. There's been a lot of recent news, actually. So Sequoia Simmermeyer, the chairman of the NIGC, left that position, and I think he spent 3 or 4 years as a commissioner, and then maybe 6 as the chair. I mean, really long, steady tenure there. We were so lucky to have him in that role. The Department of Interior, Paula Hart's here, and with the Assistant Secretary Brian Newland, they've been pushing out all kinds of good stuff. The Part 151 land into trust regs, and most recently, gosh, just a week ago or something, the Part 293 tribal gaming compact regulations. And so it's all really technical stuff. I won't go into the details, but it's really been great. They've been getting a lot done, inside baseball kind of stuff, but really getting a heck of a lot done. And that's been really gratifying to see. This administration's been doing a lot. Gaming is our biggest source of funding in Indian country these days. It's not the only source of funding, though. And so let me talk just a little bit some of the other places the money comes from. So just since Biden's been in office, $32 billion sent to Indian country in the American Rescue Plan, and another $13 billion in the bipartisan infrastructure deal. And there was another $720 million in the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, and a bunch, by the way, that's just the stuff that was set aside specifically designated for tribes. Tribes were able to compete for billions more dollars too. So there's just a lot of money available, and it's not easy to get to. We talked a little bit about the last panel, talked a little bit about that. Some of that money's kind of hard to obtain, but there's money there, and it's partially because there's just policy era we're living in, where people are working really hard for tribes. It's not always been that way. See some of the gray hairs like me in the front row, they know it's not always been this way, and it's pretty cool. So lots going on. What I want to do with this limited time that I have is make some observations about the Indian gaming industry generally, and some of the very specific type initiatives that have happened that the gaming industry has helped tribes to accomplish. And then I want to look over the horizon a little bit toward the future and talk about some of the things that tribes need to be thinking about. And I'm not a warrior, I'm a worrier. You know the difference? I'm a lawyer, right? I mean, this is what I worry about things. And so my talk will be a little bit of a buzzkill at the far end, but Ray Martin actually beat me to it a little bit on the last hand. So it won't be anything you haven't heard before a little bit, but some of the wonderful developments that gaming revenue has achieved, there's been some really incredible ones, but some of them are kind of interesting and things you wouldn't think about. And I'm not a banker and I'm not a bond lawyer either, but I follow this kind of from afar. But there's been some really interesting developments about how tribes use revenue, and they use it in many different ways. You heard a lot of different words about the different ways tribes are using revenue on the last panel, but there's just a heck of a lot going on there. And I want to talk about at least a couple of those, several of those actually. First, tribes have been doing an enormous amount of financing. It takes money to build a casino. You don't always have the money when you start building, right? And so there's been a heck of a lot going on in this finance space. And early on, tribes were syndicating large loans and to do that, and often getting the funding from the gaming developer, and that came with strings attached and that sort of thing. And that was not necessarily always the best way to fund those things, because those partners wanted their cut, and it was often very, very expensive. But as gaming has matured, tribes have gotten much more engaged in new kinds of finance that was previously unavailable to them. And one of those is bond financing. This financing is possible in large measure because tribes have significant security to offer in exchange, and that is a steady stream of gaming revenues. That's a security interest. That's something you can put a security interest in, and that's made a really big difference. With cumulative annual gaming revenues exceeding $40 billion last year, gaming revenues create real opportunity for tribes, for a lot of different tribes. And tribes can finance hundreds of millions of dollars to develop gaming and all sorts of other tribal infrastructure, like Gulseta Village that we heard about and that sort of thing. One interesting development is the entry of tribes into really sophisticated financial arrangements. And I just want to highlight one of those. The first tribe to sell corporate type bonds was the Mohegan tribe of Connecticut, and it was back in 1995. They issued $175 million in bonds, and they were the first tribe to ever do that, to do sort of the corporate bond financing. There had been some municipal bond type financing by tribes before that, but this was the first major gaming bond issuance. And they issued bonds paying a fixed interest rate of 13.5%, plus participation interest, which was a variable amount tied to how much money the casino made. And it was estimated to be higher than 17%. But that was money that they wouldn't have gotten any other way, probably. I mean, that's what it took to get, you want $175 million, that's a big financing. And for context, at the time, the prime rate was about 8.5%. So it was, they had to pay double the prime rate. And that's perhaps not unusual. As you all know, interest rates went way down. They got down to 3.25%, I think, in around 2020 or something. Now they're back up to 8.5%. They're back exactly where they were, the prime rate, and when Mohegan did that financing in 1995. So again, high rate, but that was the first transaction of its kind in history. And so there was not only economic risk, which people can gauge. They can understand economic risk. Are people going to show up at that casino? Are they going to spend money and that sort of thing? But there was also legal risk, because it had never been done before, and people weren't sure how, it was going to work. And so there was some, there's a lot of things that contributed to that high rate. But the Mohegan, that was the highest rate they ever paid. At least I haven't checked back this year, but it was the highest rate they had ever paid. And they had never had to pay that higher rate again. And even though interest rates only came down significantly, fairly recently. But they introduced the world to a new kind of gaming finance. And that's become a routine activity for them. That they actually they pay the bonds off when they're due, but then they roll them over into another financing. And they've been doing that since 1995, pretty much. And that's been a good thing. That's been, kind of a new opportunity for tribes. And nearly 30 years later, I think it's between $1 and $2 billion that they now have financed in that way. And it's, they've gotten larger and larger sums for, generally following lesser and lesser interest rates. And we learned a lot from those early efforts. Debt, however, is a two-edged sword. And we learned that in the recession of 2008, 2009, because a bunch of other tribes kind of followed along with Mohegan and done some similar financing. And some of those didn't work out so well when we had the Great Recession in 2008, 2009. Restructuring efforts in this area are always complicated because tribes can't, they can't declare bankruptcy. They're governments. They can't declare bankruptcy, and that's clear. We had the Coughlin case, like the Flambeau versus Coughlin, that was just decided within the past year or so, that said the bankruptcy laws do reach tribes in some respects, but the tribes cannot declare bankruptcy. So it's complicated if tribes, default or have trouble meeting their loan payments, and that's been a kind of a problem. But bond financing is a big deal. It's a really good thing for tribes. I'm in Vegas. Nobody ever used their own money to build any of these things down here. I mean, they always use other people's money. That's you've made it if you can use other people's money to build things. And that's what Mohegan showed, is that tribes can do that too. It's always better to use other people's money. And that's what they've done. The United States, we're the strongest economy in the world. We also have the most debt in the world, $34 trillion. That's what made us strong, that we can do that we can borrow money, and if people will know it'll get paid back and that sort of thing. So that's good. But gaming has really created a steady and reliable gaming revenue source for major economic development of all sorts in Indian country. I gather that Mohegan, every time I turn around, it seems like another tribe is opening up a casino in Las Vegas, and Mohegan has one here as well. They've also got one now in Incheon, South Korea. They've got one in the Canada side of Niagara Falls, up near where Paula's from. They have casino resort operations in their main one in Connecticut, of course, but they've also got them in Pennsylvania and New Jersey as well, and they also own a WNBA basketball team and such. I mean, they've done all kinds of things with their money. So I wanted to lead with that, because that debt is, people don't think of that necessarily as one of the advantages of gaming, but it is. It gives tribes a significant asset that they can pledge to leverage themselves, and that's good. They can do everybody can do significantly more if they've got leverage. Let me talk about another sort of major effort that tribes have made, though, successful tribes have made with their gaming revenues. And this is kind of the more traditional use that people think of, not debt, but equity. That is, they buy stuff instead of borrowing against the income from the gaming revenues. They use the gaming revenues, they invest that money. And they've been investing in many different ways, but two of them that I'd like to talk about here. Lisa was talking about Kilseta Village, and that is probably the most vibrant development we have anywhere in Indian country, because there's just so much going on there, and that's really neat because it's on the ground and it's in Indian country, and that's one really neat use of money. Another one is sort of sovereign wealth type funds. Some tribes have been creating large endowments in which their own involvement is relatively passive. but they, they own things, and it's kind of like what Harvard or Yale does with its endowment. They're doing private equity. They've got money that's being deployed on their behalf in all kinds of investments, and you might call that a sovereign wealth fund or a sovereign wealth endowed fund or something like that. That's more of an equity model. But let me first talk about kind of what Lisa talked about with Kilseda Village. Many tribes are sort of using the money to invest in their own entrepreneurial efforts. And a number of them have started new businesses or bought businesses or that sort of thing. And this has allowed them to engage in diversification. And that's a good thing. We heard a little bit about that on the last panel. And while there's been some modest successes here and there, we haven't found another Indian gaming. We have not found another Indian gaming. That's not what we've been able to find with all this entrepreneurship. It's been good, but we haven't found that. So, San Manuel has a casino in San Bernardino, but they also have a portfolio of hotels around the country, some in partnership with other tribes, and they too are in this market with Palms Casino. So, they're doing, they're very busy here in Las Vegas. Seminole Tribe of Florida, another good example. They developed the Hard Rock. Well, they bought the Hard Rock franchise, the whole Hard Rock International Empire, and which has locations in more than 70 countries. And I got it through the Hard Rock operation. They bought the Mirage Casino in Las Vegas. So again, tribes are sort of taking over Las Vegas. It seems like very successfully. But Seminole Tribe has built very substantial assets, and they've got assets nationwide and internationally, and their economic interests have become very, very diverse. I read somewhere that the Seminole Tribe owns the largest cattle operation in the United States. I guess they sell a lot of hamburgers and steaks at the Hard Rock cafes, so they got the beef's got to come from somewhere. But they've got a sovereign wealth fund, and they've got a sovereign real estate fund. They own a whole lot of property in southern Florida. And did I mention that I'm a bit of a worrier? Have you seen the projections for southern Florida by the end of this century? It's all going to be underwater. I don't know how they keep selling these $18 million condos in high rises in Miami, because it's all going to be underwater. It just, and so I'm not sure I'd be investing in these $10 million condos, or there's $50 million houses on the, on the water and stuff that you keep seeing in the paper and stuff in the Wall Street Journal. It's that, I don't know why people are doing that, but I worry about stuff like that. We also, it's been interesting because we also see that, Ken's point about the cafe and the little town in Oklahoma on his panel was interesting, because economic development's a good thing to make money, but economic development can also be about jobs, and jobs are so important in Indian country. And that's why Kilseda Village is such a great example. But it's also about community. That's Ken sort of, I hadn't thought about that insight before, but it can also not just be about jobs, but about community, keeping the community robust. And so this all is really, really important. There's a history to, gaming was kind of, even in, it was crazy in Las Vegas too. We'll get there in a minute when it began, but it was pretty crazy in Oklahoma, and elsewhere, in Florida too. Shortly after I finished serving as assistant secretary in the Obama administration, moved back to Albuquerque, and I had a son that was in 6th grade, and his teacher, they had them, each of the kids, like, draw out of a hat a different tribe, and then they were going to come tell about that tribe. They're going to do research about the tribe and then come do a little presentation about it. And my son drew the Seminole Tribe of Florida in 6th grade, and he said, "Dad, tell me what you know about the Seminole Tribe of Florida." And I said, "Well, I can't tell you everything I know because it's kind of an R-rated movie." But Chief Jim Billy, he wrestled alligators, and his lawyer, I met with his lawyer, he got filled full of bullets one time, Jim Shore. Yeah. And, but I said, but I went and visited them just a couple of years ago. I went down to Florida. He said, "Really? You went to their, their reservation?" I said, "Yeah, I went to their tribal headquarters." He said, "What was it like?" And I said, "Well, it was beautiful 4-story office building with palm trees, perfectly landscaped. I said I had to drive up right to the, they have a gate coming down, and I drove up and I pulled up to the guard shack. Shack isn't the right word, because the place where the guard was, and I had to show my ID to get in my rental car. And I don't know South Florida very well, so I got there like half an hour early. Just gave myself a little bit of time. And I went up to his office. I went up to his office on the 4th floor of the building, and I went to the receptionist. I said, "I'm here for my meeting with Chief Billy and Jim Shores." And she said, "Oh, he's not here yet. Sorry, you're early." And I said, I know, I'm early. She said, "Just take a seat in the waiting room." Well, pretty soon I heard the thwack, 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 thwack of a helicopter coming, and it landed on top of the building, and Chief Billy came in and we had our meeting. I said, so that's the Seminole Tribe of Florida. So I think his friends at school were surprised when they heard about the Seminole Tribe of Florida. So the Seminoles have, they've got the real estate fund, they've got the sort of their wealth fund. A number of other tribes have created similar sovereign wealth funds too. My own tribe, the Chickasaw Nation of Oklahoma, we own the largest casino in the world and about 22 other gaming operations, some of which, by the way, are like little convenience store type operations with some slot machines. Terribles, I guess, might be the equivalent around here. But there's, all that gaming has purchased a lot of governmental infrastructure. I've got an 88-year-old mother who is the chair of our Tribal Elders Council, and someone comes and mows her lawn once a week in the summertime, and comes and cleans her house every other week, and that's all paid for. They do that for elders in the Chickasaw Nation. We don't get per capita payments, but that's the kind of service we get, and it's really helpful. And if her air conditioner goes out, they'll summon somebody to fix it, that kind of thing. It's and that's been really nice. We also have community centers, senior centers, healthcare facilities, kind of all through the 7 counties of our reservation. I didn't used to get to say I grew up on a reservation. I used to say former reservation, but now I can say I grew up since the McGirt v. Oklahoma case came down. I've been able to say that I grew up on my tribe's reservation mostly. But we're also, because of McGirt again, we're now funding a large police force and the courts. So our Chickasaw tribal courts went from hearing 75 criminal cases a year before McGirt, 75 a year, to 50 a week after McGirt. So we're busy. We're doing the job though. I mean, the tribe is getting the job done. We had to do some hiring, had to staff up the courts and hire some new judges and such, and certainly not a lot of new police officers, but they're doing it. And the gaming revenue is the biggest source of the ability to do all that. And it really makes a difference. My tribe is diversified to its economic development in a number of different ways and entities. And one of those is Chickasaw Nation Industries, which buys and sells companies and has a number of government contracts grossing more than $1 billion in revenues a year. And that's been good. That's not all, that's gross, right? That's not all profit. That's mostly, that's mostly not profit. It's mostly expenses. But looking back over the last several decades and watching my own tribe, we bought a lot of businesses that didn't make it. I mean, not everything works, and a lot of them have, but there's a lot of risk there, and we've really not found another opportunity like gaming. We've not found another unicorn like gaming, but we've created a lot of jobs and kept some businesses and some small communities like Ada open. One of the things that Chickasaw Nation Industries does well is a Section 8A program with SBA, Small Business Administration. The Small Business Administration has this program that many of you probably know about, but it allows socially and economically disadvantaged businesses to bid on government contracts. And sometimes those contracts are set aside for such businesses. Sometimes they get sort of extra credit in the competition, I guess. But that program's open to Alaska Native corporations and Indian tribes, and also Native Hawaiian organizations. They're all able to participate in that Section 8A program for those kinds of contracts. And Ken mentioned 8A contracts. A lot of tribes are doing this. Actually, it's a good way for tribes to get in on federal government contracting. But there's some risks on the horizon there. because of the Students for Fair Admission versus Harvard case. Back to being a worrier. That case has spawned some litigation that's in the claims court and the federal district court about whether that is constitutional now that the Students for Fair Admissions case has come down. I mean, tribes will have the argument that this isn't a race thing. This is a, political status. But, we haven't, that hasn't sort of fully been decided by the courts. It wasn't decided in Brackeen, the case we've had, dealing with that recently. But so we have to stay hopeful and worry that that doesn't get taken away from us, because that probably has been the other thing, kind of like gaming, that has been in place where tribes have had unusual opportunities. Almost everything else, I mean, these tribes that are doing well here in Vegas is impressive because they're competing with the sharks. They're competing with the people who have been doing this for decades, and they're on a level playing field. They don't have any advantages particularly to compete with them. So I'm worried. I'm worried about the long-term future, and so I was looking around. I've thought about this for years. I think the last time I was here at UNLV, I was interviewing for a job, and I was talking about these same worries because I was talking about per capita payments that tribes were making back then. They always worried me a little bit because you'll start to rely on them, and they could go away if you rely. They aren't guaranteed for most tribes. There's a way to guarantee them, and that's what I'll talk about. One area where we've also had significant success by tribes, though, is natural resources development. Some tribes are located on lands that have tremendous natural resources, and that's not always been good to them, as we saw from Chief Standing Bear's, the movie Killers of the Flower Moon. And I mean, it's not one thing when tribes have resources and finances. It's there's other people that are very interested in coming to take it. We've seen that story over and over. But one of the things, this natural resource rich wealth that some tribes have had, not all tribes, but some tribes have had natural resources wealth like the Osage in the beginning of the last century. But let me borrow an idea from another tribe, the Southern Ute tribe of Colorado. And from the state of New Mexico, by the way. They've both done some very similar things. Southern Ute has two very successful sovereign wealth funds, a permanent fund and what they call a growth fund. The permanent fund invests energy royalties and casino profits in securities, which just in stocks basically, and it generates a pretty steady payout. They're in the market, they're generating a steady income from the market to pay for government and social services. Their other revenue goes into the growth fund, which invests in numerous companies in energy, real estate, and natural resources development. And they've got numerous off-reservation investments. They had a drilling rig in the Gulf of Mexico for a while. I don't know. They own a bunch of companies, and they're doing all kinds of stuff to diversify. They've also got some midstream companies, which in that industry, those are the people that move the oil and gas and store the oil and gas, big storage tanks and that sort of thing. One of the funny things about Southern Ute was that gaming was one of their diversification strategies, because they were all into natural resources, and so that was their fallback, or their diversification was gaming early on. But today their website says that their business units have a combined market value of about $3.3 billion. And I've got an endowment at my own school, so I would tell you $3.3 billion will pay off $150 to $180 million a year if they were just putting it in the market and taking the payout. I mean, that's pretty good money, and it would, even at that rate, it probably still continue to grow. New Mexico has a land grant permanent fund as well. New Mexico gets a lot of royalties from state public lands in New Mexico. So they get a lot of oil and gas royalties, and they deposit all of their oil and gas royalties into this land grant permanent fund. And New Mexico is one of the poorest states in the country, but they've got one of the biggest sovereign wealth funds in the world. Actually, it's worth $42 billion this year. And so both the Southern Ute and the New Mexico are banking on this. The reason they're doing this is because what we call this kind of mineral resource is a non-renewable resource. That's what we call them, right? Renewable resources are like solar energy and wind, stuff that it's going to keep coming and it's renewable. Non-renewable resources are things that are going to get depleted. And everybody, Southern knew that its oil and gas was going to get, its coal was going to get depleted eventually. And that's what happens with those kinds of resources. New Mexico, they've got the Permian Basin in part of their state, which is one of the richest oil and gas resources in the world, that they know that if they drill in it, it's going to eventually get depleted. And so they knew it was non-renewable. So they knew that someday it was going to all go away. So rather than spend the money that's coming out, they put it in a trust fund and they only spend the income from that. So that at the end of the day, the oil and gas is all gone. They still have the trust fund. They still have all the money from the trust fund. The interesting thing, though, is that it didn't quite turn out the way Southern Ute or New Mexico or Exxon or Chevron or anybody else thought it would, because there's still oil and gas in the Permian Basin, and they actually are still drilling it. But they needed to diversify for different reasons, because it wasn't actually the playing out of the resource that caused them to need to diversify. It was the whole move towards clean energy. It wasn't that we ran out of oil and gas, it's that we realized oil and gas is really bad for the environment. And so the risk that they were planning for was different than the risk that sort of happened. And so, that's a lesson for all of us, because they had planned for a specific risk, but that's not really what happened. But the risk, the actions they took helped them quite a bit. Now, let me go back to Indian gaming. Indian gaming, like commercial gaming, was begun by entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs seek out risk. They like risk. I don't like risk. I'm a lawyer. I'm a worrier. Lawyers, we try to stamp out risk wherever we find it. That's what we do. That's what lawyers do. Entrepreneurs, they're not that way. And that's what worries me. It's a totally different mindset, but all of this was created really by entrepreneurs, with lawyers trying to hold them back just a little bit, I think. But that's, this is what, when you drive around Las Vegas today, it's hard to believe that there was a time when it was a dusty little city. Really little. Hard to believe that it was just a small desert outpost. And organized crime had a little to do with gaming here in the early days, but it was not long before the entrepreneurs and businesses actually drove them out, basically. I mean, they made it such that they couldn't afford to do their business here, and a good regulatory structure, by the way, that had a big role to play in it too. So the regulatory structure was really helpful. Gaming prohibition, by the way, we've had gaming prohibition before in this country. And so, when I worked and where Tom works at the NIGC, I was worried about gaming prohibition. I mean, I think that when we started regulating the Indian gaming industry, and we largely followed what Nevada did when we put together the rules. And what we were worried about was, what if they prohibit gaming again? I think that's what we were all worried about, because what happens is you get a big scandal, corruption scandal or something like that. That's what happened previously when gaming was prohibited in the previous centuries. Or another thing that I worried about was, compulsive gambling, problem gambling. You get too many people who develop a gambling problem and start embezzling from their employer, and the small business goes under because, one of the employees, and the world gets mad about that. So they come down on gaming and say, we're going to make it illegal again because we can't afford these social costs. There are the social costs. They haven't been, I think, it's been a very well-regulated business generally. So that's not been the problem. But gaming was all illegal everywhere. That's where Vegas came from. Vegas happened because gaming was illegal everywhere else. And so prohibition has been something that's existed. And so, but we've managed to, I think, regulate it so well that, criminal infiltration, corruption, money laundering, even compulsive gambling haven't been the problem that I think we all were worried about. So prohibition isn't really the problem that we face. What we face now is gambling proliferation. And again, who would have thought it? All our regulatory structures are to try to prevent this harm. And the world's not concerned about the harm. The world wants everybody to be able to gamble from their pocket, right from their phone. It's just, we've had some scandals too, by the way, some other scandals that could have taken us down. The Jack Abramoff scandal in the early 2000s was, that guy was bad news. I think he was gone back to prison. But that turned out to be more of a scandal about lobbying in Washington, D.C. than about gaming, which was probably right. It was pretty bad, but it wasn't really about gaming so much. But Indian gaming has kept chugging along all this time, and the charts have been up and to the right. The revenue's just gone up and up and up and up, and it's now $40 billion, and we relied very, very heavily on that revenue. Various amounts for different tribes, but overall, Indian country relies a lot on that. When I was serving as assistant secretary, and when John was there too, I think our annual budget for the Bureau of Indian Affairs was about, when I left, it was about $4 billion a year. Gaming brought in 40 last year, so 10 times. Government used to be a big part of the running things in Indian country, and it's now with gaming. Gaming's bringing a lot more money. Young people these days they're gambling on their phones, and maybe that was always true. I mean, people called their bookies using the phone, I suppose, but it's different now. And sports betting is now legal in 38 states, and mobile sports betting is legal in 30 states. I mean, it's growing, right? It's pretty new, but it's growing fast. And it's not a long step to go from sports betting on phones to any other kind of gambling on phones, right? I mean, that's the risk we face. And my worry is that young people will be less interested in brick and mortar gaming when they get to be old people, right? I mean, they may not be going this way. No monopoly or oligopoly ever lasts forever, especially when it's sort of artificially created. I'm not an economist either, but let me up. But that's my sense, and that's one of the lessons of Las Vegas. Even Las Vegas, when it was the only one, well, it was soon joined by Atlantic City, New Jersey, and Donald Trump, and it was soon joined by Biloxi, Mississippi, and Indian gaming and riverboats all over the country. And so, the monopolies just don't last. And tribes may face the same conundrum, not from, again, prohibition, but from proliferation of mobile betting. As I thought about this, I thought, the people with the natural resources wealth, they're sort of lucky, because it's called a non-renewable resource. They knew it was going away. It's right there in the title, non-renewable resource, right? But we don't think about that as much in gaming. But the hazard, I guess, is a little less open and notorious, but gaming is kind of a non-renewable resource. We ought to think of all this stuff as non-renewable, because they're all going to go away eventually at some point. And I just don't want it to sneak up on us. I want it to be more open and notorious that gaming is going away. And my message to tribes is we should be treating it like a non-renewable resource. And that's really what we need to do. I hope that it lasts forever, but it may not. And I think all of us, in the industry, all the people in the industry need to keep doing their jobs, because they've been doing a great job. We haven't had any of this corruption or scandal or money laundering, or we've managed to avoid that really, really, really well. But that's not the only risk out there. The answer is to do what so many of these tribes are doing, and to diversify. But I warn you, we may not find another Indian gaming. That's a challenge for us. We need to be doing what San Manuel's. We need to be learning to compete on the same playing field that everybody else is competing on. And so that's what's so heartening when I see what Seminole and San Manuel and Mohegan are doing in Las Vegas. They're competing and doing well in this market. You hear people talking about even Las Vegas going away. I think Las Vegas has managed to make the transition to, this city has been very successful, because it used to be that all of the things that go along with gaming used to be considered amenities. They were just to help draw in gamblers. Now casinos are making a lot of money off, all of these other amenities, the shows, the meals, the golf courses and all that. They're no longer amenities. They are actually the primary drivers. They're bringing in more revenue than the gambling is bringing in many cases. And so that's good. So that shows that it may be that gaming operations, bricks and mortar, don't go away. But there's we all, I think, need to be thinking about developing a concerted strategy to begin permanent funds. And tribes setting aside some of their gaming money every year into a fund that is a sovereign wealth fund that will continue to grow and that will be there when gaming is gone. And it sounds simple, actually. It's, when I first sort of thought, started talking about 20 years ago, I thought, well, they just put aside 1%, 2% each year of their gaming revenues and just said, that's going to go in a lockbox. That's not going to be touched. That's going to continue to grow. We can use all the rest of it for what we want. But politically, that's very, very difficult for a tribal leader. It's especially for people that have been deprived for decades. They've been living in poverty for decades, which, many tribes, that's the story. It's hard to say we're going to hold back some money and not use it to help you when you've been poor your entire lives, right? It's difficult. It's not easy to do, but it's something that we need to start thinking about doing, and we need to start thinking fast, I think. I grew up in Oklahoma, and I grew up with the oil boom in Oklahoma. One of the oil booms in Oklahoma. There have been a few. And there was a bumper sticker in the 1980s that you used to see on pickup trucks, and it said, "Oh Lord, give me another oil boom. I promise to screw this one up." And I worry that, we're not going to get another Indian gaming boom. We've had one. And it's funny, I just keep being $40 billion. I remember when it was past the $20 billion mark and the $25 billion mark, and we thought it can't keep going up, but it's keep going up. But it's not going to keep going up forever. It's just not. It can't. That's not the way gravity works. And so we got to start thinking about that bumper sticker. And I'll end with the famous nugget of the wisdom by the bard of the baseball diamond. Yogi Berra. Predictions are hard, especially about the future. We don't know what's going to happen. But and I like Sam Vasquez. Best way to predict the future is to create the future. That's a great line. I love that. And that's what we need to be doing. We need to be thinking about how to create the future for our tribes and be really, really thoughtful about it. So I think that's it. I think that's the point. That's what I'm interested in. What questions do you have? Addie?
So I appreciated so much of what you were saying. I think this is a little bit of an annoying question, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. So one, I hear you that the industry and the monopoly is not sustainable. I've heard that. So there's another obvious industry, which is marijuana, in which tribes have been involved. And I think there are a lot of obvious parallels, but one question that I think comes up a lot is whether it would be useful to have a similar structure to sort of clarify the landscape there, at least for a little while, even if it doesn't last forever, or whether in light of what you said, you actually think that might be sort of repeating the same problem.
Yeah, so the question for those of you who can't hear it, but was marijuana. What about marijuana as a an opportunity for tribes? Marijuana is a little bit like sports betting. It's now legal in like 30 some states. I don't know exactly the number, but I don't know that we've got a unique disability in that space because all of our land is federal land and it's still federally illegal, marijuana. So we've got this kind of unique disability and we don't have any natural advantages to that, I think generally is the challenge for us. And so I think that some tribes are doing it and I hope they succeed. But I'm not sure I don't think it's the next Indian gaming. I think it's another great thing to throw in for diversity because it's a growing industry. And so I think that I think it can certainly be part of the mix. And I think that's something that tribes need to be thinking about, but I don't know that it's the next unicorn.
was gonna say, we have a retail marijuana store and, you know, you don't see the type of return.
Yeah.
It's, you know, there's no plans to have another line or to do something else. It's just.
So Lisa said, for those who can't hear, Lisa said that the Tulalip tribe has a retail operation, I guess, and it just the returns aren't, you know, they're not outstanding. They're okay, but it's a good business, but there's nothing unusual. Yes, sir.
So I was raised here, born and raised in Las Vegas, Nevada, and I go to my reservation quite often. And it's that difference, right? That the tribal casino is owned by the tribal government for the benefit of the people. It funds social services. And sometimes, you know, if you're lucky, depending, you might also get a check or a distribution as a tribal member. And I always thought that that was an interesting model because, you know, what if the state of Nevada had the casinos on the strip? You know, what would the state look like now? And so we talk about gaming, we talk about other types of enterprises, but I think it's kind of an interesting economic model. And it was discussed during some of the past presidential elections too, kind of like that universal income. As we go forward, and things are changing, not just in any country, but the world. What do you think about the viability of that model, that being owned by tribal government for the benefit of social services and people, rather than it being private enterprises?
Well, that's a big question. Socialism versus capitalism or something. Well, I know you did, yeah, but public ownership versus private ownership and all that. I don't know, you know, even so, you know, I talked about New Mexico's permanent fund. Alaska's got a permanent fund too, but they give out the money. They give out a significant amount of money every year. Just in checks, you know, per capita distributions. And they've got a lot less money in their permanent fund. I mean, overall, they've not been as successful at retaining that wealth. The money's gotten put to use, and there's the argument against what I'm saying, right? Do you want to put the money to use now, or do you want to save it so when your revenue source is gone, you have it then? So I'm not sure. I think that, I mean, I'm a believer in entrepreneurialism, and tribes have been able, even though they are governments, have been quite, you know, successful in many respects. You know, Vegas has a real parallel with Atlantic City, and the way that gaming developed in these two places, right? And Las Vegas is, you know, it was a real kind of very well regulated, but anybody could open a casino. I mean, and if they could pass the background investigations and all that, there were no limited number of licenses. In Atlantic City and New Jersey, they had a limited number of licenses. It was like 10 or something like that. And so there could only ever be 10 casinos or whatever the number was. Can't remember exactly. But that was like, it was not a kind of a free market. You know, it wasn't like the best entrepreneur could come in and open up and beat the next guy because he had a better idea. It wasn't like that. It was more like you had, once you got your license, you didn't have to innovate that much because you had a license and no one else could come compete with you unless they got another license. And so that's a little bit kind of partial answer, I think, to your question. I think Las Vegas was so successful in some respect because it took a much more entrepreneurial model to gambling. You know, come one, come all. As long as you're clean, you can open a casino and you can do what you want. But, you know, Atlantic City was never very successful in some respects. And I kind of think it was because of, you know, that limited license model. Follow.
Yeah, when I seen that you were talking about opportunities and perils, I wanted to know if you had any thoughts on tribe versus tribe. I think one of the things that I see is that gaming has, I would say, gone away from our traditional beliefs and maybe towards assimilation. I know when the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act was first passed, everybody was saying it was this Determination Act. Do you have any thoughts on that? One of the things that we've been looking at all the time is when the tribe's application for compact comes in, we get a lot of opposition. Previously, non-Indians opposing. Now, a lot of times it's Indian versus. Do you have any thoughts on that? Solutions to that?
Yeah, no, it's heartbreaking. That's right. I mean, in Indian country, if a tribe wants to build a new casino, their most likely competitor is likely to be another tribe, not a commercial entity, and that creates some hard dynamics because I think that I mean, I want them all to succeed, right? And so, Paula and I at Interior, we face this a lot because we always, there's some situations where the United States has to approve those new casinos. And it was, the one that was seeking the approval was usually a pretty poor tribe itself. And you just hate, and it was a wealthier tribe that was trying to keep them from getting a casino because they were already up in the tree house. They already had their gaming operation. They wanted to pull up the ladder. It's kind of the way I saw it. And so we tended to try to find ways to, to let the new tribe open a casino as well. Yeah.
And then the other side of that is when all of this started bringing tribes and IGRA as tribes and states to work together. But what has happened with commercial gaming now everywhere. The federal government, IGRA, is asking tribes to make a deal with the competitor as their regulator. And so, and we've not wanted to open up IGRA. But right now, when you enter into a compact, you have to enter into a compact with the state who has commercial gaming and is your competitor. So it is now at that level at another unfair advantage.
Yeah, it certainly is true that making tribes go to the state to get sort of permission, right? That's been a challenge. Although I have to say, tribes have found, especially in California, tribes have found, and because of good lawyering, by the way, we're at a law school, so lawyers have an important role to play because they've been really, really, really helpful in that whole conversation. But it really made a difference in helping tribes to win that battle. They're in an impossible situation with states because IGRA never anticipated that states would get gaming revenues. But that's, that ultimately is how it's unfolded for practical reasons. But it's challenged. That was not ever the intention. IGRA was not perfect when it was passed, but that was not one of the intentions, but that's the way it's worked out. So states, the only good thing about that is states are kind of invested in gaming too. In some ways, they want it to succeed as well because they're getting their cut. So that makes them somewhat protective and helpful.
There's been a lot of talk, and you said it too, that gaming is going away, which is kind of scary to think about, given what those revenues do for tribal governments. What are your thoughts about gaming looking different? So we know sports betting building up cell phones right now, seemingly limited to Indian lands for Indian tribes. But there are opportunities, or do you think there's opportunities state by state where tribes are still the main ones running, the internet programs or whatever, perhaps like state legislation, partnering with the DraftKings, FanDuels, but still realizing that income perhaps outside of IGRA. Maybe gaming just looks different in the future.
No, and that's right. And let me say, I don't think gaming is actually going away. And certainly not overnight. It's not going to happen, but it is going to be exposed to more and more and more competition gradually. That competition will ramp up. It's, the sports betting is really causing it to ramp up quickly. Interior's doing a good job at trying to thread this needle to create opportunities for tribes. The basic challenge is this: Indian gaming is gaming on Indian lands. And the question is, where is the gaming occurring? If I gamble on my phone, is it at the server that could be located on Indian reservation? Or is it where I am, which is right here, in Las Vegas? And the problem is, it's a hard argument to saying that it's happening where the server is, because the harm is happening where the gambler is, right? And so Justice Department's always said it's where the gambler is. And so the argument is it's not really gaming on Indian lands if it's happening somewhere else. And I find that argument fairly compelling because I do think it's all the harms we've been worried about, the money laundering and compulsive gambling and stuff, those kinds of things they're personal to the gambler, not to where not to where the server is located. And so that's a tough argument for us. And so we are landlocked in some ways. And so, but I like the idea of partnering with others. With FanDuel or whoever, look, we do know gaming now. it's, we don't have this, we're gonna lose our sort of special status in some ways, our ability to, to be the only ones offering it. I think that'll eventually start to dissipate, but we do know the industry. And so there, we do have some expertise that we can use to deploy. So it is an opportunity. We just aren't going to have this tremendous advantage that we've had for many years. Good. Well, I think I'm over time, but I want to thank everybody for listening. And it's great to be here. Thank you, John, for bringing me here.
Thank you so much for bringing it. I know you're. All right, we'll take a short break, get set up for our afternoon panels, and be back in a bit.
The third panel of the day and the topic is on general welfare and how gaming revenue can be used. Perfect, thank you. So I'm just going to do introductions of the panel that we have. So appearing virtually because of the wind is Governor Stewart Lewis, who was raised in, Sacaton on the Gila River Indian community. His father is the late Rodney Lewis, mother Willardine Lewis. Governor Lewis has a son, Danielle, who is currently attending Arizona State University. Go Sun Devils. Mr. Lewis is in his third term serving as governor of the community, having previously served as lieutenant governor. Prior to serving in elected leadership, Governor Lewis served the community as a member of the board of directors for the Gila River Healthcare Corporation, as a gaming commissioner for the Gila River Gaming Commission, and as a member of the board of directors for the Gila River Telecommunications Inc. Governor Lewis graduated from Arizona State University with a Bachelor's of Science and pursued graduate studies at John F. Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University. Governor Lewis currently oversees the implementation of the community's water settlement of 2004, which at that time, the largest water settlement in its kind in United States history. Governor Lewis advocates for renewable and green technologies guided by Autumn agricultural history and cultural teachings. Governor Lewis's vision is to support a new generation of community member agriculturalists with the goal of promoting and protecting the community's SHADA or water agricultural development. Governor Lewis proudly serves as the secretary of the National Congress of American Indians, president of the Arizona State University's American Indian Policy Institute Board of Directors, and on the executive board for the National Indian Gaming Association, as well as the board of trustees for the Herd Museum of Phoenix, Arizona. So thank you, Mr. Governor Lewis, for appearing virtually and pivoting at the last minute. Next, I want to introduce, I'm going to start with Jeffrey Standing Bear to the left here, who is the principal chief of the Osage Nation. He is the great grandson of Osage Principal Chief Fred Lookout. Now in his third term as Osage Nation Principal Chief, he continues the work of protecting and enhancing the Osage culture, language, and lands. Before his election, Chief Standing Bear practiced law for 34 years. Concentrated on federal Indian law, receiving national recognition by Best Lawyers in America, Oklahoma Super Lawyers, and enlisting with Chambers and Partners. He served as assistant principal chief of the Osage tribe from 1990 through 1994 and was a member of the Osage Nation Congress from 2010 to 2014. While a practicing lawyer, he was involved in the first federal Indian gaming case in Oklahoma. In 2017, Chief Standing Bear was recognized by Oklahoma Magazine as an Oklahoman of the Year for his leadership of the Osage Nation. In 2021, the Tulsa World selected him as one of their Tulsans of the Year. He received his bachelor's degree from the University of Oklahoma and received his Juris Doctorate degree from the University of Tulsa. He sees the Osage Nation expanding its land base, maintaining its vibrant traditions, and bringing back the Osage language to daily use. His belief is that this and much more can be done through the power of Osage child, and it is therefore the duty of all his people to protect and nurture the children of the nation. So under his leadership, the Osage Nation has set new goals and found how powerful working together for a common goal can overcome almost any obstacle. Thank you for being here today, Chief Standing Bear. Go to Vice Chair Crystal Williams. She is a seasoned tribal leader that has served tribal communities locally, regionally, and nationally. She is serving her third term on the Coushatta Tribal Council and is currently the vice chair. In addition to serving her local tribal community, she is the treasurer for the United South and Eastern Tribes, the Executive Officers Committee, where she also serves as a delegate for the Eastern Region to the United States Department of Health and Human Services Tribal Advisory Committee, the Secretary for the Intertribal Council of Louisiana, and is active in the Tribal Economic Tax Reform Advocacy Alliance. She has been a longtime advocate for youth, elder services, community development, and cultural preservation, where she helped facilitate the documentation and revitalization of the Coasati language, arts, culture, and she enjoys volunteering in her community by serving on the Coshada Powwow and Princess committees. Crystal received her Bachelor of Arts degree in political science from McNeese State University and has 2 daughters. Thank you for your participation today, Vice Chair. And I have to my right now, Ms. Paula Hart, who is the Director of the Office of Indian Gaming within the Office of the Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs. Ms. Hart was appointed as the Director of the Office of Indian Gaming by the Obama administration on February 1st, 2010, after serving in various positions within the gaming office. She has worked on Indian gaming issues for most of her 30-year career in the federal government, and she was instrumental in drafting several significant Indian gaming regulations, including 25 CFR Part 290, which is the revenue allocation plans, and 25 CFR Part 291, which is the secretarial procedures, 25 CFR Part 292, gaming on after acquired lands, as well as 25 CFR Part 293, the tribal state compacts, and its current amendments. Prior to serving the gaming office, she served as a rights protection specialist for the Bureau of Indian Affairs Eastern Regional Office. And Ms. Hart is a graduate of the University of Maryland School of Law and is a member of the Maryland State Bar. She has a bachelor's degree in political science from St. Lawrence University in New York State. And Ms. Hart is a tribally enrolled member of the St. Regis Mohawk tribe. So thank you for being here today, Director Hart. My first question for everyone is our audience comes from all different areas of the country. And so I would like for all 4 of the panelists, if you will, to give us a bit of background on your community, your membership, as this is the general welfare panel. So can you tell us who you're representing, as well as maybe tell us your stuff about your gaming institutions? What do you have for your tribal enterprises in gaming? I'll start with Governor Lewis. You can go first.
Okay, thank you. And again, I apologize for not being there in person. Can you hear my audio? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Great. So I'm the governor of the Gila River Indian Community, the Akimra, and Peepash people, just over 370,000 acres of our land. We have around 24,000 tribal members as well. And we just went through what was called a modernization of our gaming compact, which allowed the community to open a 4th casino. And of course, sports betting was an important aspect of that as well, which we incorporated and legalized within the gaming compact for Arizona. And so, so we're as well as the other gaming tribes, are busy implementing that for the community. We've been gaming, for over 20 years, and we've really are proud of our gaming operation that we've grown. We have community members that are heading our gaming operations. Tribal members who are CEOs and other leadership, which we've really made a concerted effort to train and to foster the development of our tribal members. But we have over 3,000 employees employed in our gaming enterprises as well over our 4 properties. So, this is a significant engine, primary engine, economic for our community. And this has allowed us to, and I know we'll be getting more into the discussion later, but this is really revolutionized how we can build our infrastructure and provide, critical services and goods for our community members.
Thank you, Governor Lewis. Principal Chief Standing Bear, same question to you. If you can give us a little bit of background about your nation and who you're representing, your citizens.
Thank you. Thank you to UNLV and John for asking me to be here. Well, just going in my lifetime. Oh, thank you. Did you hear what I said earlier? It was really important. No, it was, guys, echoes. So we're right northwest of Tulsa, and just in my lifetime, I've been seeing our language just vanish quickly. So from when I was a teenager at the family dinners and things, you'd hear all Osage talking, and then just in no time at all, it just switched to English when some key people passed away. So, and then I've been watching our lands just go out left and right. So we went from a 1.5 million acre reservation, surface and minerals, to, and when I was assistant chief, we were down to like 150,000. So 90% is gone, and it just kept going and going and going. And then we, the only thing I saw that was not disappearing was the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And every time we tried to do self-governance, they'd always, and still to this day, fight us. And we have a minerals estate, what's left of it, and it's fractionated, it's control is still under the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So, and so our gaming money, we have a medium-sized casino in Tulsa, outside of Tulsa. We're in a rural area. It's about a third of the size of Cherokee and Muskogee Creek. And then we have one's basically an old building in Hominy, and then we got some two new ones. There's 47 rooms, hotel room in our tribal capital. So it's not like you all are used to. So what we've been doing with that money is, like a lot of tribes, we have been supplementing our federal programs. So our welfare programs, which are critical and important, but all we were doing with our gaming money was making them bigger and bigger and bigger. And most of you know that if you have like $20,000 in federal money and you got 200,000 in your tribal money and you combine them in a program, your tribal money now becomes federal, in that they have a say-so on what's what. So when you mix that federal money into your money, you're just looking for problems. So the only thing that was still growing was control, and so we're divided up to different categories amongst the federal government: competent, incompetent, those rules, to where I drive my folks over to, we want to buy a lawnmower, we'd have to go to the superintendent, and that's what of the agency, and go through all these hoops, and then eventually, after a few hours, the money that my folks has in the agency accounts, we couldn't access it. And I know it sounds familiar to many of you. We couldn't access it without the solicitor in the agency, the lawyer, and the superintendent giving A-OK. And even in 1990, when I was sworn in as assistant chief, we had the Bureau of Indian Affairs employee oath was our oath, and the person that delivered oath of office was the superintendent. So in my time, I saw that. So as I got older and I was on my legislature, it just seemed like those things I heard in law school that says native tribes or native nations, you have to be separate and distinct. And that's in the federal case law, separate and distinct. And it just kept going in my head. We're not being separate and distinct. We're not separate. We're not distinct, because the Bureau of Indian Affairs thinks we're just a piece of them. And then we're losing all our land, and we're losing all our language, losing our ways, our customs, how to even address each other right, properly. You name it. So I said, I'm going to run for chief, and I got in there. And I said, how are we going to approach all these issues? We got to keep taking care of Indian child welfare, social services, scholarship program, health, all of that, and still be separate and distinct and survive. And some of my people are coming up saying, this is the last train out. Uncle so-and-so just died, and said, this is the last train out. So I said, well, I'm just going to take that gaming money and redirect it. And so first things first, I tried to figure out how we're going to save this language. And our people were not optimistic. We were still meeting in, buildings or in different houses in the week, doing what we could, different ones. So how are we going to do this? So I went and visited other tribes, and several. They ended up over at the Karis Learning Center over at Coach T. Pueblo, and they have a true immersion school. And then I talked to their governor, who was an inspiration. He said, we've been here over 1,000 years, and we're not going to lose this language on my watch. And so I worked with them. And so we kept going, and we used the gaming money to start our language children's program. And you'd be surprised how many of my people were, when they found out that I'd already diverted this gaming money, they were saying, many of them, well, we don't live in Oklahoma, and you should send that money to us, like per cap. And so I said, no, I'm not going to do that. You don't like it, don't vote for me next time. A lot of them did. So went ahead and got that going, and then said, okay, we rebuilt our traditional arbors for dancing. We had 3 districts: Gray Horse, Pahuska, and Hominy. And we'll have, I counted here a couple of years ago, a little over 300 men and 300 women dancing now under those new arbors, where when I was a teenager, we just had maybe 40 men, 50 men. So the need is there, but that had to be gaming money. So, and then when we wanted land, we were doing like a lot of you do, just like there's 160 acres over here and 80 over here. There's a lot in this town, and do what we can, until Ted Turner said, I'm selling my holdings in Osage County. So I told you, we lost almost 1.5 million acres. That was 43,000 acres in one swoop. And I told different ones, I said, we'll never have this opportunity again. So I had to go to my Osage Congress and, to get that appropriation. Again, gaming money. But what happens is these other Bureau of Indian Affairs and other government programs aren't getting the same supplements that they used to. But if you want to continue, in my view, as a people that are separate and distinct, you're going to have to take this gaming money, which is our money without all the strings attached, and go through your legislature and put it in to, like I said, we got to have our language, we got to have our culture, we got to have some land. And I'll tell you how you really knock down the critics when we're really on you. When Thanksgiving comes around or Christmas, and I bet we have, like a lot of you, big dinners, a lot of family members, and that 7 or 8 year old child is asked to give the prayer for all of us to start to eat, and they give it in your own language, and that people cry when they see that, and that's what it's about. So that's what we do.
Thank you, Chief Standing Bear. That is definitely several examples of successful initiatives on how to use gaming revenues. Very, very moving. Vice Chair Williams, I think you have been great at revitalizing language and culture in your community. Do you want to talk about your successful initiatives, as well as describing your community to everybody here as well?
Good afternoon.
My name is Krista Williams. I'm the vice chair for Coshada Tribe. Coshada Tribe of Louisiana, we have about 970 members that are located all across the United States. We have about 30% that still live in the area of a little town called Elton, Louisiana, and our gaming facility is in Kinder, Louisiana. So that's about 10 miles from there. We own and operate Louisiana's largest land-based casino, where we have about 900 hotel rooms. We have a golf course, and we have some, pretty a great range of employees from across the region. Probably about 2,000 employees is what we work with. But we've done so much with our gaming revenues. I was just telling Ms. Paula when before all this happened, 1995 is when our gaming building was built. Before then, it's a very rural area, Elton, Louisiana, and Kinder, Louisiana. And so it's very limited on workforce, very limited in careers. That's why only 30% of our people are still within the area. We have New Orleans and Houston, which are the nearest metropolis, is about 3 hours each way from us. So a lot of our members did travel out and move out for, job opportunities. But with our gaming industry, with our gaming venue, we're able to bring some of them back and implement some workforce developments in our casino so that we could make sure that our tribal members had the advantage to, if they wanted to be a leader in one of our departments one day, we have a workforce development where they can go in, our employees, tribal employees can go in and work for go through every department, and whichever department they're very interested in or they excel in, we work with our education department, which is another success story that we have. We work with them to make sure that they get their necessary credentials and whatever career path that they choose, and we are able to set them up and uplift them to someday become a director of the department, and we're hoping to see a general manager come from that one day. One of our success stories, what's really given us the advantage from our gaming revenues is the education that we are able to provide our students in all ages, actually. We provide a scholarship program for any school that they want to go to. There are stipulations. You have to maintain a 2.0 or 2.5 and such for so long, but full scholarship to any institution anywhere in the world. We provide a stipend. We give tuition, books, supplies, anything, and a stipend I mentioned, but anything to help them and support them to go out and get the degree and come back, work for the tribe or the casino. So, which we have right now, we have about 70% of our students after they graduate, they are on their way and their path to another education. So.
Wonderful. Thank you, Vice Chair Williams. Before I get to Director Hart, I just wanted to circle back to Governor Lewis real fast and ask Governor Lewis how Gila River is using their gaming revenue to provide for the general welfare of the tribe.
No, thank you for that. And you know what, it's just right along the same lines as my fellow tribal leaders as well. And just to give you a perspective, the Gila River Indian community, we're located just south of Phoenix, on the border of Phoenix. That is, of course, Phoenix, the metropolitan, most populous county, Maricopa County. That was our traditional, what we call our Atam Juvid, our land. And so both our sister tribes, the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community to the north, and the Thana Atam Nation to the south as well. And they have 2 facilities now in the West Valley, Glendale, and then of course Auction community as well. And I know they use Harrah's that manages their casino as well. And we really really has allowed the Gila River Indian community you know, in regards to mid-90s, you know, when we signed our first compact. That allowed those revenues, those earlier revenues allowed us to start building homes for our community members, to start looking at, of course, education as well. I mean, just as my fellow tribal leader said, you know, we have a very robust scholarship program where we, you know, which I actually benefited from as well. And now as governor, an undergraduate degree, graduate programs as well, and post-grad funding for our community members as well. So, you know, investing in our community, because historically we were agriculturalists, and you know, we've lived, you know, in the southern Arizona, Phoenix central area since time immemorial, and we proudly trace our historic connection to the land through the Hoogam people. And the Hoogam, they were master architects and engineers of water development and water engineering. Some of the canals have been carbon dated, you know, just conservatively, like over 1,500 years and older. And so the footprint really of Phoenix is built upon these canal systems that our Hoogam constructed and engineered with amazing mathematical precision to bring water to the Sonoran Desert, the beautiful desert lands here, and which we cultivated, of course, corn, squash, beans, melons, wheat, and you know, that was where, you know, our heritage about being self-reliant, self-sufficient came from, working together. And so we utilize that same model, you know, for our economic development, for our gaming as well, making sure that these decisions that we made, you know, that we were going to run our facilities ourselves, that we're going to use this as an opportunity to provide for jobs for our community, to look at ways where we can diversify. I think that was one of the most important things that our elders, you know, who ultimately we needed their support to go into economic development and gaming operations, where we're going to look at this as a way to develop and to diversify beyond gaming. And so has allowed us to you know, to build other. We have a great Sheraton Wild Horse Pass Spa that we've been running as well, and that we have community members which really have provided opportunities for jobs as well. And so that's the only Marriott property, our Sheraton, that is actually the community owns. The Gila River Indian community owns, and it's managed by Marriott Properties as well. So that has allowed us also. In fact, our CEO went through their executive training in Marriott, and allowed him to get the skill set to be able to be our first CEO for Gila River Gaming Enterprises and Resorts. But also, you know, and that cultural aspect is so important as well, as Chief Standing Board said, you know, that, you know, these resources allowed us to fight to regain our historic water rights as well. Our water, because we are known as people of the river, which means people of the river. Our water was stolen from us over 150 years ago. And so the revenues allowed us to fight, to lobby for our water back. And so in 2004, as was said in my bio, that we regained our water rights in 2004, which was the largest water settlement in U.S. history. And because of those gaming funds that allowed us to cultivate attorneys, community member attorneys, you know, a whole water team to mount this challenge. You know, the resources that we would not have had without gaming as well. And you know, this has allowed us to, again, to as was said, very eloquently by my fellow tribal leaders. This has allowed us to provide housing for our community members, to provide schools, healthcare, all of the unmet needs that we all as tribal leaders, tribal nations have from unmet federal mandates. This has allowed us, this gaming revenue has allowed us to bridge those gaps in a very real way. Which in fact, we're having a discussion about our children. And as tribal leaders know, Indian Child Welfare Act is always under attack in one form or another, even though we got a great decision from the Supreme Court just recently. But nonetheless, we have to be, as my father, Rod Lewis, always told, we have to be eternally vigilant about protecting our tribal sovereignty. And this has allowed us, our gaming revenue has allowed us to look at ways where we can protect our children in foster care, where we can provide those tribal social services, that safety net for our tribal, our most vulnerable, to make sure that our tribal governments, the services that we have, look out for our elders, look out for our children, look out for the future of our community, and in these services, and investing in the future of our tribal nations, the true nation building. And when we talk about general welfare, it's cultural, it's spiritual, it's natural resources, it's our people, and it's all of those, within our culture and traditions. We put a big effort in making sure that those decisions we make align with our culture and tradition. That's how we keep the balance within society, within our tribal government, within legitimacy, as we continue to grow our infrastructure and our society.
Thank you, Governor Lewis. So from Gila River in the Southwest, I want to move to Director Hart, who is a citizen of the St. Regis Mohawk tribe. And I want to know a little bit more about her role in the Office of Indian Gaming, and a little bit if she knows of creative or standout ways that other tribes across the nation, particularly even your own, has used for gaming revenue for the general welfare.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm a member of the St. Regis Mohawk tribe. Just say a little bit about my tribe's reservation. We're in 2 countries. Half of the reservation is in Canada. We're in 2 counties in the state of New York, Franklin and St. Lawrence County, and we're in 2 provinces. Our reservation is partly in Quebec and partly in Ontario. So to say that we have a complicated government system is, to say the least. And what happened was with the government, when the border was put in, it cut right across the middle of our reservation. So even though we're, like, my siblings live in Canada, if you go and come onto our reservation, you can go into Canada and there's no border, it's all one community. However, the Canadian government the Mohawks have a Canadian government that deals with the Canadian Ottawa government, and there is tribal council members that deal with the United States government. So it gets really complicated, it gets really confusing. The closest hospital on our reservation is in Canada, where they have free healthcare. So most of the tribal members were born in Canada. Our most recent new problem is, because all of our tribal members are born in Canada, we all have a New York license, and some of the school bus drivers who work in New York wanted to renew their license, and after the immigration laws were changed, they go to the motor vehicles. The motor vehicle says, "Oh, you guys are born in Canada. You guys need to get a green card." Couldn't believe it. I said, we're Native American, this is all of ours, but yeah, we need to now get a green card. So those are some of the issues that we're dealing with on a regular basis.
Our gaming facility, my former boss, George Scabine, always would say, the St. Regis Tribe has the worst compact ever. And the reason being is we are mandated to have 1,000 slot machines in our facility. Our community is rural, it's small. However, we have to have 1,000 slot machines on the floor, and we pay New York State 25% of our gaming revenue on those machines. So needless to say, our gaming facility is really a employer, as Kevin was saying. It's an employer, and it's an employer that is very well needed on our reservation and in the communities around us. So even having it not be a big, huge facility, even all the problems we're having with New York State and our compact, it serves the purpose of giving our tribal members a place to get up and go every day, have a job, and gain some pride because they are making a living. And prior to that, there was a couple of plants in General Motors. They moved out. Reynolds Aluminum, they're there having a hard time because they're polluting all the water in the St. Lawrence, which causes other problems. So the gaming facility has really made a difference in the community. So that's a little bit about me personally. 30 or so years ago, I went to law school, and my father, who was tribal chief, had asked me to go to law school, and he wanted to work for Indian Affairs because Chief Standing Bear says all the decisions that are made for Indians are made in Washington, and we don't know about it until it's too late. So he sent me to Washington to make sure that we got notice before it was too late. I don't know if I've done that, but hopefully we're working towards it. And as Kevin's talked about, we've put out some pretty good regulations most recently that will help tribes be able to not be so regulated by the government. So what my office does, and I think every tribe who was in here, if you started gaming, you had to come through the Office of Indian Gaming for the Secretary of Interior, because I think originally the plan was, if it started with Section 81, 25 U.S.C. Section 81, that said, if you're an Indian and you made a deal with a non-Indian, it had to come through the federal government to be looked at. And I think that's why the chief over here said there's so much regulation in the government has to look at everything. And originally, I think that was set up so that because we, especially like with my tribe, we didn't speak English, and we really didn't know what the deal was or what we were talking about that we were signing. And therefore, that's how we lost a lot. Indians across the country lost a lot of land, lost a lot of authority, and the Bureau stepped in as our, I guess, caretakers, if to say nothing worse. We've now, the Bureau of Indian Affairs we've got a lot of Indian, we have natives in every office. So it's a little bit different. So my office, I'm the director of gaming. So to take land into trust, you come into my office and we look at your applications. And one of the things I tell every member of my staff is we cannot be paternalistic. We cannot think we know more than the tribes. And what we try to do is we try to advise and let you know, as my former boss did with my tribe, this is not a good deal. But if the tribe wants that, we are not going to be paternalistic enough to say, no, you can't have it. So and what we say is tribes are able to make bad deals. We are not going to be paternalistic enough to say, no, you can't do that. So we do land acquisitions, we do land, make sure it's eligible for gaming. We do tribal state compacts. And most pertinent to this today's session is the revenue allocation plans. And we talked about per capitas. When I looked at, and I listened to the very first panel this morning with Catherine and Steve, I said, geez, they took most of my program here because this all started with the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, a statute that put in place
how we distribute our money. In IGRA, as they said this morning, there's 5 purposes for gaining revenue. And one of the purposes, and as they said this morning, was general welfare for Indian tribes and its members. Also in the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, it allows for per capita payments. 1988 was the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. In March of 2000, we implemented regulations that defined per capita payments. So what has been happening from time when the tribes started to make money, some tribes, and there wasn't a whole lot, I think overall, maybe even right now, there's only like 140 tribes that are giving out per capita payments. And even then, the per capita payments that are coming into my office aren't that they give out a lot of money, but it's setting up restrictions. And I think that's one of the things that I think I see most of the bigger tribes do. What they did is they set really good guidelines in place after they figured out what was going to happen here. So what they did is in their revenue allocation plan, they say you're going to, if you graduate from high school, you can get a percentage of your payment. If you get an undergrad degree, if you get a master's, your payments go up and up. But if you go to jail and you permit, if it's a felony, you lose it all. They put in stop gaps like that to basically let everybody know that this is something, this is a privilege. And well, some tribes didn't do that. Some tribes just said 18, this is what you have. And actually, I think the Seminole tribe of Florida realized that if they give all the per capita money out when all the trust that's been built up from when the child was born and they turned it over, it was causing a lot of trouble. There was a lot of problems. And so then they came back and they amended the revenue allocation plan, and they put in place these standards that you had to meet in order to get the money. So these things all have developed. Now in 2014, Congress passes the Tribal General Welfare Exclusion Act. All of a sudden, tribes are coming in saying, okay, you know, we think this is a Tribal General Welfare Act payment. So we then took a look at it. They've moved their revenue allocations lower, said, okay, we're putting this much to our education, and they're gradually moving these payments towards programs. That seemed to be really going really well. You know, if you're getting a direct payment, it's taxable. If it goes through the tribe and it's through a program, it's not taxable. So we realized that this might be one of the things, there may be no more per capita payments, because if tribes and tribal members look at the Tribal General Welfare Act, and they can distribute the money through the programs that they have for education, for health, all the different housing programs that they have, instead of giving the payments directly to the individuals, then you get around that payment that the individuals have to pay. So it seems to me like it would make sense. So most recently, and I think just within the last 6 months, we have now gotten RAPs come in, and that's all the tribe did, is change the word per capita to general welfare payment. And so now general welfare payments don't come through my office. That's an IRS Department of Treasury thing, but there's nothing in place. And so I said to my office, okay, tribes are asking for technical assistance. Tribes are saying, now what? Can we do this? We don't want to go down this path and then say 5 years from now, the IRS is going to come back and say, absolutely not. These are all taxable payments. So we have now worked with the Assistant Secretary, and what we're looking at is, what did the Tribal General Welfare Exclusion Act do? It set up a committee, and the committee the guidelines are very general. It's available to tribal members who meet the program guidelines. must be promotion of general welfare, and must not be lavish or extravagant, and must not be compensation for services. So that's all the IRS has said. So one of the documents that we have in right now said, these are the guidelines from the IRS. And we want the Department of Interior to tell us this is not a per capita payment. It's a general welfare payment. We looked at that, and this is the direction I gave my staff. We are not here to not help the tribes. The tribes are saying, listen, we want technical assistance. So I'm not going to allow my office to take a blind eye and say, look, that's IRS, we're not going to deal with it. If we're going to fight a fight, let's be on the tribe side. So what we're going to do is look at the guidelines, say to the tribe, these are the guidelines, you have to have met the guidelines. And then you have to, and then if you've met the guidelines, then we will send you a letter saying, this is not a per capita. And it does meet the guidelines set out by the IRS. So having discussed that and working with the other agencies, we realized that there's consultation going on right now. Like we said, we had IGRA, and then we had the regulations for the per caps. Now we have another statute, the Tribal General Welfare Exclusion Act. And then now there's going to put in together regulations for those Tribal General Welfare Act payments. We asked, we've been trying to, my office has been trying to work with the IRS to get into the consultation or to build the regulations that will clarify what the general welfare payments are. We have not been successful in doing that, but the assistant secretary has now made some calls to help get us into that. Because it's very, and this is where I say when my father sent me down here, because these rules are being made and we don't know about it till it's too late. This is exactly what's happened now. So there has to be consultation on these issues, and the tribes should be very much interested in this. What we think is going to be the biggest issue is what is lavish and extravagant. So you can give out tribal general welfare payments, and then you have to meet the definition of lavish and extravagant. And I will say, I have to say, one of the tribes did send in a rap about 10 years ago, and it's funny, and I'll say it's my good friend Jim Shore, because I called him right up, and he wanted to give out $1,200 payments for every tribal member's cable bill. So I called him up and I said, Jim, if my cable bill was $1,200, I would shoot myself, because that is way too much for a cable bill. Now, I heard somebody on the panel earlier say, it just depends on the individual. It just depends on the tribes. You really have to look at that. And so I tell everybody here, it's exactly that. You have to then come back to me and say, not me in this case, but in that case, you have to come back to me and you have to explain why this is not lavish or extravagant. And for each individual tribe, it's going to be different. But I think that, as Chief Steniger said, if we don't want to be regulated by the Bureau of Indian Affairs or by the federal government, then you have to make sure that you're clear that when you do your policies and procedures internally to define General Welfare Act payments. And if you think, and so he came back and he said, well, listen, it's not just cable bill, and now you have to bundle everything, so it's everybody needs a cell phone, because if there's an emergency, you have to have that phone, and the elders need this, and if you break it down and they explain it made a lot more sense. But if you don't have those regulations, if you don't have those policies in place, then you leave it up to the federal government to come back and say, no, this isn't it. But I think if you do have those policies and procedures in place, then we don't have to then delve deeper into your business. As a member of the St. Regis Smoke tribe,
I have to say, there's a little, little shack on our reservation and it says the BIA headquarters. And of course, my sister's brother teased me all the time, like, there's your office, Paula. Because nobody wants the BIA in any of our business, especially in New York. And we burned tires on the road. We've done all kinds of stuff to keep the feds out. And so I am right there with you. So what I'm trying to do is make sure that in this, we now are switching to Tribal General Welfare Act, so that individual tribal members don't get taxed on per capita payments that they're giving out because you're getting that money because you're going to school. Well, then it's not a per cap. It should go through the education fund, and then it is a General Welfare Act program. It's for health benefits that you're getting. It's for housing, and all of that is up to the individual tribe. So when I was asked to come here and I was looking at these rules, and then I contacted, we talked to the Treasury Department. Chief Malarva is the head of the committee, and I think they're doing a really good job. And I think what I heard from them is something that we could really go along with. And I think it's going to be, again, a really good regulation for Indian tribes. But I would advise everybody to keep an eye out for them. And make sure internally with your tribes that you're prepared to make sure that you have your definitions made, you have your policies in place, you have your procedures set up so that nobody can question that you guys are taking care of your own business. So I think I'll stop there. I think that's I think of everything that we were talking about as far as this Tribal General Welfare Act, I think that this is something that's coming. And I think if we can get ahead of it and make sure that the tribal views are known. We did one more thing. We did consultation when we did the RAP ranks. We went 2 years, 12 different locations in the United States. And the reason we did that is the General Accounting Office asked us to define adequately funded, because in order to give out a per cap, the tribal governments have to be adequately funded, tribal governments, economic development. And so we went around the country and we wanted tribes to tell us how we could say that they were adequately funded. And of course, our first draft basically said, you got to tell us how much economic development you got going on, where the money's going to, where the money's coming from. And the tribes are like, absolutely not. If you guys can't even give us a clear answer on can this be for you, then we're not giving you any information. So we went around, we tried all different ways to write that regulation. And then we went back to the GAO and we said, we're never going to get the tribes to agree on what is adequate. And they're never going to give us the information, the financial information that we need to define adequate. I think the same thing is going to happen with lavish and extravagant. And I said right away, and I'm telling Treasury, you're not going to get the tribes to be able to explain it. It's really difficult. When they make a policy, a national policy, they think every tribe, it's for every tribe, but every tribe is different. So we're never going to get the tribes to agree on what's lavish and extravagant, because that's different for every tribe. So I said, we're going to recommend, don't do the same thing we did in the 1990s, which go out to the tribe and ask the tribe this really dumb question, because they're going to come right back and say, we're not going to do that. So let's just start off with allowing the tribes to define it themselves. So that's the consultation that we do. That's the consultation that in this administration we have 4 big rules that went out, that the Biden administration put out. Huge difference in Indian country. I think every administration in the whole time that I've been there have been trying to fix the land into trust regs. It finally got done in this administration. There was a lot of consultation. We took a big hit because a lot of the non-Indians would always say, why is there tribal consultation? And we did not get consultation.
And easy answer, we have a trust obligation to Indian tribes, and so therefore we put out a Dear Tribal Leaders letter that said what it was we were going to do, and then we met with the tribes at least 4 times, explaining to them what we were going to do, and then we did further consultation once we went from a draft to a final. So what do we do for Tribal General Welfare Act is we will consult, and I think this administration has done a good job with that so far, and I don't see it stopping, that we definitely will consult with tribes. But I can see it coming, and maybe like Kevin, worried that tribes don't get ahead of it, don't get their policies and procedures in place, and then the feds will do something to, then you'll have to listen to what the BIA says. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director Hart, and thank you for sharing a bit of the future to come. When you were talking about the $1,200 cable package, I was thinking of all of my streaming services, and Apple TV right now has Killers of the Flower Moon, and I was like, that's not lavish. We all need to watch that. But I want to just take a minute now to open up questions to the audience for the panel. Because we have about 10 minutes remaining for this panel. So if there's any questions from anybody in the audience. Yes, Morgan.
I do have some questions about the Tribal General Welfare programs that are being implemented. You know, our tribe, Tribal Louisiana, has implemented a pretty robust general welfare program. I thank you for sharing your expertise with us, and I think that it's like one of 2 sides, right? Like the annoyance and the irritation of not being actually to have economic sovereignty over our gaming revenues, over our tribally chartered corporations revenues. It's interesting because in a society that is extremely interested in capital gains within the US, that we have to explain ourselves with lavish and extravagant whenever multinational corporations don't. And I think that's a point that we need to drive home a lot harder. And I get that we have to explain this, but I also think that we shouldn't have to. You know, I think lavish and extravagant can mean something very differently according to culture and to nation. And also wealth is very relative.
That's right.
You know, and I think that the economic impact of our gaming facility, Tribe Louisiana, has demonstrated the importance and the benefits of having a tribally chartered corporation within the community where 30% of the revenue stays in the community and gets reinvested back into the economy. So I guess I don't know if that was really a question. It's really more just like, what would you recommend in talks with state legislators or people who are looking to collaborate with or support on this subject?
I think one of the things that's going to happen is in consultation, and in the executive order that there has to be consultation. I think it's really important that you participate in the consultation. And I think in the consultation, every comment has to be addressed. So they either have to adopt it into the rule, or they have to tell you why it's not being adopted. So the consultation is very important. And if you look at the regs that just came out, I think it's over 100 pages, and 20 pages is the rule, and the first 80 pages is the explanation. Either we accepted it or we did not accept it. So those comments that are being made, and this is going to be Treasury that's going to be doing this, not the BIA. But it's still really important to get those comments in. And your comment on lavish and extravagant is going to be very important, because they're going to need to know that every tribe is different.
Just a comment, I'm a tax attorney, and also I'm an enrolled member of the Iowa Tribe of Kansas and Nebraska, that language, lavish or extravagant, you do see that in the code section for trade and business expense for travel expenses.
Yes, yeah.
And it says that it's under the circumstances, but it's really odd that, you know, that's confined to something very specific, where I think you could identify when you're traveling what would be lavish or extravagant, but to have it so broad, it doesn't make any sense.
That's right. Yeah. And yeah, that's probably the main focal point of
this round on the regulations. I don't understand it. Like I said, I've been trying to get into those sessions, but I have not been able to. And this is just what I heard as a summary from coming out of there.
Great, any further questions? Okay, thank you all so much for your time today. We will take a 15-minute break and the next panel will start after that. Thank you.
Don't watch out for the expensive comments. All right, good afternoon. Welcome to our final panel of the conference. My name is John Tsuda, and I'm going to be the moderator for this. We've titled this panel very boringly, use of tribal net gaming revenues to fund tribal government operations. So as we heard this morning from Professors Rand and Light, one of the fundamental purposes for tribal gaming is to fund the operation of tribal governments. However, as they also informed us, and as we've learned from several of the other panels, the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act placed some restrictions on how those funds can be used. The Act also set up regulatory structures to oversee the use of those funds, those net gaming revenue funds, including a federal agency, the NIGC, and also tribal regulatory agencies. So with us for this panel, we have two of the top regulators in Indian gaming, and we also are joined by an attorney who has advised tribes on how to use their gaming revenues consistent with the restrictions laid out in the Indian Gaming Regulatory. So I'm going to introduce our panelists at the beginning here, and also sort of in the order in which they'll speak for us, and then I'll let them take over after I introduce them. So first up, we have to my left here, Mr. Thomas Cunningham. Tom is the Director of Compliance at the National Indian Gaming Commission. In this position, he monitors compliance with tribal gaming operations on tribal lands in accordance with the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act and NIGC regulations. Regulations that are specifically applicable to the Division of Compliance, which encompasses 8 regional offices and the audit program. Also, in partnership with the NIGC's Chief Information Officer, Tom oversees the NIGC's Cybersecurity Working Group. Tom joined the NIGC in 2007, starting as a field investigator, and has worked his way up to being the Director of Compliance. Prior to joining the NIGC, he spent 13 years in law enforcement, including assignments with the Drug Enforcement Agency and working joint investigations with the Federal Bureau of Investigations and the U.S. Attorney's Office. If you want to know more about this fascinating guy, you can look into into the program. But I'll just end with that and say he's a member of the Seminole Nation, where he's also served as the Gaming Commission Chairman. So he's been on both the tribal and the federal side of gaming regulation. After Tom, we're going to have, I hope, if he turns on his camera, Mr. Tracy Burris. He'll be joining us by video. Unfortunately, he was planning to be here, but could not make it this morning, similar to a couple of our other panelists. Mr. Burris, Tracy Burris, is the Executive Director of the Muskogee Creek Nation Office of Public Gaming, which is the tribal gaming regulatory authority for the Muskogee Creek Nation. Prior to that, Tracy spent
over 8 years as the gaming commissioner for the VA House Band of Kumeyaay Indians in Southern California. And before that, he spent 15 years as the Chickasaw Nation Gaming Commissioner. In addition to those, Tracy has served on and advised numerous other tribal gaming commissions all over the country. In all, he has served tribes as a gaming regulator, again, from the tribal side, the regulator, for over 30 years, becoming in that time one of the most respected voices for tribal government gaming regulation in the country. Tracy is a member of the Chickasaw Nation, and I must say, as I know he will insist, that he is also a proud graduate of Oklahoma State University.
Go Pokes.
Go Pokes.
Pistols fired.
Also with us, our third panelist is Caleb Dog Eagle. Mr. Dog Eagle is I think I have this wrong, he's the Solicitor General, not the General Counsel. Same thing, I guess, pretty much. Solicitor General for the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe, which are located in Minnesota. Prior to joining Mille Lacs about 5 years ago, he was legal counsel to the 3 affiliated tribes, Mandan, Hidatsa, and Arikara in North Dakota. Caleb is a member of the Standing Rock Sioux tribe and has spent many years, as some other of us have, addressing the numerous issues that face tribal governments. But specific to our panel today, he's going to enlighten us a little bit on what it's like to advise the tribal government how to use their gaming revenues in a way that does not violate IGRA. All right. So we'll go back. Mr. Cunningham, the floor is yours. And I'll ask you, each of you, as we turn to you, to give us just a brief overview of what you view your role and what the role of your agency, if you're regulator, is in the structure of Indian gaming.
Sure. Well, thank you, John. It's a pleasure to be invited here to the Boyd Law School and to present to this group. So our role at NIGC, of course, we were created when IGRA passed in 1988. And it was basically to enforce those items and to monitor those items that are set forth in IGRA that were specifically assigned to us, or if it wasn't assigned to anyone in particular, then it fell on us to do that. So we share responsibilities, as we've heard earlier today, with the DOI and Office of Indian Gaming Secretary. And so what we do kind of on a daily basis is working with the tribes, as we heard earlier. We work together with tribes to regulate Class 2 gaming, and then we have some oversight responsibilities for Class 3. But one of the specific duties we're given is to enforce the provisions that require 5 uses of net gaming revenue. And not only is it listed in IGRA, but it's also listed in each and every approved gaming ordinance. And so from time to time, fortunately not that often, I was visiting earlier with one of the attendees. Since the inception of NIGC, there's only been 6 instances where formal enforcement action is taken because of misuse of gaming revenue. So when I came into NIGC and began learning the act and the regulations to a deeper level, kind of the way I viewed it is, if the use of the revenue can be fit into one of those categories, one of those 5 categories, or it's per capita, then we're good to go. If we can't fit it into one of those 5 categories, and in my mind, they're very, very broad. It's really hard not to fit what the tribe wants to do in one of those categories. So that's kind of the approach I take to it. We also spend a lot of time, way more time on technical assistance and training, providing the tribes with the information, explaining to them the requirements of the 5 uses and the need for a revenue allocation plan if they decide to do per capita payments. We probably spend 10 times as much time in technical assistance and training as we ever would do in the actual enforcement actions for misuse of gaming revenue. So that's kind of in a nutshell our approach and what we do with the use of gaming revenue.
Okay, great. Thank you for that intro, Tom. So, Mr. Burris, I'll ask you the same thing, just, to start us off here, give us a little bit of your view of the role of tribal gaming regulators in general, and also with specific to how you advise your tribal government on the use of gaming revenues.
Well, John, thank you very much, and thank your team for giving me the opportunity to participate. I apologize for not being able to make it in person. Had health issues, so I couldn't make it. But I look forward for this conversation because I find it interesting. If I date myself going back over 30 years in this business and trying to develop this particular business, this economic boondoggle, if you will, for tribes, we start off with, what is the economic development? And it's in the act, and it's in those categories, to promote tribal economic development. And that definition is the process whereby simple, low-income national economies are transformed into modern industrial economies. So we're trying to be better, right? The tribes work to do that. And so they look to use those revenues to be better. They first take care of their simple needs, which is their programs related services. Why? Because we have expertise in that, because we utilize federal funds for so long and still do to some degree, and every tribe does. But that's a lessening process, right? So what it is that we built on those, but also in the same process we need to develop, because we didn't know how long this opportunity would last, because Congress with its plenary power could take it away tomorrow. So tribes have worked on economic development, and what's the best way to do that? Well, you always go with what you think are simple, low risk, but to strive, that's not always the case because of your very own locations. Every tribe has its spatial barriers. You could be in South Dakota, North Dakota, Montana, Wyoming, Oklahoma, California, Arizona. Those are different all economies and different strides, but you also got to get to the market. And so tribes try to figure out how to do that, pick good businesses to develop, to enlarge as a partner to their existing business. And obviously we utilize those gaming revenues to develop that. And that's the role of government, the tribal government, because, as it said, they learned from the process of the old 93-638 contracting and stuff about self-determination. It's in the act too. And it's about self-sufficiency. And it's what is the easiest way to determine that? None of that's easy. A lot of it's trial and error. There's been a lot of trial and error, failures, successes, but a lot of opportunities. Tribes that utilize retail outlets, they've utilized museums, gift shops. They try to utilize their culture, their customs to grow. They get to do a twofold. They get to tell about themselves and their people and what they're about, where they're from, how they got there, why they do what they do. So that's a great tool that economic development has, because it gives you an opportunity to create all kinds of potential outlets. Now, to get more industrial, it takes obviously more dollars to become machine fabric deals. I know a couple of tribes that have machine shops and stuff that develop off of that. So they're trying to get there. It's not easy because you still have always the issue of distribution. And again, the most reservations are remote from the industrial complex to make it easy to get there. They don't necessarily have railroads or proper thoroughways to move stuff. You have to rely on trucks and stuff, and they utilize fuel. So it's a little different. So those are the things that are taken into consideration, evaluated, and considered when trying to spend those dollars. And when you see them, when they tell you about it, it's the cost associated with doing that type of business.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Burris. Caleb, I'll turn to you and maybe to lead us off and to sort of shape from an attorney perspective, you could phrase it sort of in the sense of what would be your advice? What would you think would be your most important advice to a tribal government as it's thinking about using its tribal gaming revenues, consistent with the restrictions of IGRA? And is that different than how you would advise tribe to use other sources of revenue?
Yeah, well, first, thank you for the invitation to be here. I'm honored to be here. It's nice to see fellow citizen from Standing Rock right here in the front row. So my name is Caleb Doggill. I serve as the leader of the Department of Justice for the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe in central Minnesota. And that also carries a general counsel role that's codified in their statutes. That's how it's defined. I wear another hat on the federal side as a special assistant United States attorney in the District of Minnesota, prosecuting crimes from the reservation. So that's been a great bridge between the federal agency and our district and the band. And
we could probably have a whole conference just on how you're taking on that role. It's a special
different hats that I put on. So I feel fortunate to serve the community in those roles, and very thankful that I have that opportunity to do so. So as far as permissible uses of net gaming revenue, right? It's a topic that comes up really often, actually, for me in my role as general counsel for the band and all of the administration and departments. The Mille Lacs Band has a unique structure. It's got 3 branches. We have a judicial branch, legislative branch, and an executive branch. And the executive branch is charged with all the exterior relations. And the 2 branches, legislative and executive, put together our revenue allocation plan, which is their law for how they're going to comply with IGRA and the requirements of those 5 categories that you mentioned earlier to fund tribal government operations or programs, which there's, I mean, that is, if we didn't have the gaming revenue there, the tribe came from a very small, and I know it's not unique to Mille Lacs, but like a trailer on a lot is their government center. It's really cool to see the opportunities that gaming revenue has afforded to tribal communities. It's really increased our economic clout as well as our political clout, and it's allowed to invest in our own people, like the Coshada tribe mentioned earlier, funding their development of their folks there with their education. I think that's one of the great opportunities that gaming revenue affords tribes these days. To provide for the general welfare of the Indian tribe and its members is the second one. To promote general tribal economic development, to donate to charitable organizations, to help fund operations of local government agencies. The Mille Lacs Band does all of those things. I'm glad to hear our federal regulator partner saying that a more permissible mindset when it comes to those categories. They are very broad. But that doesn't mean you can just do anything, right? You can just Google the notice of violations, and there's some really good reading that you can do. I would encourage you to do that. I've done that myself. I've shared that with the elected representatives and the decision makers within the band. And I think that's a good way to see what not to do, and also to illustrate what you should do. And there's been learning and growth along the way. So in particular, in relation to general welfare exclusion and per capita payments, we all know per capita payments are taxable. If the tribal nation makes the decision that they want to do those, then I think a good, strong plan to do those things comes with it, because I think most people know that there's also some downside to that, right? Some negative aspects to it. I like the aspect of providing more services, especially as they apply under the general welfare exclusion for tax reasons, just for services. You're converting taxable income out there into non-taxable services. That's a win-win in my eyes. So that's something that I've advised not only my current clients and communities that I serve, but others that I've served. I've only worked in-house my entire legal career for tribes. I feel fortunate to have done that and hope to continue to do that. So we look at those categories and we do an internal analysis. We have legal memo that we refer to, and we just go through it, and with our administrators, and we've educated our directors and programs, and we have meetings regularly to say, hey, we're spending this money. Is there a way to put this in another bucket for general welfare exclusion purposes? Or can that not fit? And then we accept that and move on, and that informs the decision moving forward. So we put forth the RAP revenue allocation plan, and we amend that as we go along. And we want to incorporate things into band statute, and we send those in to get them approved through the interior, which we heard about on the last panel. And just being mindful that in trying to encourage everybody within the band who has decision-making or policy roles to look and see how we can integrate those things for making sure we're adhering to legal uses of net gaming revenue. We certainly don't want to be on the other side of that. I'd rather see him next to me on a panel than knocking on my door and saying, hey, we need to talk. As far as the second part of your question, as it relates to, you know, non-gaming revenue, right? That's much more permissible. I think aside from the legal purposes, the tribe is free to exercise its sovereignty and spend its funding how it chooses to. I think we heard a lot about economic diversification. I think that's a really good way to go because, as Professor Dean Washburn pointed out, we're not going to probably find another Indian gaming. This is the big springboard for a lot of communities, and I recognize disparities in what tribes get what as far as gaming revenue, and it's nice to hear the philanthropic activities that take part in Indian country. Mille Lacs Band participates in that arena as well, which is great. I thought it was pretty cool that in Wisconsin that the tribes have agreed to share some of the proceeds, kind of even it out a little bit, because not everybody's located by a population center to generate that gaming revenue. So I think another, and this is a little off topic, but I think it falls into the diversification, is just to develop your grant writing programs. There's so much money out there that goes unclaimed. And so if you can get some of your net gaming revenue to help fund your grants department, you can get another revenue stream that's going to help you build your economy into robust economies. And I think, with being in rural central Minnesota, the Mille Lacs Band's gaming operations, and the Mille Lacs Band is the largest employer in the region. They're driving the economy in that region and beyond. And one thing I would recommend doing, and this is a recommendation that we're currently looking at, is getting that economic study done so you can show people on paper what a huge good impact that all of our tribal nations are making for our regions. I think that's a really useful tool, whether you're, asking legislators for help or whatever, or just, it can help in a lot of ways. So the other side of that is taxation, right? We heard about double taxation and how that's a burden for tribal economies, and an unfair one in my opinion. But it's one that we have to deal with, right? So I think that economic study I just mentioned, it's going to help you to show, yeah, okay, we might not be paying taxes because we took this land into trust, but you're still getting tax money in a lot of different other ways. I'll finish up right now with saying, the Mille Lacs Band is in litigation with Mille Lacs County, and we're, I think, the second largest taxpayer in the county. So we're kind of funding them to sue us. But I think that's kind of hilarious if you really think about it. But
so Tom, is that permissible?
Yeah. I have to look into that. So thank you for listening. It's wonderful to be on this panel. I look forward to our discussion.
Great. So thanks for those introductory remarks here. And similar to our other panels, I'd like to really have an organic discussion. So I think I'll throw some questions out, some to you specifically, and some to all of you for your different perspectives. So let me go back, start with Tom again. And maybe let's just get kind of boringly down the weeds a little bit here, but maybe as a start off for those who don't know, how does the NIGC review, investigate, audit for use of net gaming revenues?
Sure. So to put your minds at ease, we do not, under the compliance division, we have 8 regions, and each region has a region director and a staff of compliance officers, either 2 to 6 compliance officers. We also have a team of auditors. And what they do is, on a routine basis, is go out and they go through the checklist for NIGC regulations and your tribal gaming ordinance. But generally, they do not ask questions about your use of gaming revenue. What we do as a normal course of business is if we get a complaint that may come from tribal member, it may come from a tribal official, it may come from a tribal leader. Sometimes it's in the news where there is some indication that maybe there is a misuse of gaming revenue going on. Also, we from time to time there's the tribes on media will release information about concerns or going-ons or new programs or things like that. So if one of those things triggers and we take a kind of a preliminary look at it and we say, okay, what's going on? Where did the funding come for either this expense or this program or this endeavor that there's a complaint about? If it didn't come from net gaming revenue, which is what's left over at the operation, has paid all the bills, paid the winners, and they've made a distribution to the tribe. Or sometimes it may have occurred at the casino, so it may technically, it's in between gross gaming revenue and net gaming revenue. So we'll take a look at it and try to peel away the layers and see how it was spent. We really look for what the authority was to spend it. Is it a verbal authority? Did someone pick up the phone and call somebody and say, send this amount of money to this person, or sign the contract with this entity for this? When it comes to payments to individual tribal members or even individuals, was that payment made under a bona fide tribal program? And did that person fit the guidelines for the program that the tribe established? If you can check yes on all of those, then we move on down the road. Sometimes, on occasion, we see instances where there's a tribal need for the membership, and you kind of get this ad hoc program started, usually out of the kindness of leadership's heart. There's a need in the community, and so they just start directing either department staff at the tribe, or in some instances, we've seen it happen at the casino. They pick up the phone, they call the general manager and say, hey, I'm sending this tribal member over, and here's the issue. I want you to give them $1,000. The general manager does what their boss tells them to do, and they tell accounting in the casino to cut a check for $1,000 for this person. Well, if that happens enough, word gets out, and it's usually someone who didn't get the $1,000 check that calls us, right? And so we will take a look at the program and we try to figure out what's going on. In cases where it's, it doesn't seem widespread, it's kind of isolated incidents, and it's we try to get in there early and say, look, this, what you're doing is probably a good thing, but we would encourage you to set up a written program that specifies how you're gonna do this, who qualifies, and get that governmental approval for the program. So it's not individuals that have access that are making the decisions to do this on their own, that it's actually the intent of the tribe. You know, the entity that IGRA says is to be the primary beneficiary of gaming. It's the tribe's money, and the revenues from their gaming operation are go to the benefit of the whole tribe and all of its membership through its bona fide programs. And so that, in a nutshell, is how we get there, how we get it started. And sometimes, you know, when we start, as we say, peeling the layers of the onion back, it can be small or it can be large. One of the areas that we frequently find issues with, and if you have this issue at your tribe, I'm not talking about you specifically, but because we run into this quite often, is the credit cards at the casino. There may be one credit card, or there may be 10 credit cards. And those are usually given to people in position of authority, and they'll use those credit cards for expenses of the casino. And when we talk about expenses of the casino and the definition of net gaming revenue, legitimate expenses of the casino can be taken out of gross gaming revenue. But if it doesn't have a business purpose, if it doesn't go toward the sale of goods or the promotion of the economic entity, then it's not really an expense of that business. What they're actually doing is spending net gaming revenue that belongs to the tribe. And so oftentimes we see personal charges, and we talked about extravagant expenses. You know, we see a group of individuals getting first-class trips to somewhere for really no business purpose that's related to either the casino or the tribe. And so we'll ask for documentation about the trip, you know, because there could be a legitimate purpose, and maybe we don't see it because we don't have any information about it. So we'll ask for those records, send us your backup documentation for these expenses. And 9 times out of 10, there's no backup documentation. So right away, even if we don't get into the use of gaming revenue issues, they've got an issue because they didn't keep their records. And that's required under IGRA and the NIGC regulations, and usually under your tribal gaming ordinance. If not in the gaming ordinance, it's listed out in your internal controls at the casino that you're going to keep a good record of how the money is earned and how it's spent and how it's distributed. So is that enough detail, John? I don't want to go too deep into the weeds.
So I'm going to ask Mr. Burris here to get down in the weeds with you as well. So from your perspective, and I'm going to guess, I would think that one of the roles that you play, Mr. Burris, is to make sure that kind of stuff doesn't happen, right? That there is documentation for what's been done, but maybe you could just relate to us from the tribal side, you know, sort of on the day-to-day basis. You know, what does your tribal agency do to try to watch out for those things and make sure that somebody doesn't inadvertently or purposely, you know, do something that would be a violation of the use of gaming revenue under IGRA?
Well,
you might want to turn your mic on.
It might be this one over here.
Yeah, he's got to turn on.
Here it is.
You got it? Okay.
So what happens is that every tribe has, as Tom said, has a gaming ordinance, and that gaming ordinance often at times spells out who has authority to do what. And what we run into is, and it's been my experience with the ones I've worked directly with, have gaming boards. We've had those where we've helped tribes to establish such an item, a board that oversees the gaming operation that helps. A lot of it you'll see is where they, on a monthly basis, they will approve an invoice registry. So invoices over a dollar amount have to be approved by the board. So there are smaller amounts that can, if you will, seep through. But again, we rely on the CFO of the property to make sure that's tracked correctly. So I think I can't give you a hard question because I like to think that I've been fortunate enough to be with properties tribes that are doing it as right as possible. Again, I've seen those and been involved in those conversations with those that don't have that good oversight. And a gaming board over the operation is part of Watchdog too. That they have the ones with the expertise from a business sense to do it. We look at it from a regulatory perspective and from a regulator's perspective. We at times probably are guilty of being too critical of what the operation's trying to do. So if there's a good balance between a gaming board that has the business experience to sign off as a board, not just one person, not two, but anywhere from 4 to 5 to 6 board members will make that decision on those expenses when they look at that invoice registry. So that's the best way to do it, and it's the most effective way to do it. And there's also oftentimes things could slip through, but it's rare. But it requires both the board, the gaming board, and the regulatory agency to have an understanding of what each agency's role is. So I can't elaborate much more. I mean, Tom gets to see the macro part of this, the whole big picture across the country, and see that. As a TGRA, I look at the property that I'm working at, or the one that asked me help. So my range is not always that big, other than those troubles. So mine's more of a macro perspective, and it's really narrow, small, but there are effective tools that can be put in place, and which I think is a gaming board that can help oversee that and help set those limits on those invoice registries and approve those every month before they're paid, and or why it's been spent.
Tracy brings up a good point. The regulatory bodies, they have their scheduled audits and inspections and things like that. And but just like go back to the credit card example, if the operation is doing its monthly reconciliations of the credit card bills, they usually catch that. It's when that reconciliation stops is where we see more issues. And then the person with the card goes, well, it got through last month. I'm going to do a few more this month. And then it grows and grows and grows and grows until, we've seen instances where there's well over $100,000 of unexplained expenses on the casino's credit card. And, and you see that in other areas as well. And it's just like that ad hoc program that could occur at the casino or at the tribe. It's just, there's a one-time instance and everybody agrees to do it. And then, well, that worked. Let's try another one. Let's try a bigger one. And sometimes it gets a little out of hand, and 99% of the officials or the tribal leaders that are in charge of that, they don't think that way. They don't, they're there to serve the people, not themselves. But all it takes is that one that's there to serve themselves or their friends or their business partners. And that's where the train kind of goes off the rails, and hopefully either, the oversight of the tribal council, the internal auditors at the tribe, the internal auditors at the gaming program, the tribal regulators catch that, and they can address it first and take their actions. And but if it doesn't happen there, then it may find its way under our purview. And again, we try to go back and address it with technical assistance. Come in and say, here's the things you can do. A lot of times we've asked the tribe to say, well, we'll use what we call a letter of concern that spells out what we've found in our preliminary investigation, and say, here are the areas that we have uncovered, and we think it's likely a misuse of revenue. And so instead of going to the next step of an enforcement or full-blown investigation, how about you tribe work up a corrective action plan and do X, Y, and Z by a certain date, and come back to us. And sometimes we say, if you can recoup that money that the person who spent can't provide you with documentation of its true legitimate business purposes or true purposes for the tribe, what they can't prove was spent correctly, you guys attempt to recoup that through their civil authority, through either their tribal courts or agreements between the person who misspent the money. And then we consider that, taken care of and addressed by the tribe. And again, we consider in most cases resolved and move on.
I think that's, if I could weigh in real quickly. I think those are really good points to highlight. There's no substitute for having a good gaming ordinance within your tribal nation, a good gaming regulatory authority, those internal policies and procedures so that you don't get, somebody rogue out there with the credit card to go give your example. So thankfully I've had to deal with any of that where I am. But no, those are all good key things to have in place.
So, Tom, look, you and Tracy, it sounds like what you're describing to me, the best way to operate, is to have, follow your regular process, filing reports, which then leads to, the larger reports, ultimately the audits. I know one of the more common things that tribal operations find themselves from time to time is falling behind on annual audit reports, et cetera. But if you keep up with that regularly, then you're going to find these little things along the way. Is that fair to say? Tom?
Well, definitely. We often joke, and I've heard the tribal regulators joke about it too, is that, the casino industry, tribal casino industry seems to be almost as well regulated as the nuclear industry, because there are so many eyes on the money. Mm-hmm. From regulators to the auditors, the operations have, the tribes work, tribal citizens, they're, the public, because they're looking for wrongdoing because they just know something's got to be going on over there, right? And so there's a lot of eyes on it. And if you make sure that your internal audits are done, your revenue audits are done, your annual audits are done timely, that's why at NIDC, one of the more common notices of violation and enforcement actions you'll see is for late or no audit, and that's because it is such a key tool, not only for us, but more so for the owner of the operation, the tribe itself. You've got a CPA coming in, and they're looking at the books, and they're giving the tribe a report that says your gaming operation kept good enough books for us to review what they're reporting in this audit or in this financial statement to be true and correct, and you can count on it. There's nothing in these records that is a misstatement or a material weakness that causes concern. So when they told you this is how much money they made, you can believe it.
Tracy, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, yeah, in fairness too, Tom's absolutely right, but I think he would agree that there's a disparity with the size of the property, because those incomes of small tribes, those dollars are so critical. They fall behind on their audits because they look at that $35,000, $45,000, $80,000 audit cuts into something that they're really trying to do, and their margin of profit is really narrow. And they're like anyone else. They commit to a budget, and they're trying to follow it through. And unfortunately, they make decisions not to pursue those things that can get them in trouble or put their gaming operation in jeopardy. And that does happen. But there's a disparity between in my experience, has been the size of the properties, by how they struggle. And so that's a difficult thing. And again, TGRs, we look at the detail, and as you said, we're not necessarily the most like people, but we also often try to provide the oversight of don't get tunnel vision. The operation at all levels doesn't need to get tunnel vision. The gaming board doesn't need to get tunnel vision, because they'll look at those invoice registries and see the same thing over and over, and sometimes don't question it hard enough. As Tom mentioned. And those are the events that happen. And it's, you gotta look at the detail, what's driving that. And then what part do we try to improve on them in a diplomatic way? Let me say that.
In Tracy's right, and I hope everyone understands that just because you saw a tribe get an enforcement action for a late audit or no audit, doesn't necessarily mean they have issues. It could be a financial issue, or like you don't know how hard it is to get a CPA out to Alaska. It's kind of hard. So another good thing about audits, and since we were talking about the external audits.
Did you say there's a good thing about audits?
Well, from a oversight perspective, a lot of times the CPAs are really good about dropping the intended reader a hint in their notes on the financial statement audit. And in fact, one of the enforcement matters that's on our webpage, was highlighted by a CPA firm that said, hey, note to the owner, you were paying $500 a month for this parking lot. You're now paying $25,000 a month in 3% of your gross gaming revenue for this parking lot. Different than last year. And it didn't say it was right or wrong, just said maybe something you want to look at.
Right.
And turns out it was worth looking at.
Well, so that brings me back around. That's something I think you sort of alluded to earlier, John. And I want to pose this to Caleb. So it sounds like part of what you're saying is that before we get to net revenue, there's actually things you need to be looking for along the way. And so is there a potential misuse of revenue before you get to the net line? So with that in mind, I guess, Caleb, for our lawyers out there and young aspiring lawyers, maybe this is something you can educate us on. So let me pose a hypothetical. The tribal chairman calls over to the casino and says, hey, we're getting ready to take all the high school kids to Minneapolis on a field trip. But we don't have any budget for it. Can you send over the bus that the casino has to take them down there? Thanks. So advise your client, the tribal chairman, I guess, what's the proper way to ask for that so that it doesn't become a misuse of gaming revenue?
Well, thank you. I feel like I'm back in law school with my I'm in law school. It's good. Towards the end of the day too, keep everybody awake. So thank you for the question. Thankfully that doesn't happen, but I can kind of go through some of the things that we look at when we're advising internally. So Tom was over here kind of going down things. I'm like, oh, this sounds strangely familiar. This is exactly the process that we look at. In terms of, a lot of times we have programs in place to a bona fide program in place to do things like this. Provide transportation is one of them. We do it with elders in the community. We do it for purposes for folks that live rural, to maybe try and get them to come to a community meeting where they might not have transportation, or if they need to make a court appearance, if it's not virtual, like so many of them have gone to. So thankfully we have programs in place. And so that would be my first thing, is to look, hey, do we have a program in place already that has policies and controls already there, that is funded by net gaming revenue, that we could use? Does it fit in that box? Because thankfully, like you pointed out earlier, those are broad. So they're broad categories. Our tribes can create those buckets if they don't exist already. And one thing we've tried to do is create them in a way that would make them applicable under the general welfare exclusion, if we're providing those types of services. Now, there's emergencies that come up. Like, arguably, this isn't really an emergency. Somebody's saying we need a busload.
Nobody wants to disappoint.
Right? It's for the kids, right? Educational. So it might sound like it could be, not legitimate, but a lot of times you can really justify it. And that's not trying to pull any funny stuff. That's just saying, really stepping back and analyzing it. What does this look like? Is this, okay, there's an educational
component to this. Are you guys, are they doing something cultural too? Like, are you going to take the school kids down and tap some trees for maple syrup? Are you going to go ricing or fishing? Like there's activities where these types of things actually do happen. So as long as it's legitimate, you know, you're not handing the kids, you know, here's $2,000 or 20 or 50 or whatever, you know, cash, and we're going to the Mall of America and yeah.
And it's an education process in itself.
Yeah, it is, right? Navigating there, not getting lost, you know, in there.
Let's make that hypothetical a little easier. All right. Let's say the casino, instead of a bus, it's a
limo.
It's a Learjet.
Or yeah, well, then we do that. It's a private plane.
A private plane.
Private plane. Okay.
And that same call happens, and it's not the high school team. It's a friend of one of the tribal leaders. And they're not going to the hospital. They're going to Cancun for a little vacation. Is that easier hypothetical for you?
That's much easier. No. And also, it must be nice to have that problem. Can we use the jet for this?
Let's.
But in fairness,
Go ahead, Tracy.
well, but in fairness, one thing I tell them that we've run into in the past is when these type of situations arise, document it. You might not have a policy on hand right now, but document it. And if you've gone to the trouble of documenting it, yeah, you could argue about it later, but the fact is that it was documented. And that then you'll create a deal, because you can't write something for everything. It just doesn't work that way. You'd be sending yourself so much, chasing so much and still missing it. You've just got to figure out how you document it and how you will address it the next time or the similar situation. But document, because that's your argument.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Thank you. You'll feel pressure if you work in-house for a tribe in Indian country. You're going to get pressure from political folks, right? It happens, right? And if you can advise them according to the law of the band or federal law or laws, whether they're state, federal, or tribal, and policies and stuff, if you can point to something and say, you know, this really isn't permissible, then you're doing your job and you're doing it well. If you bend to those political pressures, and then you're part of the problem rather than being a part of the solution and creating, hopefully, if those things are happening, you're helping to advise and create a structure for long after you're not in that arena anymore, that the next person can step in, look at the policy and say, this is how we could accomplish this, or no, we can't do that. Right. Saying no is a very important part of being in-house counsel. And it doesn't always feel good, but it's the right thing. If it's the right thing to do, then you should do it.
Yeah, it is. And you know, again, you know, one trip for the team is not going to impact the bottom line really one way or the other. If they want to do it crystal clean, you know, really well, is the tribe would say, we need to lease your bus. And, you know, what is the value of the bus for this trip? What's it going to cost the casino? And then that, you know, comes out of the distribution. It's documented. Again, like Tracy says, it's documented. You know, it costs the casino this much to do that. Now, is there a value in that bus going down the road in the newspaper and the television that has the name of the casino on the side of it as they're going down the road? There's some advertisement value in there, right? I mean, honestly, it's just the same way with sponsoring little leagues, you know, putting the name of the casino on the that's to, you know, it usually finds its way in the donation column, but really it's advertisement, you know. So some of that.
You also run into where let's say a natural disaster, a hurricane, tornado, fire, torrential rains. Small properties don't always have a good construction bid process for immediate needs. I know those often raise flags, but sometimes you've got to get a contractor who's available in there without getting 3 bids to get that property fixed to where it doesn't create a bigger hazard. There's things like that occur too. So you got to keep that in mind of what you're always looking at. So, you know, if you got a property that has only 400 machines in it and it's 20,000 square foot, and you know you have a torrential rain issue or a tornado or a fire that causes damage in the area and stuff, some of those things will occur. So, I mean, it's just there's a big scope to it, and I just want to remind people that scope is very big, and you just have to have a, you know, I don't know what common sense is. We'd like to use that word, but Tom would probably disagree with me what common sense is with dealing with some of the tribes on some of their interpretation of that. So I think that's just, it's worth saying too.
So I want to interpret a little bit of what you guys have all said, but part of it would be, you know, so that, and that's a good question to raise, but that doesn't happen infrequently in any country, right? And again, as you're saying, smaller facilities, you know, have a harder time. They're usually more rural areas, right? Responding to those. Sometimes you need to act quickly. But it sounds like what you're saying, Tracy, is that at the very least, if you document, even if it's after the fact, document and trace the funds, at least you know that there wasn't fraud, right? That somebody wasn't hiding something, you know. So if you document it that way, you may have violated a rule, and you know, but you can explain it then, you know, to your own tribe and to the NIGC.
Yeah. It's and there's always, you know, the true emergency, you know, COVID, you know, tribes had to do.
Try to put people in their hotels, right?
Tribes had to do all sorts of things to stay alive, to stay safe, even wildfires, floods, tornadoes, all those kind of good things. You know, there's always, you know, reasonableness, but I think what you're talking about is, does it pass the sunshine test? You know, when you shine light on it, does it look okay? You know, does the, you know, does a reasonable persons look at it and go, I understand why they did that, and it's, you know, it passes the smell test, and everyone's not concerned about that. You know, we focus more on systemic issues where it's prevalent, where you know, we've run into situations where not only was the tribal government and the operation, but even the regulator was involved. You know, at the tribal level, they were all breaking the rules and ignoring protocols and the proper uses, and that, you know, that's where we should come in. It's when it appears that the tribe's not able to resolve it themselves, or, you know, at that particular time. Maybe later they can, and we'll help them get there if we can.
Okay, so I feel like I've been asking questions and leading a discussion, which you guys have all been in general agreement. Let me, before we get too far along, and I want to save some time for some other questions from other folks, I want to ask you one question I'm going to bet that you guys are going to have some different views on. So can each of you, as a federal regulator, a tribal regulator, and a tribal attorney, can you give us an idea of where you, and you can say that it's your official position and not your personal views if you want to, but where does the use of gaming revenue by a tribal government pass out of being net revenue or gaming funds and be tribal funds that they can use as they deem best? Where do you cross over that line? Tom, why don't you lead us off?
All right.
I'll let you go first, and let these other guys take a pot.
Right. And so you know, preface this by saying, you know, a tribal regulator and a tribal attorney have the authority that's delegated to them, right? So for us, we're charged with enforcing IGRA and the tribe's gaming ordinance. And IGRA says the uses of net gaming revenue are for these things. So reading the law as it's written, until used, it has to go into those categories and be used for those purposes. Once it's expended and it leaves the hand of the tribe, that's where we stop looking. So you can take net gaming revenues and you can call it something else. You can put it in an account with other revenues and mix it up and name it something else. But at the end of the day, and this is just based on my experience of what the agency has done and what courts have ruled, is they look back. Where did it come from? It came from the casino. It's net gaming revenues. How did it get used? Did it get used for these 5 purposes? If it did, great. If it didn't, then it's a misuse of those net revenues. I'll also preface that answer with each chair that comes to the NIGC has prosecutorial discretion. And how many chairs I've been under now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, if you count George. Each one of them has had a little bit of, their discretion. They would draw it at different places. But if you look at the letter of law, in my opinion, and based on past experiences, once it is expended and leaves the tribe's hand, then we have no jurisdiction over it. But why they have it, IGRA applies.
Okay. Mr. Burris, do you have a response?
Well, yes, I do. And I think I've had plenty of these discussions over 36 years, and most of them I've lost. So
at least you're honest.
Would be, well, I mean, I have, because they can line up experts to say, when does that money, when you put it in the account. So here's the deal. Gaming is what happens with the gaming activity on the floor. We have the mix, the ticks, and everything that does that gets it to the drop team, to the count room, to the vault, and then to the bank. Right? Everybody agree there?
Yep.
After that point, where does the TGRA have authority, or even maybe the NIGC? The argument would stand, because now it's the tribe's money. The tribe has the right, under its own self-determination, to make those decisions. It should be their responsibility to create the structure by which they distribute those funds and how they utilize them. The fine line of where you're calling that, and I would say machine, table, drop, count, vault, bank account.
Let's be clear. Let's be clear. When you say bank account, meaning not the operations bank account, but the tribe's bank account, the tribal government's
when they make
bank
it, yes, when they make a distribution payment from there to there, that's it. And
Okay.
remember, they can still put money back into it, but the tribe's the one that decides that. Now, there's often the question is, when they decide to do a CapEx project, that they put the money back, and then how it's done. Because not always do some tribes want to bring the money into tribal government, because then their members want them to spend it or make a per cap payment or something like that, but they hold it, if you will, into another account for their CapEx project. So there could be an argument there.
Okay.
So I don't have a good answer.
Well, I like your answer. Yeah,
me too.
I mean, I like it, and that's what I've been told, and that's what I stick to. But but the TGRA in me says, "Oh, I got to have that awareness." But I also realize too, I'm not an expert at certain levels of business, as I've been told and proven wrong so many times.
Thank you. Yeah, it would be.
Thank you for your candor. That's good. So at some point, it has to not be net gaming revenue, right? The strings can't always be attached there. And so figuring out where that is where we're at right now. Thankfully, we have adopted some statutory language in Mille Lacs Band statute that states just what he stated, that once it comes over to the tribe, that it becomes tribal funds at that point. But we're also not pushing the envelope. We're not, why are we gonna, don't put the golden goose in danger, right? You know, we only get one gaming boom, right? It's not boom and bust yet. It might be, the warrior in the back of the room might disagree with me there. But yeah, so one thing we've talked about is like, well, we use net gaming revenues and we invest. right? We talked about these sovereign wealth funds earlier. At what point do those gains, capital gains, and reinvest those and you want to get to a point where there's not restrictions on how a tribe can spend their money, right? We're sovereigns. We want to act like sovereigns. We want to make our own decisions. We want to succeed, but we also need to own our failures and learn our lessons too. That's part of sovereignty. That's part of the beauty of it. And having federal oversight is important, but at some point, we want you to just go away.
Well, it's like, and I can't cite the exact ruling or where it was, but you're right about taking net gaming revenue and putting it into an interest-bearing account or investment. Those returns are not net gaming revenue. The money in that account still is. It can, and I was thinking about this earlier, where does it end? So an example would be the casino distributes $1 million to the tribe. That tribe takes that $1 million and puts it in a bank account. Casino closes. Is that still net gaming revenue? It's closed for 10 years. Is that still net gaming revenue? It is. Simply it is until the tribe spends it. They didn't put any deadlines on it. They just said tribes can spend net gaming revenues for these 5 purposes. And, that's, again, it would really come back to the prosecutorial discretion of the chair on anything like that. But I did want to clear up that, the gains made off of, and if they invest, if they buy a company and the profits from that company, and the company itself is not net gaming revenues anymore. They took and used that money for the economic purpose, and it's out of our hands or our oversight. It was never in our hands. It was just, it's out of our oversight.
Yeah, and I think it's wise to be mindful of that, and then you just structure your business accordingly, and you get your net gaming revenue to fund the hotel. You sell the hotel, it's no longer net gaming revenue. So it's not that difficult to comply with, really. We obviously, I think a lot of tribes don't like restrictions on what they can do. I think a lot of times they point to their sovereignty and they want to be able to make their decisions. I think as long as you're not doing something like we've talked about earlier, extravagant or clearly wrong, I think you're probably going to be okay. But you should also, depending on the appetite of risk that the tribal leaders have where you are, they might run up against those lines and they might want to push the envelope. That's certainly their prerogative. I'm going to advise them to not do that, but
and we know too, just from experience, over the 17 years, I know it would be in a lot of instances extremely difficult for the TGRA to go to the tribal council or to a tribal leader and say, you're misspending gaming revenue. There are TGRAs that do that. Sometimes at their own peril, unfortunately. But that again is where NIGC can play a part. It may be easier for us to make that approach than the TGRA, because they really, honestly, they're so busy at the casino level. Their resources are really focused there, and when it goes to the tribe, a lot of them, except in their role as a tribal member at the tribal meetings, they don't enforce it once it's gone to the tribe.
So a question I have for Tom. So Tom, if the tribe would give me $200,000 and I want to utilize it for economic development, does that definition not work if I go and try to create another business with that?
So you as a tribal member and you're signing up through a small business program?
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe I'm not a tribal member. Maybe I'm a person, they decide to give me $200,000 to go and open up a business and try to make it work.
Yeah.
A software, a computer company or something. Is that
Right.
economic development, or is that?
You know, to me, it kind of fits in, you know, if you're, it could fit in a couple of categories. They're funding small business loan program. You know, money goes into that program and they make the loan. It's not the person who gets the loan didn't get net gaming revenue. They got a loan from the small business program. Where we would get concerned is if there was no small business program.
Right.
And they just give you a $200,000 check. So we were giving him a small business loan.
Oh, Tracy Burris is gonna write some computer code for us.
Yeah.
You know that's a problem.
I
don't know if Tracy knows how to do that.
I don't. And the fact that Tom said that there has to be a small business loan program, I was hoping he said that they don't necessarily have to have that. Therefore, I'd go out there and start soliciting some money. But okay.
All right, I wanna move on. Surely some of these folks here in the room have a question. There you go.
All right, this is for Tom. Okay, where it says to donate to charitable organizations, does that have to be a 501 something?
No, it doesn't. You know, it's good if it is. So what we in our training, what we advise tribes to do is establish what is a charitable organization. You tell us under your rules what's a charitable organization. What I do try to point to is, remember, it says organization and not an individual, because sometimes what we see is a direct distribution of net gaming revenues to a tribal member for and they call it a donation. Well, actually, it's either a per capita distribution outside the wrap or without a wrap, and you know, unless it's in a program. Does that help?
Yeah, it does actually.
Yeah.
There's if I could weigh in on that too, the Mille Lacs Band created a donor advised fund. So that's another mechanism that you could use to get rid of the revenue allocation. Net revenue gaming proceeds.
Would you call it a
donor advised fund, a DAF?
What about a PAC fund?
Political Action Committee? Oh. Well, that's a political activity fund. That is certainly not a charitable donation, by the way.
Yeah.
So
don't think you can write off your check to a politician off your taxes. Yeah, you can in church. Let's make that very clear.
So, and I was thinking about that earlier because I was like, you know, tribes in pursuing economic development, they may need a law changed, or they may need land in the trust. And so they may determine they want to expend net gaming revenues to hire lobbyists, to hire attorneys. I've not looked directly at a political action committee. But I think in general, you know, those kind of things are good. Obviously, Abram Hoff was a bad example. But every tribe sitting here has hired an attorney. They've hired lobbyists, and then likely they've used net gaming revenue to do that. And it was to further either their self-determination, their economic independence. They may have been defending, you know, the Indian Child Welfare Act. To me, all good uses of net gaming revenue.
So that's a good question, though. I think, you know, I know I'm the moderator, so I probably shouldn't be offering my opinion, but I think Caleb might agree. I think one of the things you might guide yourself as you're talking with your tribe or other folks is there's often a way to do what you want to do that is clearly legal. And so you're not taking any risk in what you're doing, right? And so it may be that the pursuit of land into trust that you're hiring the lawyer and or the lobbyist for is for expansion of the casino or something. And so the tribe views that as part of its economic development or part because it's expanding the casino. But it might be, you might be better advised to use that money from funds that go from the casino to the tribe, and then the tribe hires them. And when you turn to political activity, it's far better in many ways for the tribe to be conducting that activity than to be pulling it out of something like the casino. You know, there are prohibitions against corporations making political donations at the federal level. Each state for state stuff has their own, it's a huge maze. Every state's different, right? But certainly at the federal level, and while we know most tribes, although actually the majority of tribes don't have their gaming operation incorporated separately from the tribe, but some actually do. But you certainly wouldn't want any of that to be interpreted by the IRS or something as a corporation donating to a political campaign, because then you don't only have IRS problems, you got FEC problems, et cetera. And when the simple answer is the tribe can do unlimited donations, you know, to any federal politician. So it's pretty simple in some ways, right? If you can just follow a process to get money out of the casino to the tribe's hands, and then the tribe can make that expenditure. That would be my advice.
If you said in the casino, I didn't hear that part.
No, it's just
I think you didn't specify that. I just wanted to make it clear. Yeah.
What about a pack? So
Yeah,
it's okay.
okay.
Precise. I mean, it was too precise, I guess.
Okay.
No, I was just curious about like getting more active in the political sphere without, you know, infringing upon like breaking regulations or anything, you know, keeping everything above board, you know, like we want to continue to make more advocacy moves, you know, furthering our own sovereignty as well as across like board and Indian countries. So a political action committee is something that I think would be something fairly advantageous to us, not just us, but to all tribes. You know, maybe forming a political action committee that's statewide or within a region or something of that nature. But the majority of our funds do come from the casino. You know, our revenue is from the casino is what funds our livelihood. You know, so it's really about establishing a process to getting that revenue stream to tribal hands and making sure that it doesn't cross the line of the corporation itself funding the political action committee.
The 5 categories are really broad. If you're careful in how you structure things to be legal, I think you can accomplish a lot.
Anybody else? We probably got time for one more question. No?
Not a question, but I think this last hour qualified as ethics.
Thank you. Danielle, make that note. At the very least, next year we'll ask for that.
John, I want
Yeah.
one thing.
Yes.
There's on our website, nigc.gov, there's a bulletin, of course, 2022-4 is our use net gaming revenue. There's also in I think December of 2022, we did a online training. That video is there. And for any tribes that want site-specific training about use gaming revenue, our region offices are happy to come out and schedule a time to provide that to the TGRA, to operations, to tribal leadership, to the council. I think we've been invited out sometimes to talk to the general counsel, because sometimes they have to hear it that they can't just come ask their legislator for $500. You know, the legislator wants to give it to them to be helpful, but they know the rules, you know, in some instances, prevent just that direct payment for, you know, outside of a program. So we're happy to do that and available to do it at your request.
Great. So I was going to say, let's wrap up with final thoughts. I think, Tom, maybe you just gave us yours. Tracy, briefly, do you have some final thoughts?
Thank you, Mr. Tasuda. The only thing that I could say is that it should be ethics for you, but never mind. I'll leave that one alone. But no, I think what the NIGC does is helpful. I think that it's been my opinion and my observation for the last 36 years that when we started, we sort of overkilled our regulatory row. We've had to taper it back to be reasonable, because at times in the beginning we would see where we stagnated growth and opportunities that we've missed. And I think going forward that there should be careful plans put out to help be able to move forward but in a progressive manner to not miss the boat. The cost of business is just going up. And we need as many economic tools that we can get, regardless of where you're at in the country, to be able to do it. So we make sure that we can utilize those tribal gaming revenues, because once it leaves the machine or the table to the drop, to the count room, to the vault, to the checking account, and then it should be allowed to go and be utilized. Thank you.
Thank you, Caleb. Just want to say thank you again for having me here. Enjoyed my time on the panel here. I think it was a good discussion. And I was going to mention the bulletins too. I printed off that bulletin and reread it on the plane ride here to prepare. So if anybody wants that hard copy, I didn't do any notes on it. But it's a good tool. They're like I mentioned earlier, the bulletin, the notice of violations that are on there. Some of them are kind of funny. They can make you feel better that you're not, hey, not at their expense, but like, oh my gosh, I'm glad that didn't happen here, or and you can learn from it too. So there's some knowledge to be gained there. So
Great. Well, anyway, thank my panelists. Thank you, Mr. Burris, Mr. Cunningham, Mr. Dog Eagle. Let me also say, so this is our last panel, and I'm just going to wrap us up here. We're actually a few minutes over time. Thank you to all of our panelists today. Thank you especially to our keynote speaker for coming out here. And thank you for you guys, attendees, everybody online. Thank you for sharing what I think has been a great day for us. A lot of very educational, even for me. I haven't been doing this as long as Mr. Burris, but I've been doing it a number of years. But still, you always learn stuff. So thank you very much. Let me wrap up by saying I also want to say thank you to the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians. They have been the sponsor getting this program off the ground, and I think it's been a great investment by them, and I think moving forward it will be a great investment by the tribe starting this on behalf of Indian country. So thank you all, and our program is over.